Mistletoe and a Man for Christmas. A Gay Christmas Romance. Written by L. Lauren. Chapter 1. Reed McAllister dipped into his office as he finished with his last patient of the day, slumping down behind his desk and unloading as many notes as he could remember about each patient. He was one of 4 residents at the top children's hospital in the state, and he and his other 3 colleagues had a working system, which included writing thorough notes about each patient in case they weren't able to schedule an appointment with the same doctor later, in case there was an emergency, in case one of them actually took a vacation for a change. He was due for one. It had been months since he'd taken any time off, but it was common. Out of the 4 doctors, he was the only one without a partner or children, and he was in slim company. There were a few nurses still young and more focused on their careers over their personal lives, but the ultrasound technicians, the X-ray technicians, and even the janitors had long since settled down with others and started a family. Normally he didn't care, but it was just shy of 3 weeks before Christmas, and he could only avoid his mother's prying phone calls for so long. For the last 2 years he worked through the holidays, happily taking call for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's, but he missed his family. He missed his mother's home cooking and his father's dinnertime stories, and after everything they had given him, the least he could do was take 2 weeks off every so often to spend the holidays on a farm with a scenic mountain backdrop. His fingers danced over the keys as he added bits of information to his patient's files. He had remembered more than he thought, and glimpsing the ultrasounds and X-rays attached to their information jogged his memory. As he sat back in his chair, his cell phone chimed in his breast pocket, and he combed his fingers through his micro-locks. He dug it out, scanning the number before smiling gently and answering the call. It was his mother, and her sweet alto voice filled the receiver after he issued her a utilitarian greeting. "Hey Mom. How are you? Your father and I are doing well. We are trying to make plans for this Christmas." Right. Christmas is coming, isn't it?" Reed feigned ignorance as he straightened up in his black leather office chair, grabbing a pad from the corner of his mahogany desk and sliding a chipped coffee mug full of pens closer. "It's in about 3 weeks," she confirmed. He nestled the cell phone in the crook of his shoulder. "Is it? The holidays always fly by. Just yesterday it was Thanksgiving." "Several weeks ago, but yes. Are you working yourself too hard again? When is the last time you took some time for yourself?" The exposed page of the little pad was full of scrawled notes in what his father called doctor's handwriting, or what he considered the quickest shorthand he could muster. It bordered on illegible, but his nurses and specialty technicians read it just fine. He balled the page up and tossed it in the trash can, before uncapping a ballpoint pen and scribbling against the fresh page. The pen was dry, and he tossed it in the trash can too. "Yes, Mom," Reed groaned, "I'm taking care of myself." "Did you get the package I sent you last? The one with all the canned goods?" "Yes, I got it. I shared the red pepper jelly with some of my colleagues though. I kind of figured even if I ate it in droves, it wouldn't give me a boost of vitamins. The rest I kept though. MMHM. I made your favorite chili ginger dill pickles. I saw. They're good as always." "Good." His mother paused, and he flicked his gaze up, glancing at the time on his computer screen before continuing through the collection of pens, testing the next one and chunking it after finding it dry too. "So you know why I'm calling?" She was luring him. "You're calling because you wanted to hear your lovely child's voice, right? I can't imagine any other reason why a mother would call her child." She laughed. "Yes, but I am also calling to see your plans for the holidays. It's been 2 years, and we would all love to see you this year. How about you take some time off and spend Christmas and New Year's on the farm?" There it was, the true reason for the call. Reed sucked in his breath. "I'll think about it." He tossed another pen with a scowl. It twirled, smacked against the side of the metal trash can, and clattered across the tile floor. His scowl deepened. "Everyone is coming this year. Aiden is back from his tour overseas, so he's bringing his wife and children. She had the baby, and it was born with a full head of curly hair. Did you see the pictures we sent? I saw them. Did he get my gift? A year's worth of diapers, yes, but he would have rather you had called instead, she snapped, but before Reed responded she continued her previous train of thought. Brenda and the young man she met in art school are coming too. They'll be in town until the new year, and then they're starting a year of living in a van. She's really doing the van life thing? Oh, they have purchased a van and everything. Your father is going to help them build it out while they're here. We wouldn't mind an extra hand with it. So, you're going to ask Aiden to help then? I'm a doctor, Mom. I'm absolutely no help with outdoorsy things. We were thinking of doing it as a family. Maybe you are not so good with the hands-on part, but I'm sure you can help with the aesthetics. Reed chuckled. We'll see. I may need to stay in town though. If I have to be on call, then I won't be able to come. I am sure someone else can take your call for you. You take theirs all the time. I do, but still. I don't want to ruin someone else's Christmas holiday. What about yours, Reed? You deserve to see your family, and we deserve to see you. I know. Look, I promise I'll do my best to get up there this year. I love y'all. We love you too. There was another little pause. Should we prepare for an extra person or just you? He pinched the bridge of his nose. Mom. I just want to know. Her response was shrill. Feigned innocence, even though it was nothing but. She was prying even though there was nothing to pry about. Mom, Reed sighed, abandoning his task and pushing the container of pens away from him. I've got to go. I'm still at work, and one of my specialty techs needs me. Okay, but call me back and let me know what we can expect. I wouldn't want to have a friend of yours over, and not be prepared to feed and entertain them. Right. I'll call you back. Okay, bye. Reed ended the call. He had gotten too skilled at faking emergencies, but he knew it was the only way to weasel his way out of an awkward conversation, and he wasn't above the attempt. The only problem was as soon as he ended the call, he did end up with an emergency. One of the babies he had looked at earlier had gone into cardiac arrest, and he didn't get halfway down the hall before the little one was pronounced dead. He still went to the room, comforting the parents of the child. He stayed with them for as long as they allowed, standing vigil, holding light conversation. Medical school had been one of the hardest things he had ever done in his life. The book learning was endless, along with all of the interning. However, one thing book learning doesn't teach is bedside manner. There are no classes on how to comfort new parents losing their first child, no lectures on the right things to say, and the first time it happened, Reed had fumbled through it with awkward, stilted conversation. He'd gotten better over the years, but some questions still caught him off guard. Many parents asked if he had kids or a partner or even a dog, and he shook his head to all three. He had nothing except an overpriced apartment and a bookshelf full of reference books. His bank account was padded with years of hard work, but he had no one to share it with. Watching the couple mourn their child, watching the man comfort his distraught wife, the desire for a relationship surged in him. One day, he wanted someone to look at him like this man looked on his wife. It was pure adoration, pure love. They were in it together, as a team, and their child's death wasn't going to destroy their relationship as it did so many others. The couple cradled their baby, rocking it in the provided chair and smoothing lank hair on its cold forehead. Reed was merely company, nothing more or less, and when they were finally ready to leave, he walked them to the exit. Silent still. Leaning against the doorframe, he watched the couple walk to their car until they had disappeared in the crowded parking lot, hand in hand, battling their trauma together. Maybe it was time. He deserved the purest forms of love, too. I'm McAllister. You getting a drink with me at the pub? An older gentleman wearing star-patterned scrubs clapped him on the shoulder, and he tipped his head to the side. His daughter had picked those scrubs for him for his 45th birthday. Hey Peterson. You know what? Yeah. I'm going to come with you. It's been a long day, and I need something to take the edge off. I feel you. The man combed his fingers through his salt and pepper hair. I heard about your patient. It's always tough when they're on an upswing and then take a turn for the worst. It is. Reed pursed his lips, folding his arms across his chest as he turned back to the parking lot. Anyway, I'm on my way out now, so I'll meet you over there. Sure thing. He clapped his shoulder again. One day at a time, man. One day at a time. The same thing I told you during your divorce 2 years ago. It sure is, and you were right. One day at a time and one foot in front of the other. It's all we got. Yeah. Thanks for the pep talk. Reed knit his eyebrows together. I'll meet you at the pub. Yup, Peterson massaged his shoulder before they parted ways. Reed stepped out the front doors, catching a shuttle bus to the employee parking lot and walking through the chilled winter temperatures to his vehicle, sitting inside until his luxury sports car had warmed. The pub around the corner was the local hangout for seasoned medical professionals and interns alike. The place was already crowded when Reed arrived, but he weaved through the interior, finding a secluded seat in the back. He checked his cell phone as he waited for his colleague. Not 5 minutes after he'd sat down, a server came around with his usual, dropping an uncapped beer in front of him with a smile. Rough day. The woman prompted. One of the worst. How'd you figure? It's written all over your face, and because you seem like the type of guy to have a rough time during the holidays. I don't mean to get in your business or anything, but you were here Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve last year. Reed winced. I wasn't I? Yup, the woman chuckled. Anyway, it's a busy night for me. Holler if you need anything, all right? I will. He picked up his beer, toasting it towards her. Thanks. Once he had downed half of his drink, his colleague slumped into the seat across from him. Getting a head start? Long day, Reed hissed, and not just because of my patient. Yeah, Peterson gave an up nod to the closest server. Yeah. My mother wants me to come visit for the holidays. Your real mom or your adopted mom? Adopted mom, thankfully. Real mom hasn't contacted me since we had the awkward family reunion type dinner half a decade ago, and I can't say I'm too sad about it. He sipped his drink again, picking at the label as he placed it on the table. Huh. Well, what's so bad about going home for a little Christmas cheer? She's going to ask me about boyfriends the entire time. Tell her you're off relationships and you're focusing on your work. I have been saying something similar for forever. I believe she's starting to get suspicious. Okay, so you need a date for your Christmas festivities. Hire someone. A server breezed past their booth, dropping a second beer for Reed and a fresh beer for Peterson. Excuse me. Reed blinked. Hire someone? You think you're the only person on the planet with a prying, nosy family? You're not, and there are people who make a living off of being a stand-in partner for holidays and events. Insane. Not at all. It's a service and you need it clearly. Okay, I concede. I do need this service, but how do you even go about finding this mysterious man for hire? Rentaman.com. You're kidding me. How do you know this? My ex-wife hired a man from there at the last family reunion. It was easier to hire someone than it was to explain the nuances of our new arrangement to everyone. Right? Frowning and sipping his beer, Reed pulled up the website on his cell phone. To his surprise, the website existed, and it was well put together. It was designed in a sleek pink and white, clearly catering to women, but there were dozens of different selections, including body type, highest degree completed, and age range. It pull up for you? Peterson sat back in his seat, nursing his beer. Yeah, it's up. Reed finished his second beer and pinched the bridge of his nose. I can't believe I'm considering hiring someone to pretend to be my boyfriend for the holidays. You'd be surprised how liberating it is. HMF, he grunted, pushing his second beer away as he selected his settings. For all of the physical details, he was completely open, But he did select an age range of 10 years on either direction of his age, and he wanted his potential fake man to have a master's degree. The master's degree narrowed the options to 7, and out of those 7, 2 were at the top end of his age range, 2 were at the very low end, fresh out of college with political science degrees, and 3 were in the middle, more aligned with Reed's non-existent preferences. 1 was short, 1 was round in the middle, and the third was Phoenix. There was no last name, just a picture of a man with a mop of damp black curls, murky green eyes, and a lopsided smile. Many of the other men had tag lines, selling points about what they had to offer, but Phoenix didn't. He did, however, have dozens of 5-star reviews and a collection of photographs that Reed browsed through. The photographs were a mix of professional shots and amateur shots, and the amateur ones were Reed's favorites. His eyes drew him in, and his easygoing smile relaxed Reed, and his thumb hovered over the call button. Do it. You'll be happier afterwards. Anyway, I need to get going. Peterson finished his beer. I gotta get the kid from soccer practice. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one, Reed replied automatically, attention fixed on Phoenix. He wet his lips, drew his locks all to one side, and pressed the call button as he strolled outside of the bar. The familiar trill of an incoming phone call tickled his ear, and his heart jumped into his throat. 1 ring. 2. 3. Then the call connected. This is Phoenix. A sultry, deep baritone voice filled the receiver. Reed's legs went weak, and he braced himself against the wall. Hi, Phoenix, he gasped. I am calling about your services. Chapter 2. My services. Phoenix couldn't help but chuckle at the stammer in the other man's tenor voice. You have to be a little more specific, sweetheart. He sat up in the bed, throwing hotel sheets off of him and swinging his legs off the side. Toes curled in the aged carpet as he stood up. His current John was in the shower, washing off the evidence of their coupling, so he could hurry on home to his wife and 3 kids. The sex itself was underwhelming, but the man paid well for the experience and the discretion, and Phoenix had bills. Medical bills, student loan bills, a mountain of credit card debt. He had bills and he liked money, so he didn't mind being face down and ass up for the 5 minutes it took the other man to get off. All right. Well, I found you on a website called Rent-A-Man. Yeah? He chuckled again. So, I'm guessing you want to rent a man then, do you? I do. I have never done this before, but I was wondering if you would be available for a 2-week Christmas and New Year's vacation. Phoenix's eyebrows shot up. Well, I'm available, yeah, but it won't come cheap. 2 weeks is 14 days. I'm aware of the number of days 2 weeks is. Overnight, I'm assuming. Also, what kind of situation are you looking for? New boyfriend? Established relationship? The full package? I haven't thought this far. I shouldn't have called. I'm just going to go. Hey, wait a second there, Phoenix replied. Plenty of potential Johns ended the call before they got to what they wanted, and normally Phoenix let them, but there was something about this potential client that intrigued him. He dug a pack of cigarettes from his jeans, lifting the hotel room window before he struck his lighter and hovered it at the end of the rolled stick. The end bloomed orange, and Phoenix took a long drag. He didn't smoke often, but nothing beat a menthol cigarette after sex. What? The man was breathless. Let's start at the beginning. You found me on the website, and my green eyes and smile turned you on, so you called. Partly. It says you have a master's degree too. I do, yup. I didn't figure the master's degree was going to be a selling point, but hey, there's a first for everything. Right, the other man paused. Well, every year my mother begs me to come home for the holidays, but it's always days of awkward family time with both of my parents all but begging me to settle down. Not a story I haven't heard before. Phoenix took a long drag on his cigarette, holding the smoke in his lungs before exhaling out the window. Do you want me to be over the top in love with you, or settled into my feelings for you. I have a choice. Yeah. It's a job, sweetheart, and you're my client, so everything is your choice, down to the clothes I wear if you want. There are clients who pick clothes? The disbelief in his voice was charming. He wasn't the usual type of client, Phoenix could tell. He wasn't a closeted man who had already started a life with a woman, nor was he the ultra-straight former football type who wanted to be dicked down in an attempt to force out the deep-rooted shame of being interested in men. Yup. You know, if it's for an event or something. Anyway, I'll give you a quote, but I have to know one thing first. What do you have to know? Are you expecting boyfriend sex or not? Oh. No sex. Just the company. No sex, please. If you change your mind on the sex, I'm going to have to charge you extra. It's a lot easier to tack on the sex now if you're not sure, rather than add it later. No. No sex. Thank you. The man's voice was firm. All right. I mean, I've got tons of 5-star reviews, but if you're that kind of guy, then it's fine. He put the cigarette to his lips as he rolled his eyes to the ceiling, contemplating what sort of price he wanted to quote the stranger. New clients had a higher price along with clients who pissed him off during the initial conversation, but this person sounded sweet, almost shy, and Phoenix was almost tempted to knock some off the price because of it. Almost. Then he remembered the suffocating amount of debt he was in, and the idea trickled out of the window with the smoke from his cigarette. The man waited. Okay, so here's what's up, Phoenix sighed. I have holiday rates, and I can't ensure you're not an axe murderer. 14 days, 2 holidays, boyfriend experience, minus the sex. You're looking at $1,200 per day, which would be $16,800, and I need it all up front. In case you decide to kill me, my next of kin has enough money to hire a private investigator. I'm not going to kill you. Sounds like something a killer would say, Phoenix teased. Your rate is fine. For simplicity's sake, can we round it up to 17,000? Phoenix ashed his cigarette. Sure, but before you try to wire 17 grand to my account, I need to meet you. Of course. How's Thursday? 2 days from now? Thursday evening, yes. I'm available. Where would you like to meet? Coffee shop, Phoenix answered. I'll text you the address. Is there anything else you'd like to ask about? The website doesn't have an option to select the orientation, so I'd like to know. Are you into men, or is it all about the money for you? Does it matter? Don't make this a save the escort kind of situation. I suppose it doesn't matter. I simply didn't want to put you in an uncomfortable position, is all. Phoenix winced. The guy was genuine. I'm into men, sure. Are you into men? Yes? Good to know. Anyway, I'll text you the address and I'll see you in a couple of days. The man stammered through a goodbye, and as Phoenix ended the call, he realized he hadn't even gotten a detail about his mysterious new John except for the sound of his voice. He'd remember the sound of the stranger's voice for certain, and right now he was banking on it. When his current client emerged from the bathroom, he placed his cell phone on the counter and tugged his lips in a smile. Who was it? The man asked. No one important, Charlie, just a guy wanting some company during the holidays. Phoenix smiled and strolled around the room to the other man, giving him a full view of what he paid so handsomely for. The best part about Charlie was he was nice, and really, he didn't ask for anything over the top. A blowjob here, a rim job there. Sometimes he wasn't even interested in intercourse, and they simply laid in bed together for a few hours. He hated those sessions. Those were the ones where he had half a mind to ask for double the pay because he hadn't signed up for a heart-to-heart session, but all in all, the man had been a client with him for nearly 3 years, and it showed. Didn't know you worked holidays. I usually don't, but he agreed to my holiday price, and there's no sex included. Just schmoozing with his family and lots of fruitcake. I think I can handle it. With a wink, Phoenix plucked the older gentleman's button-down shirt from the back of the hotel office chair and slid it over his shoulders, adjusting the collar around his neck. I'm surprised you wouldn't want to spend time with your own family during the holidays. Don't you have a mother and a sister? I do, but they live out of town, Phoenix lied. It rolled so smoothly off his tongue that even he believed it for a second. Usually, I spend the holidays with my friends. Well, you know I'd invite you over to share with us, but… Phoenix smiled even more. Circumstances. He finished with the buttons. Now it's my turn to dip into the shower. I'd invite you to join me, but I know you need to be getting home. Is your wife doing good? As good as expected. She's been waving the threat of divorce higher and higher. I think she may actually do it one of these days, but she's so tied to being a lawyer's wife, I don't think she knows who she is otherwise. You should get her one of those coupon booklets to various goings-on around the city, so she can develop her own sense of self. I know they have pottery classes and those paint and sip things. She might enjoy them. True, Charlie clucked his tongue. I'd better get on out of here. You were great as always. Thank you. Phoenix smiled, standing in the bathroom doorway as Charlie slipped on his slacks and loafers and dipped out of the room. As soon as the door closed, his pleasant expression dropped and he got into the shower. He stood in the stream of water until it ran ice cold, and then he got out, dressed, and strolled out of the paid-for hotel room. He took a taxi back to his duplex on the affordable side of town, 30 minutes from where he usually met his clients. His best friend and longtime roommate greeted him when he entered, glancing up from a single-serve container of ice cream and waving her spoon. Heya, she mumbled around a mouthful of food. Then she swallowed. How was it? Fine as always. He paid well, transferred the money to my account before I even arrived, and he wanted the same old thing. You know, I always love old faithfuls. Like, don't get me wrong, sometimes I love being lightly choked and slammed into the bed by a new stranger, but those types of sessions always come with the possibility of, I don't know, dying. You know, just a possibility. Phoenix rolled his eyes. I guess your client canceled, huh? Rescheduled for tomorrow night, said he wants a send-off fuck before his Christmas vacation starts. Yeah. He frowned. His thoughts drifted back to his new stranger client, the one with the sexy tenor voice. He really should have gotten his name. Yeah? What's on your mind, dude? Nothing. Just thinking about holidays and clients. So something is on your mind, right? What is it? Phoenix rubbed a hand down his face and emptied his pockets, taking his time as he pulled out his cell phone, keys, wallet, and cigarettes. He placed them all on the side table, as he mulled over exactly what he was going to say. I have a client who wants to book me for the entire holiday thing, he waved a hand. Explain the holiday thing. Like the 2 weeks from now until New Year's. New Year's included. So what, you report for work every day and come home afterwards? No. He wants me to be his stand-in boyfriend on his family vacation, Danny. She blinked, doe eyes widening as big as saucers. Did he sound like a murderer on the phone? Actually, he sounded kind of sweet. Sweet people can still be murderers. How much did you quote him? 17,000. Danny shrugged, stabbing at her ice cream. What is it? I guess I assumed we'd spend the holidays together, like we always do. You know, we kind of made the no clients on holidays pact, so neither of us would be alone. I know we did, but $17,000, Danny. It can change our lives. Hell, it's a down payment on this dump if we wanted to keep it, or another house if we wanted to settle down somewhere. I know. She chewed her bottom lip. Plus, I'm not too keen on you spending 2 weeks with someone. It's dangerous. He seems okay, and I'm meeting him on Thursday too. Promise me if he seems like a creep when you meet him, you'll say no to his proposition. The money is nice, but it's not worth your life. Phoenix sighed. Okay. I promise if I get any bad vibes, he's out. And I also promise I'll get us the home gym we've been talking about for the new year. They'll have the best sales on gym equipment then, so it's really the best time. You know what? Good. I deserve it for being the voice of reason when you want to run off into the sunset with a potential serial killer. She stabbed her spoon towards him. You deserve it for being the best friend. Anyway, I'm going to go get changed, and then do you want to watch the episode of The Bachelor we missed the other day? I heard it was complete shit, but if you still want to follow these fuckboy men on their journey to find simple-ass women, then sure, we can watch The Bachelor. Phoenix laughed. Sounds like a plan. Oh, one more thing. You hitting the gym with me tomorrow morning? Def. Cool. All right. I'll be right back then. With a slight nod, he walked around their gently used sofa and strolled down the narrow hallway towards his bedroom. Chapter 3. Read. He was a ball of nerves on Thursday, and he had half a mind to take the day off, but he found himself at work, drumming his fingers on his mahogany desk as he stared at his mostly empty schedule. Thursdays were usually busy, but this one wasn't. This Thursday, Reed spent most of the day in his office, relaxing in his ergonomic office chair as his anxiety hit a fever pitch. He had his meeting with Phoenix after work at the coffee shop, and his mind had been racing all day. What ifs plagued him, starting with the most simple and moving on to the most complicated. What if Phoenix wasn't even his real name? What if his real name was Johnny? What if Phoenix knew him already? What if he looked nothing like his photograph? He rocked in his seat, pinching the bridge of his nose before he reluctantly shut things down for the day. His choices were spend the afternoon going stir-crazy in his office or go home and blow off some of his nervous energy. He picked the latter, and within an hour he had driven home, stripped out of his scrubs, and dressed for the gym. At the gym he ran until his lungs were bursting, then he settled himself on the weight benches, pumping 150 and 200 pounds with his legs and arms. He'd worked up a sweat, his muscles ached, but his anxiety had subsided. By the time he finished his workout, his t-shirt clung to his body, his limbs were jello, and he had an hour before his meeting with Phoenix. He took his time showering in the gym bathroom, roping his locks into a bun on the top of his head. He dressed in a collared shirt, a pair of straight-leg jeans, and a pair of casual loafers, and he drove across town, pulling into the coffee shop parking lot 10 minutes early. He drummed his fingers on his steering wheel before he climbed out of his car and moved inside. He'd never met an escort before, so he didn't know the protocol. When he stepped inside, he peered around the establishment, first looking for anyone who may have matched the murky green eyes and thick black hair he saw on the website. No one. He sighed and approached the counter. Hi there. What can I get for you today? A rainbow-haired girl smiled from the other side, manicured fingers hovering over the touchscreen computer interface. Ah. Can I get a large dark roast coffee? Aha. Anything else? Can you leave room for cream, please? Reed added. The young woman nodded. Yup, sure thing. Anything else? Reed glanced towards the bakery case, but then shook his head. Nah. Nothing else for now. Thank you. She relayed the total, and Reed handed his credit card to her. She handed him the card and the receipt, and he stepped aside, posting himself at the delivery counter as he tucked his wallet away. For a Thursday afternoon, the place was busy, and there were several drink orders in front of him. Each time the barista called a name, Reed glanced at the recipient, and each time he was disappointed. He plastered on a pleasant smile, but his insides were turning somersaults. You had a dark roast with room for cream. The barista, another woman with bright-colored hair, placed a to-go mug on the counter, sliding it over to him. Yeah. I did. Thank you. It's no problem. She smiled. Reed stepped out of the way, lingering at the bar counter as he lifted the coffee to his lips, tasting the raw ingredients before he started doctoring it up. Literally. He swallowed 2 gulps of the bitter drink before a familiar voice touched his ears, and his heart turned over. Hey there. Can I get a chai latte with coconut milk, please? The voice was warm and sultry, and the owner of it had a head of thick dark locks. He was tall, and from the angle Reed saw him, his tanned skin glistened in the dim coffee shop light. Reed's mouth dropped open, and he sucked in a ragged breath. He clamped his mouth shut, staring wide-eyed as the other man motioned to something in the food case. The woman traded him a paper bag for his credit card, and he dipped his fingers in, breaking off a little piece of the dessert inside and putting it to his full, lush lips. She handed the card back to him. Can I get a name for your order? Phoenix, he replied. Reed's head spun and he gripped the bar counter as the place swam in front of him. His gaze darted towards the closest exit, and he counted the steps from the bar counter to the door. 20 steps. Maybe. At most 25. Busy on a Thursday, ain't it? Phoenix's baritone voice rang loud in his ears, snapping him from his thoughts, and he turned around again. Oh, Reed gasped. His hand bumped his coffee, and the container rocked, tipping over and spreading hot liquid all over the counter. Oh shit. The liquid spread at the same speed as panic spread through the doctor, and he was torn between doing something about the spilled drink and devoting all of his attention to Phoenix. Oops, the escort responded, and while Reed panicked, he motioned to the barista. Got a spill here, and my friend needs another drink. No problem. Let me get this up for y'all, and then I'll make you another. The coffee shop employee grabbed a dingy rag and swiped it over the counter. It was far from clean, but she had stopped the spread. Thanks, Phoenix answered before he turned back to Reed. Way to make an impression, huh? Sure. What was your question again? Reed rubbed his temples and hazarded another glance to Phoenix. Close up, the man looked 100 times better than the grainy photo posted on the escort website. His eyes truly were swampy green, but they housed flecks of gold that caught the light, warming his already sun-tanned skin. He dwarfed Reed by a couple of inches, but what he didn't have in height he made up for in confidence and brawn, and his broad shoulders were almost bursting out of his shirt. Not uncomfortably so, however, but there wasn't an ounce of fat on his body. His pants hung low on his hips, and his shirt stopped right at the top hem of his jeans, and when he twisted, grabbing his coffee, his shirt rode up, showing a delicious sliver of skin. Said it was a busy Thursday evening. Why, yeah. Surprisingly so, actually. Though I don't usually have coffee after work. A little fissure passed through Phoenix's lopsided grin, and recognition rooted in his eyes. You're my potential holiday client? Yes, Reed sucked in another breath. Yes, I'm your potential holiday client. My name is Reed McAllister. Phoenix took a long gulp of his tea, curling his lips back as his Adam's apple bobbed in his throat. Phoenix. I heard. Reed rubbed the back of his neck. I heard the girl say it. Here's your replacement coffee. The barista placed a new coffee next to Reed's hand. Thank you so much. I'm sorry about the mess. It's no problem. Happens all the time. The woman offered Reed an easy smile before turning back to her work and starting on a frappuccino order. Reed's attention floated back to Phoenix, but he didn't say anything. His words got caught in his throat as he met Phoenix's gaze again. So, Reed croaked, would you like to find a seat? Lead the way. Phoenix smiled. Right. He cleared his throat and scanned the interior again. The round tables lining the walls were occupied. The long table in the center of the room was littered with students hunched over open books with lukewarm drinks beside their non-dominant hands. Reed saw himself in them, and it took him back to his own medical school days when he lived off of coffee and stress. A little smile touched his face. The only empty space in the room was a shallow love seat perpendicular to the corner point of the room, and Reed guided Phoenix over to it, sitting down on one cushion. Phoenix took the other and placed his drink on the side table, eagerly pinching his dessert again. He studied Reed with playful green eyes before he sat back on the couch, crossing one leg over an ankle. So, Mr. McAllister. Dr. McAllister, Reed corrected. Dr. McAllister, Phoenix corrected himself with a chuckle, tell me more about, well, you. Everything out of his mouth was a tease. His tongue rolled over his words, turning the simplest question into an innuendo. Reed wet his lips. When Phoenix directed his attention to Reed, his heart fluttered in his chest, and when Phoenix looked away, affording him an uninhibited view, Reed was stunned by the almost otherworldly beauty in the other man. His beauty went beyond the physical components. There was a casual demeanor about him. A lightness. He also had a musical sound to his voice, a soothing tone. His laughter was a song on the wind. "What do you want to know about me?" "Enough to be sure you won't kill me and hide my body if I spend 2 weeks with you." Phoenix winked. "Tell me." He pinched another bit of his dessert. It was a lemon cake. Reed could smell it as he lifted another small bite from the paper bag. "What kind of men you're into? What kind of person do your parents expect to see you with?" "Oh, I figured you could be yourself." "I imagine being yourself is the easiest, right?" "Sweet of you, but I'm not exactly hired to be myself. I'm hired to be whatever you want me to be, so have at it." "You want sweet, funny, serious?" "I would like you to be yourself, truly." "Definitely not helpful." "How about this? Tell me about your last partner." "There isn't one." "Wait," Phoenix looked up, eyes dancing. "You've never had a partner?" "Being a doctor is very time-consuming." "Oh, I bet." Phoenix chuckled. It tickled Reed's ears and spread a little warmth through his body. "So no partner. Who's your standby hookup then?" Reed bit his bottom lip. "I don't think you need to know so much about my private life to pretend to be my partner, do you?" "I guess I don't, but you're really not giving me too much to go on here." "I told you. I would prefer it if you are yourself." He paused. "It said on the website you have a master's degree." "Yup. I do. I was going to go for a PhD, but school is expensive." "It is. It's a privilege largely, but I thought most PhD programs pay for their students to attend." "They do, but you still have your housing, your expenses, entertainment, everything else you might want to do, but sure, the school part is free. I started this job at the tail end of my master's program because it helped pay the bills, then it kind of took over." Reed nodded, lips tugging into a light smirk. He was a bundle of nerves, but school was something he had plenty of experience with. School he could talk about. Understandable. People always advise students to stay in school until they're completely finished. Once you start earning an income, it's very difficult to go back to school. Truth. Phoenix nodded, taking a quick sip of his chai. "Are you planning to return for your PhD?" I don't know, really. School is fun, but I've realized I'm probably not going to change careers anytime soon. The best part about this gig is men only get better with time. When I'm old and gray, I'll still be a hit with my clients." Phoenix bobbed his eyebrows. "What do you think? How would I look as a silver fox?" You look quite good now, and like you said, men get better with time." He went for the diplomatic answer, but his cheeks were still warm to the touch as he did. He had other reasons why he hadn't bothered dating in the last few years. Work and school was the easy answer, but the more complicated answer was he hadn't found anyone appealing. Just his luck that the first guy he was attracted to in years happened to be someone he was paying, but each little glance from Phoenix made his heart skip several beats and his breath short. When Phoenix's gaze lingered on him, his whole body tingled, and his cock stirred in his pants. "Thanks for the compliment. You're not too shabby looking yourself. Hot for a doctor." "For a doctor?" "Yeah. For a doctor. Tell me about your family." He finished the last bite of his cake and set the paper bag aside, focusing on his coffee instead. "Well, my mother is nosy, and if you decide to take the job, she will pry into your personal life. My father is a manly man, but he accepts me for who I am, and he's not homophobic or anything." "Good to know." "Oh? I grew up on a farm in the country." Reed picked at the top of his coffee mug, popping the lid off and idly refitting it. "Farm in the country?" "Yeah. You seem embarrassed by it." No, not embarrassed, but when I admit it, most don't believe me. I was milking cows and collecting chicken eggs from the time I could stand. MNF. Phoenix smiled. It was more genuine and less playful this time. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of this big-shot doctor who came from rather humble beginnings. Thank you. I have 2 siblings, both of whom have partners. My oldest sibling has children, and my sister has a new boyfriend she's head over heels for. And you don't want to be the odd one out this year. I want to avoid the questions and the pacifying looks, Reed confessed. He hadn't quite placed why he didn't want to go to his parents' place alone until this moment, but the truth was he didn't want to be the 5th wheel around 2 established couples. He didn't want to be the only one not snuggled into someone's side when they watched holiday movies, and he didn't want to wake up alone in his bed with no one to roll over and whisper Merry Christmas to him. Now we're getting to the root of the problem. Phoenix swirled his coffee and took another sip. I'll do it. For the price we had previously discussed. Yup. Reed couldn't quite describe what happened in his stomach when Phoenix fully agreed. A mix of fireworks and butterflies, as cliché as it sounded, and it set him completely off kilter. He was breaking the very first rule when it came to hiring an escort, and his heart was almost thrilled to run headfirst into what was sure to be an absolute disaster. Okay. Then what now? When did you want to leave? I gotta pack and get my affairs in order, you know. I was thinking perhaps Saturday. It's a 9-hour drive to my family's place, so the first day and the last day will be spent traveling. Sounds good to me. Phoenix smiled, but this time it didn't reach his eyes. His expression was tight, weighty, but he simply nodded, downed the last of his coffee, and stood up. I'll send you payment information. Phoenix's tense expression tempered Reed, putting a lid on his excitement. It was clear the escort wasn't necessarily looking forward to spending his holiday working, and to be fair, Reed wasn't looking forward to spending his holiday surrounded by his nosy family either. Oh right. Sure. So, I will see you in 4 days. Yup. 4 days, and I know you can't wait. He glanced over his shoulder at Reed, blessing him with a sunny smile. It reached his eyes, and they dazzled with mirth because he knew he was right. For the first time in a long time, Reed might have been looking forward to his holiday vacation. Chapter 4. Phoenix. His heart galloped in his chest as he made his exit. He wanted another glimpse of Reed. He wanted to drink him in like the tall glass of dark liquor he was, taste his mahogany skin, suck him dry. Phoenix was desperate to fall into the bed with the one man who wasn't interested in anything physical. He had left on cue, leaving Reed hungry for more of him and leaving himself equally as hungry for more of Reed, and met Danny at the Outback Texas Steakhouse right around the corner. He breezed inside and weaved through the aisles until he slumped into their designated booth. She already had a beer in front of her, and the last bit of a warm, buttery roll in her fingers. It was slathered with an apple cinnamon spread and headed straight for her mouth. She swallowed it, then smiled. How'd it go? I'm going to do it, Phoenix admitted. You didn't get anything for me. Well, I had stuff for you, but someone ran long with his meeting and this someone got hungry. Her eyebrows lifted and her eyes bugged. The conversation was rocky at first, but it improved. Plus he's very cute, and he's a doctor. I can see the dollar signs in your eyes. Can you just admit you're a bit of a gold digger? Is it really gold digging if I publicly make my money from being an escort? There aren't any secrets here. He knows he's paying for my company, and some men don't mind. Hell, some men actually like it. It's a turn-on for them. Sure, and it's a turn-on for you. Phoenix smirked. I can't deny the fact that the color green makes my cock rise. Okay. Too much information. Officially. You're saying your pussy doesn't get wet when you smell the money because we've had enough three-ways for me to know you're lying, sweetheart. She rolled her eyes and finished up her beer, beckoning the server to them and ordering 2 more. She also requested a replacement basket of rolls and dinner menus. The server breathed a sigh and nodded, zipping away from them again after giving Phoenix a once-over. "Anyway, enough about my pussy." "Well, that's a first," Phoenix murmured. "Shut up." Danny scrunched her face at Phoenix. "Let's talk about how this money you're getting for a holiday vacation can drastically change your life. I mean, I know you can buy stuff for us, but you could also pay off the bulk of your credit cards in collections." "I could, but they're in collections, so what's the rush?" "The rush is cleaning up your credit score, getting your mother completely out of your life, and moving forward." Phoenix bit the inside of his cheek, fixing his attention on the striped wood grain on the table. "Yeah. Look, I know it hurts to cut her out, but it may be best. She only brings you a headache. Ever since I can remember, you've been taking care of her. She thinks she's owed your money, and it's not true. You have a life, and you should live your life." I know. It's just hard. She called me a few weeks ago saying our home needed renovations." "Her home. Not yours. You live here, and if the house needs renovations, she can get off her lily-white ass and make some money." "Hey," Phoenix snapped, "she may be a bitch, but she's still my mom." Danny crossed her arms over her chest. "Fine, but my point still stands. If she needs money, she can work for it just like you do." "Well, not just like I do, but yeah, you're right." "I know I'm right." Danny chewed her bottom lip and then sighed. "I'm sorry. I know this is difficult, but I want you to be happy. I don't want you to drag yourself down while trying to pull your mother up, okay?" I know. Phoenix pinched his forehead as tears stung his eyes. He wasn't usually this sensitive when it came to his family, but the holidays made the emptiness ache more. Ever since he stopped seeing his mother during holidays, he'd spent them with his best friend, but this year, well, he'd be with a bunch of strangers for both Christmas and New Year's, and he wasn't prepared. The server dropped the menu beers and rolls in front of them, and Phoenix put his drink to his lips, wetting his parched lips and dry throat. "You can always tell him no, if you don't think you're up to being the world's best boyfriend during the holidays. You don't have to take this job, you know," Danny whispered. "You'll get enough work from your regulars." I know, but he was sweet. He is sweet, and there's no sex included in the transaction. Literally, all I have to do is hang around with these people, eat Christmas dinner, maybe even get some presents, and watch some fireworks on New Year's. If I'm feeling really squirrely, I guess I could kiss the guy on New Year's at midnight, but as shy as he was, it may not be a requirement either. Easy doesn't mean worth it. Phoenix drummed his fingers on the body of his beer bottle, wetting his fingers with the condensation. "I'm going to hell for this, but I think I want to spend the time with him. I want to get to know him better." Danny froze with her fingers hovering over the fresh basket of rolls. Are you falling for a client? You are really asking for a one-way ticket, aren't you?" "I'm not falling for him. We barely know each other. I'm just saying, it's not going to be especially difficult to pretend to be his lover for 14 days. So you're falling for him. It's all over your pretty dumb face." Phoenix rolled his eyes. "Whatever. You gonna be alright alone for 14 days? Absolutely. If you're feeling generous, leave me $1,000, and I'll redecorate our place for you before you get back." "Not a fucking chance, sis." Danny laughed. "Fine. Are you going to take time off, or are you going to go ahead and take some clients?" "You know what? I think I might actually take some clients. I can put a pretty high price on it since it's the holidays, and since we're not doing our usual thing, I don't have much else to do." "That's the spirit." Phoenix clinked his beer against Danny's. "Or you could take the time to finish your book you've been working on for the last 2 years. How much do you have left on it?" I guess I could. I only have maybe 20 or 30,000 words left." "You can knock it out in 2 weeks, right? I mean, you'll have the house all to yourself so you can really dig into your process." Danny pursed her lips together, contemplating Phoenix's words. Then she tilted her head from side to side. Yeah, you're right. I kind of like the idea of spending my time finishing up my novel. Phoenix smiled. I like the idea of you finishing it too. I've been waiting to read the ending for a whole year now. You're my biggest and only cheerleader, you know this, right? Your biggest, but I won't be the only. As soon as the world sees this book, they'll love it. Well, now you're lying. There's always going to be someone who hates what I'm doing. Sure, but don't pay them any mind. You're amazing, you have a clear vision, and it's going to be great. You have a unique view, and your view is what makes your writing amazing. I guess. She frowned. I wouldn't consider a half-Asian view super unique, but I guess. You grew up with a foot in two different worlds, and it's interesting. Eating quiche for Thanksgiving with your mother, and those little rice ball things with your father. The ones with the dates in the middle. Rice balls, yeah. She scrunched her nose. Now I have a taste for those, We should get some before I go. I leave Saturday for the family Christmas bonanza. Sounds like a plan. With a smile, Danny went back to polishing off the basket of rolls. Phoenix snaked one away from her and nursed it until their main courses arrived, and they ate in silence. After dinner, they stopped at the superstore and collected an assortment of necessary travel items. Phoenix tossed in a pack of condoms, a travel size of lubricant, a small container of his favorite cologne, and all the other necessities. Despite the amount of money he pulled in yearly, his suitcase had truly seen better days, and he contemplated purchasing a new set, but then thought the better of it, and as he packed the 14th pair of designer briefs into his suitcase, Danny handed him a beer. So, what are you planning to say when they ask you what you do for work? I've been thinking about it, honestly, and I'm not sure. I don't want to have a deadbeat job since the guy is a freaking doctor, but I also don't want to pick an unrealistic job. You know what I mean? What if they ask me questions about it? Pick something you know about then. Yeah. Phoenix frowned, starting to pack away his clothes next. The problem is I don't know what it would be. Well, you do have a Master's of Science in Architecture, so you could say you're an intern at an architectural firm. Phoenix shoved his clothes in his suitcase, setting his jaws when Danny mentioned his schooling. Yeah, I'm not saying anything about my master's degree. Okay, why not? Because it's not important. It's a freaking Master's of freaking Science. It's very important. It means you don't have to do this job, you know. You don't have to suck dick and perform for your clients to make money. I don't want to be an architect, okay? He jerked the zipper closed. I'm not saying you're being one. I'm saying it's a realistic lie you can tell these people, so they don't pry too much. You really don't have to be so freaking touchy about it, and honestly, I don't even understand why it's such a big deal anyway. It's not a big deal. Could have fooled me, but whatever. I'm going to bed. You can pout up here all you want, but I have a brunch date tomorrow and a charity event in the evening, so I need to get my rest. Sure, Phoenix grumbled, watching his best friend prance down the hall. He didn't enjoy snapping at her, not when in some ways she was right. After he set his suitcase by the door, he retired for the night too, but not without sneaking in a little research. He typed Reed's name into the internet search browser on his cell phone, and he browsed the information that came up until his eyes were heavy with sleep. The days before he left with Reed flew by, and like a child on Christmas morning, he lay in his bed Friday night tossing and turning, willing the time to move faster, and being disappointed when it didn't. The doctor had texted him with a time, and he had replied with his address. It broke protocol, but Phoenix had worked himself into a little frenzy and hadn't realized his mistake until the message was sent. Saturday morning he buzzed around the house, finishing last-minute tasks and packing last-minute items until the doorbell rang, and his heart jumped into his throat. He bolted towards the door, then sucked in a deep, slow breath, schooling his emotions. How did it look for a whore to be excited about a business transaction? Not good. He bit his lips, drawing blood to the surface of them, and tugged his joggers lower on his hips before he unlocked the door and rested his eyes on Reed. The doctor instantly stole his breath, rendering him speechless for the first time in his life. Reed combed his locks from over his slim shoulders and adjusted his V-necked shirt too. He was clearly uncomfortable without his scrubs, but Phoenix's mouth watered at the light dusting of chest hair over his brown skin, the shadows of lean muscles, and the way the sun backlit his form, haloing him, curling around the edges of his body like an angel in a classic painting. There was attractive, hot, and then there was absolutely stunning, and Reed fell into the last category. Phoenix's cock stirred in the crotch of his sweats. He made no move to hide it, but the doctor was either kind enough to ignore his physical manifestation of his interests, or too oblivious to notice it. "Are you ready?" Reed asked. "If we don't make any stops, it's a 9-hour drive, so we should get on the road pretty quickly unless we want to drive at night." "Sure. I have my suitcase over here," Phoenix croaked, hiking his thumb behind him. "Would you like me to get it for you?" He laughed. "Nah. I got my own suitcase." Reed's nerves comforted his own, reminding him he had the upper hand here. He was used to these situations. Reed wasn't. "Ah. Great then." Phoenix grabbed his stuffed full duffel bag and a small multimedia bag before he strolled out of his place, locking the door behind him. "So what's the plan here? Are we taking turns driving, you driving the entire way, or—" His words cut off when he turned around and his eyes landed on a sleek, limited edition sports car in midnight blue. It glistened in the sunlight just like its owner. This is yours?" "Ah yes. I know it's over the top. I had considered getting a rental, actually." No, it's fucking great. Can I drive? Please?" Reed shook his head as a little smile crept onto his face, absolving much of his anxiety, and Phoenix preened with his accomplishment. "Yeah, you can drive." Reed handed Phoenix the keys. "I was looking forward to relaxing, anyway. This is the first official vacation I've had in years." "Yes?" Beaming, Phoenix dashed down the sidewalk, throwing his duffel bag and laptop bag into the trunk, and sinking into the driver's seat with a groan. He adjusted the seat for himself, pushing it forward for his shorter legs and leaning the seat back to accommodate his bulk. Once Reed climbed in the passenger side, he whipped out of the driveway and got on the road. Chapter 5. Reed. He was initially relieved Phoenix was content with driving and listening to music for the first hour of the trip, allowing him to watch the world move outside the passenger window. Phoenix was a character, and he wasn't sure what parts of the man were real and what parts were an act. Did he really enjoy singing along to top pop songs? Was he truly impressed with Reed's choice of car, or did he think of him as shallow and vapid because of it? He was an enigma with a proudly smiling face, and as he bellowed pop song after pop song, Reed found his curiosity growing. They had glossed over so many things about Phoenix's life, and he knew it hadn't been accidental. He knew he couldn't rely on an escort to tell him anything besides what he wanted to hear, but the twist was he wanted to hear about Phoenix. Nothing more or less. When the radio station became fuzzy, Reed turned it off. "Hey," Phoenix remarked, glancing towards Reed with a sharp expression before turning back to the road. "It was my favorite song." "You said the last several songs were your favorite." "You're being hyperbolic." "I'm not. I swear this one was really my favorite though." "I can't believe anything you say." "Sure you can." Reed flicked his gaze towards Phoenix. "What things then?" "You can believe my name is Phoenix." "I thought it was your escort name like Crystal, like the champagne." "Nope. Scout's honor, my real name is Phoenix." "Do you have any other mythical creature siblings?" "Actually," he snapped a finger, turning smiling features towards Reed, "I do have a sibling, but she's not named after a mythical creature unfortunately. Her name is Ember." "Ah. Well, your mother had a theme at least," Reed murmured, turning away from Phoenix again. He chuckled. "I suppose you're right. There is a theme, huh?" Reed nodded. He let the conversation lapse, and Phoenix seemed to be content with the spooling silence between them. Reed wasn't, however, so he turned around again, studying Phoenix's profile. The man gave him a quick smile. "What is it?" "Nothing. I'm just looking at you." "I can see you're looking at me. What's on your mind?" Reed chewed his bottom lip. "Listen. I know I'm paying you for your services, but I want you to be yourself." Phoenix didn't respond. "Do you know who that is?" "Yeah, I know who I am," he snapped. The anger was sudden, like a lick of oil over a hot stove. It popped Reed, warning him against continuing, but Reed was stubborn, thick-skinned, and willing to continue. "I was only wondering. I know it can be easy to forget who you are when you have to be a chameleon for your clients. I don't have to be a chameleon." "You don't?" "The impression I gathered was you are paid to be whatever it is your client needs." "Well, yeah. Don't you change yourself a bit when you speak with your patients?" "A little, maybe. However, it is besides the fact. My point is I want you to be, well, you. I don't want you to make up a perfect boyfriend persona. I don't want to spend 14 days with the image of the perfect boyfriend." "I get it." "Okay," Reed wet his lips. "Tell me then something else about yourself." Phoenix clenched his jaws, grinding his teeth together. "All right." He glanced at Reed and then back at the road. "I hate holidays." "Why?" "The usual," Phoenix shrugged. "Parents on a budget, didn't have the money to get what I really wanted." He waved a hand. "Always hoping an absent father would pop up with presents and hugs." "I see." "Yup. So yeah, I am going to pretend like I love Christmas rather than being some big Scrooge the whole time. I know you're not paying me to be an asshole to your family. My family is generally nice, so I don't think you'd have any reason to be an asshole." "Your family, not mine," Phoenix whispered. "I get it, but they will accept you as you are, and be prepared for my mother to ask you about all of your favorite foods so she can make them for you." "Huh. Besides, the farm is a big place, and you can quite easily avoid most of the Christmas-wise stuff if you head out before my mother wakes up. There's plenty to do. Farm life is pretty busy." Reed studied him as he steered the conversation, wary of Phoenix's anger. He wasn't fearful of the other man, but Reed knew well enough the happiest people can also be some of the saddest, and he had hired him for a full 14-day vacation, after all. He didn't want to start it off with tension. "Hard to believe you grew up on a farm." "Why so?" Reed smirked, happy he took the bait. "Because you're some high-profile pediatric doctor now." "You looked me up?" Reed tilted his head. "Yeah. I look up all my potential clients. I like to know who may have a record or not." "It makes sense, actually. So, what information did you find on me?" "Pediatric doctor, some charity work, the usual. All your events list just you. No plus ones or anything, which leads me to believe you've been single for a good long while." "I have. I feel like we've been over this." "Refresh me, because it's odd for someone as attractive as you to be single for such a long time." "You're basing my personal life just on my attractiveness?" "Well, you also have a damn good job and seem to be a nice person. So far, anyway. But most everything starts with the physical." "True, I suppose. I've just been busy with work." "Busy with work since you graduated medical school?" "Yes," Reed hissed. "Yeah, okay. Everyone makes space to get dick down if they want it. Speaking of which, you're really sure you don't want any extra? You don't have to be coy with me, you know. I'm a sex worker. I've done a little of everything." "Have you really?" Phoenix smirked. "Yeah, honestly, I have. So if you're just into some kinky shit, I won't judge." Reed scoffed, shaking his head again. Now his cheeks warmed a little bit, and the back of his neck tingled. He hadn't thought he was into anything unique, but he couldn't deny the fact that basic sex didn't appeal to him. He knew he wasn't asexual, considering how many times he'd relieved himself between his first meeting with Phoenix and now. I'm not. Spanking? Cum control. Do you want to get me on my knees and watch me jack off while you give me instructions? What? Reed blinked. What? I mean, the last one sounds kind of hot. Reed flushed more, scrubbing his cheeks. No. No. I don't want any of it from you. Just what I paid for. Too bad, because I was kind of willing to throw in at least one session of whatever you wanted. Interesting. Think about it. I won't judge if what you want is for me to spread you over my lap and redden your bubble butt. Stop. We're done with this conversation now. Fine, Phoenix drawled. His eyes sparkled as he fixed his attention on the road. Reed sucked in his breath and sighed, shaking off the tension that had snaked up his spine. The problem wasn't just Phoenix's forwardness, it was also the way Reed's body had responded. His cock had stirred in his jeans, pressing against the zippered fly. His asshole clenched and his skin was on fire. He let the conversation die there, and Phoenix turned on the radio again, twisting the knob until it landed on a clear station. He hummed along to the songs, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel as he drove. Content somehow, despite the rockiness of their conversation. Or maybe it wasn't so rocky. Maybe he'd been around worse. Reed let his own thoughts consume him as they traveled state to state, stopping at rest areas for bathroom breaks and cruising through drive-thrus for food. In the early afternoon, when 5 hours of their trip had passed, Phoenix veered off onto an unknown exit, snapping Reed out of his thoughts. Where are we going? You didn't see the sign. We're going to go see the largest ball of twine. Why? Why not? I want to see it, and we can practice this boyfriend thing before we're in front of your parents. Oh, right. Practice, Reed swallowed. Practice sounds like a good idea. Thought so. Phoenix pulled into an empty parking lot in front of a rickety shack. However big the ball of twine was from the outside, it wasn't piquing Reed's interests. Phoenix hopped out, stretched his hands over his head, and strolled around to the car, opening Reed's door for him and extending his hand. Come on, sweetheart, let's go check out this ball of twine. Reed inhaled a deep breath, expanding his chest as he stood up and slithered out of the vehicle, moving between the car's hard aluminum exterior and Phoenix's solid body. Their chests brushed against each other, electric despite their winter layers. Phoenix's woodsy pine cologne touched Reed's nose. It was a signature scent, one he couldn't readily place, but it pleased his senses, and a little whimper escaped his throat. The escort smiled. Something you like, sweetheart? Pick a different pet name, Reed murmured. You don't like sweetheart? Not at all. Phoenix placed a hand against the side of the vehicle, trapping Reed between the door and his body. Phoenix's little display of strength excited Reed, and that excitement pooled between his hips. How about baby, sexy dear honey? How about my name? Phoenix hummed again, combing his free hand through Reed's locks. He settled them around his face while brushing the backs of his fingers along Reed's jawline, painting fire along his skin. He was laying it on thick, but despite it being all for practice, Reed found himself wishing it were real. I'm a pet name kind of guy myself. I noticed, dearest. Phoenix chuckled. Cute. I'll think on something else. He pressed his thumb into Reed's chin, tipping his head down a few increments, lining their lips up, letting his warm breath puff against Reed's lips, but he didn't go in for the kiss. Instead, he swiped his thumb over Reed's throbbing lips and peeled away from him. Reed's body mourned the loss, but he was grateful to find he wasn't the only one sporting a hard-on. Phoenix had one of his own trapped in the confines of his jeans. The outline was abundantly visible, and Reed was pleased, glad he excited Phoenix as much as Phoenix excited him, and that knowledge emboldened him too. We should go inside now, Reed challenged, adjusting his clothes on his body and taking Phoenix's hand. Phoenix didn't protest, and hand in hand, they strolled up to the entrance. Reed caught a glimpse of them in the tinted window before Phoenix jerked the door open, and he was stunned. He knew how he looked, and he knew how Phoenix looked, but seeing himself beside the other man moved something inside him. It was as if he were looking into a mirror that showed only his deepest and most intimate desires, and hand in hand with the man beside him, he realized one of his most intimate desires was for a partner. He desired someone who could pull him out of his work haze, someone who would take random exits on the highway and follow the new road wherever it went. He craved the spontaneity, required it, and he gave a little squeeze to Phoenix's hand as the man led him inside the establishment and approached the counter with a boyish grin. 2 tickets to see the largest ball of twine, please. Phoenix dug his wallet out of his pocket as a bored employee rolled his eyes up to the pair of them. He hadn't been expecting visitors, clearly, and he was midway through a drugstore novel, the type printed on off-white pages with a flashy cover. He tucked a bookmark in his place and set the book aside. Sure. It'll be $10 each. Phoenix handed over a 20, and the man handed him 2 carnival-style tickets custom printed with the establishment's logo and the name of the attraction. Thanks. Hope you enjoy, the man replied, picking up his novel again and settling back in his seat, fading into the atmosphere around him. Thank you, Reed murmured. The attraction was in one room just past the front desk, and inside the room there was a case with exactly what was advertised. Was it the biggest ball of twine? Reed couldn't be sure, but was it a very large ball of twine? Yes. Several spotlights illuminated the ball of twine from all sides, and Phoenix squeezed Reed's hand. What do you think? I am not quite convinced it was worth $10. Lucky you didn't pay for it then, huh? Phoenix smirked. He led Reed around the case. How are you amused by this? Reed frowned, following after him. How are you not, honestly? It's so ridiculous you can't help but be amused by it. I'm not seeing your interest here. Reed squinted at the ball of twine again. It seems so trivial in the grand scheme of things. It is trivial in the grand scheme of things, and trivial is okay. The world is heavy, dark, and black, and sometimes you have to just enjoy what comes your way. Like a large ball of twine? Yup. Like a large ball of twine. Phoenix smiled, tugging Reed closer to him. Or like a 14-day vacation with a gorgeous stranger. I'm paying you, Reed whispered. And I could have still said no if I wanted to. I've said no to others. Phoenix snaked his hand free from Reed's and placed it at the small of his back, slipping under his winter jacket and pressing it into his warm skin. Phoenix's hands were chilled and rough, but Reed's body wasn't complaining. He shivered, turning his head to Phoenix. Phoenix's proximity to him set off alarm bells in his brain. He shivered in the trap of Phoenix's arms, but then he centered himself. A relationship wasn't one-sided, even a fake one, and he closed more of the distance between their bodies, touching his forehead to Phoenix's. Then why did you say yes to me? Do you want the truth? God's honest? Please. I thought you were hot, and I was willing to take the chance. Phoenix lifted his chin. You came my way. Wasn't expecting to hit it off. I had my mind set on saying no, but yes was what came out of my mouth. I see. What about you? What made you decide to hire me? My fingers slipped, and I called you entirely by accident, Reed teased. Aha. God's honest truth. Reed's voice softened, and tears brimmed his eyes. He hadn't actually thought about what had brought him here since the initial meeting, but the pain of it was fresh as soon as he ripped open the wound. One of my patients passed away, and they were so little. Not even a year, and I watched his mother cradle him and his father cradle her. I realized I wanted someone to look at me the same way they looked at each other. Phoenix's teasing sobered too, and he lidded his eyes. I'm sorry. I am not the one who needs your condolences. Maybe not officially, but I don't like the thought of you hurting. Ah. Kind of you. Reed's words were clipped, tense and short as he glanced into Phoenix's eyes before diverting his gaze. He tried to compartmentalize his emotions, but Phoenix's kindness was making it difficult, and a knot grew in Reed's throat. He swallowed around it, fighting to keep his emotions in check, but as his eyelashes fluttered, he knew he had failed. Reed cleared his throat, turning his head away from the other man before slipping away from Phoenix. He left him there, standing in front of the biggest ball of twine as he jogged out of the room, out of the building, and raced back to his vehicle, pinching his eyes as the tears charted a path down his cheeks. Chapter 6. Phoenix. The rest of the drive was largely uneventful. Reed had given Phoenix a lot to unpack, and he was busy unpacking it as they drove. With 3 hours left, they were on the back half of the trip, and Phoenix drummed his fingers on the steering wheel as they got closer and closer to Reed's childhood home. 2 hours out, they drove through the last major city, and afterwards it was small towns dotting the way. Eventually, the built-in GPS system failed, and Reed gave him manual directions until he turned on a dirt road. Gravel crunched under the sports car's tires as he followed a winding path up to a sturdy-looking brick home. Around the house there were barns, coops, work vehicles, trailers, and more. It was a farm in all sense of the word, and dogs lifted their heads in howls, chasing after the car until Phoenix parked in front of the house and turned off the engine. "We're here." Reed glanced at Phoenix. "It's a farm." "Yes? I mean, it's really a fucking farm." "Yup," Reed shrugged. "But it's nothing to worry about. No one will make you work. You grew up here?" "Mostly," Reed mused before he climbed out of the passenger side, stretching his lean body and looking around the area. He barely fit the setting. A dreadlocked black man standing on the backdrop of a farm in a cowled scarf, a designer blazer, and box-toed loafers. Strange. Once Reed had taken in the surroundings, he bent forward and greeted the dogs wiggling at his feet, and it only made them more excited. They yapped and yipped, and Reed's perpetual frown lifted to an easy, effortless smile. A man who liked animals was always a good thing. Phoenix took a deep breath and opened the driver's side door, peeling out of the vehicle and straightening his clothes. He fussed with his jacket, his jeans, and his shirt before taking his own look around the place. The sun had disappeared behind the two-level home, and the sky was painted in soft purples and blues, casting a softness over everything in his view. The place was picture-perfect, with naked trees dotting rolling hills and pockets of snow still covering the ground, escaping the harsh midday sunlight. Horses and cows grazed to the left of the house, scattered across a massive field, and the right side was full of equipment. An old two-tone truck sat under a makeshift metal covering, with its nose sticking out in the front and the bed sticking out on the other side. "So weird," Phoenix murmured again. Movement pulled his attention, and he turned to the house as the front door opened and two pale-skinned people walked out. Phoenix blinked, cutting his attention to Reed, who had a bright smile on his face as he looked on the other two people. "Mom, Dad," Reed called. "You finally made it." The woman stepped off the porch, smoothing her hands over light-washed pencil leg pants. "We were starting to get worried, since we hadn't had an update since you left this morning, and you passed the 9-hour mark nearly 2 hours ago." She walked across the lawn towards the doctor. The love and adoration for him was clear in her eyes. "Sorry, Mom," Reed looked at Phoenix. "This guy here wanted to stop and check out the largest ball of twine, along with stretching his legs at every single rest stop." "It's what they're for." Phoenix wiped the shock from his face and stepped around the vehicle, posting himself at Reed's side. "Mr. and Mrs. McAllister." He extended a hand. Phoenix white. "I'm the one taking care of this workaholic, so you two don't have to worry." Reed's father, the man towering over his welcoming mother, shook Phoenix's hand, but didn't speak. He didn't have to because he made every thought in his mind clear on his face. He wasn't too keen on Phoenix, and Phoenix understood. This couple hadn't stumbled upon a kid, and it was clear from the stark differences in skin tone that Reed hadn't come from her belly. Reed wasn't biologically attached to them, and while it could have made the connection weaker, in this case, it made the connection stronger. Phoenix white? Reed's mother at least smiled, and it shaved several years off her weathered, farm-roughened features. "I guess I should thank you too, for getting my son to come home for the holidays. He hasn't been home in so many years." "Mom, I've been busy," Reed murmured. "Too busy for your mother, I know." "I know." She waved him off, happily dismissive, and turned back to Phoenix. "So Phoenix, may I call you Phoenix?" "Absolutely. Phoenix is fine." "Oh good. So I confess, I haven't heard much about you, but it's my son's fault. He's been so secretive about his personal life. So tell me about yourself. What do you do for work?" Danny had warned him, and true enough, it had been the first question out of Reed's mother's mouth. He had 9 hours to consider what he was going to say, and yet he still fumbled when the million-dollar question came up, so he said the first thing that popped up in his brain. Right now, I'm an intern for a private architectural firm. Inwardly he cringed, but outwardly he kept his happy facade. I'm also taking classes at the local university, finishing up a PhD in architecture. If Reed was shocked at his response, he played it off and disengaged himself from his mother, approaching his father and breaking into 2 separate conversations. The stoic gentleman and Reed shared the same personality, at least, even if they didn't share the same skin tone, and the 2 rather serious men stepped away. "How's the farm been?" Reed asked, concern coloring his features as they continued away from the vehicle and towards the fence. The father's response was rumbled, and Phoenix couldn't make it out. "Don't mind those 2, Reed's mother said. "A PhD in architecture is impressive. So you like design?" "I like the science of design specifically, but I also enjoy the visual too. People think architecture is all about drawing buildings, but there's a lot of science and math in it." "Oh, really?" She lifted feathery blonde eyebrows. "It's a very impressive field. I am guessing your eventual plan is to have your own firm." "Perhaps so. To be honest, I haven't thought so far ahead." Phoenix gave a pseudo-honest smile. "I've considered staying in the department as a teacher rather than branching off into the working world, but students. I've heard they can be a nightmare sometimes." Reed's mother chuckled. "You sound like my son when he talks about his interns." The woman touched Phoenix's shoulder. "Why don't you come inside out of the chill? Your cheeks are starting to get red." "Sure. Let me grab my bags." "Oh no," the woman waved a hand. "Reed'll get them when he comes in from the field." "Ah," Phoenix tilted his head for a second time. The Reed he knew was clean-cut and proper, but by this point he had already hopped the fence and started across the field with his father. Phoenix chewed his bottom lip at the sight of the doctor standing in a field surrounded by animals. There was something thrilling about it, something unique. Well, okay then. This wasn't going quite as expected, and Phoenix wasn't mad about it at all. "There's a little bit of dinner left over, if you're hungry. I could eat. Now, I don't know what kind of food you city children like, but I've made a good stick-to-your-bones meal, and you need a little fat on you." The way Reed's parents accepted him soothed the few worries he had. He never knew what to expect when it came to the older generation, but both of them were accommodating in their way. Non-judgmental. "Warm." "Me?" "Yes, you. There's not an ounce of fat on you." Phoenix laughed. "Reed's the health nut. I eat any and everything." "Oh. He is too, isn't he? Let me tell you. He went vegetarian for 4 years, living on a farm." "Do you guys kill the animals for food here?" "We do. We didn't used to, but Reed, smart as a whip, realized how easy it was to do the processing ourselves rather than outsource it, so when Reed was 10 years old, we started processing and selling the excess locally." "So, you mean he would help kill the animals but he wouldn't eat the meat?" The woman nodded as she pushed open the front door and ushered Phoenix inside. They entered a modest foyer with hardwood stretching through the house. A row of muddy work boots sat just inside the door to the left, and a cluttered counter sat to the right. The counter made Phoenix twitch, but then he looked away from it and continued through the cozy living room, glimpsing a well-worn couch and pair of wingback chairs and stepping inside the kitchen. He was hit with the gamey scent of drying meat, and his hunger woke up, erupting in a deep growl. "I apologize for the mess in here. Tex took down a deer, and we've got a list of people ready and waiting for our spicy deer jerky. It smells amazing. You want to try some? I always make enough for us before I make it to sell." She shuffled around the kitchen, digging out a plastic bag full of stripped, non-uniform strips of meat. Phoenix's mouth watered. "Yes, please." He accepted a piece when offered, and bit into it with a groan. A burst of flavor hit his tongue. An expert blend. Something he'd never tried before. The meat itself was chewy, but not unreasonably so. How is it? Tex told me this batch was too spicy. Phoenix swallowed, covering his mouth and ducking his head as he did. No. It's delicious, actually. Wow. I don't mean to be too forward, but now I'm interested to see what you've got in store for dinner. Nothing special, actually. It was just us today. Aiden and his family aren't arriving until the end of this week, because the children don't get out of school until Thursday, and I'm not too sure what Brenda and her boyfriend are doing. Ah. Go ahead and take a seat, and I'll fix you up a plate. Oh. Thank you. Phoenix loosened his scarf around his neck and sat down at the small kitchen table. So, are Aiden and Brenda adopted too? Phoenix exhaled in a half chuckle, glancing down at the table. It was a thought, yeah. Aiden isn't, but after him, I was told I couldn't have any more children, so we adopted Reed and Brenda as children. Brenda we got as a baby, but Reed, well, she wet her lips, flicking her gaze towards the kitchen exit before looking back at Phoenix. His mother didn't want him. She already had several children of her own, and wasn't interested in having another boy. She kept him a while, but he was much younger than the rest of her kids, so she put him up for adoption when he was 5. Ah. We got him a few years afterwards because he had disciplinary reports and he wasn't thriving in the boys' home, so they thought the farm would be a good place for him. Was it? Actually, yes. He thrived here, and Aiden loved having a little brother, so we went through the official adoption process a year later. Phoenix smiled softly. Wow, he murmured, chewing his bottom lip. He didn't tell me. I wouldn't take it too personally. I don't believe there's a right time to tell your loved one your biological parents didn't want you, you know? I guess so. Don't think on it, darling, he cares for you. I can see it all over his face. I know he does. She nodded as she set a pot of peas on the stove. We've got peas, baked chicken, and cornbread. Sounds perfect. I haven't had a proper home-cooked meal in years. Oh, so you don't go and see your mother either? She lives far away, and it's pretty hard to get up to see her. Again he lied. His mother was no further than 30 minutes away from him, but it may as well have been 9 hours. He didn't miss her or her home cooking. I'm sorry you don't get around to seeing your mother very often. If it means anything, you're always welcome here. It means a lot, actually. She warmed a small plate of food for him, placing it in front of him and milling around the kitchen as he ate. She made 2 more plates of food, and then curled her sandy blonde hair behind her ears and turned to Phoenix. I don't mean to trouble you, but would you mind taking these plates of food down to the barn? I suspect Tex and Reed are in there and I'd go myself, but I've got a lot of work left to do before the end of the night. In the barn? She nodded. It's outside to the left. The bigger building. I mean, sure, I'll take it to them. Since they're not back up yet, I'm suspecting they're going to be down there for a while, and I don't want them getting hungry. Should you warm it? The food. Phoenix lifted his eyebrows, eating the last bite on his plate before approaching the covered plates of food. No. There's a microwave down there and a refrigerator too, but it's mostly stocked full of beer. She gave a light chuckle. You don't have to stay down there either, but I suspect since they're still out, our newest sheep may be dropping her babies tonight. Dropping her babies? The woman gave a nod. It's the first time for her though, and my husband likes to keep an eye on the new mothers. Oh. I gotcha. Phoenix picked up the plates. I'll take them down, sure. You said the barn was to the left. I can't miss it, right? He winked at his tease. You can't. Thank you so much. She squeezed Phoenix's bicep before releasing him and letting him stroll out of the room. He stepped back into the chilly winter air, shrugging his shoulders up around his ears as he stomped through fresh fallen snow. The wind rustled his hair as he stalked up to the barn, sinking down into the ground with each step. By the time he reached the barn, his nose and cheeks were weather-beaten, and the hem of his pants and his socks were soaked. He heard their rolling voices. Light conversation, a little laughter, but it was all about the sheep and the process. Phoenix drummed his fingers on the door before poking his head in. Both men snapped their attention to him. The older man, Tex, had one hand on his hip and the other gripping the neck of a beer. His watery blue eyes fixed curiously on Phoenix before he glanced at his son. "It's for you," Tex grunted. "Thanks, Pops." Reed had a beer of his own. Half drank, and he'd completely loosened his scarf, exposing the column of his neck to the winter air. "Keep an eye on her. I'll only be a second." Reed patted his father's shoulder. Yeah. Take your time. Nothing much is happening here right now, anyway. It's a waiting game." Phoenix's attention went from both of the men to what they were waiting on, and his gaze landed on a swollen, thick-coated sheep with curled horns. Pacing and agitated, she tramped the hay under her. His eyes grew as wide as saucers when the animal turned around, revealing the blooming head and one hoof of a tiny, wet lamb. Her tail flicked, and on her retreat, Phoenix noticed another lamb already on the ground, matted with hay and with ears flattened against its head. Breathing. Which was important, right? Reed jogged up to him. "My mom sent food?" "Why, yeah," Phoenix stammered, glancing between them all before tilting his head a little bit. "She's having babies." He nodded. "She is. It felt like 2, but it could be 3. "And you are going to watch?" He nodded again. "Yes, in case she has complications." "Have you done this before? Watched animals give birth?" "All through my childhood." Reed shrugged. "Here, let me get the food and you can go back up to the house if you want to. I may be a while down here." "Right. Sure. Your mother also wanted you to get my bags out of the car." Reed lifted one of the tucked corners of the plates, stealing the cold cornbread and biting into it. He didn't seem to mind. "Of course she did. I'll unload the car too. My room, if you want to go relax, is upstairs. It's the door across from the bathroom. I'm in no rush. I can hang out here for a bit." "You want to watch and you give birth?" Reed quirked an eyebrow. "Sure, why not? What did we talk about earlier?" Reed exhaled in the softest of laughs but nodded. "Right. Well, let me put this in the refrigerator then. Would you like a beer?" "Is that how it works? Drink beer? Watch sheep give birth?" "Yes." Wasn't expecting such an honest answer. Phoenix followed Reed through the barn, hooking his thumbs in his belt loops as he strolled. He was out of his element completely. He'd never been far out of the city, let alone all the way in the country. The musty scent of livestock mingled with the faint smell of manure was new to him, but he reveled in the new environment. He had expected Reed's family to be, well, similar to how Reed presented himself. The man had a fancy car, designer clothes, and a particularly neutral and terse tone, but his family was the opposite. His mother was all smiles, beyond thrilled to have her son under her roof again, and his father, though stoic, was just as thrilled to have the company. They were parents, but more importantly, they enjoyed being parents. They were also modest, accepting, and clearly abundantly generous to have opened their home to 2 orphan children. Hell, Phoenix kind of wished he could be adopted into their family. It was unique, but they were as picture-perfect as the farm they inhabited. Reed handed Phoenix a beer and led him back into the main room, where the 3 of them lingered around the sheep, watchful but not intrusive. The female continued her restless pacing, and the 3 of them drank beer in a comfortable silence. It was cheap beer, all things considered, but the experience was priceless. About 45 minutes passed before there was any action, and it wasn't on the part of the sheep. There was a silent exchange between Tex and Reed moved into the barn's washroom. The water ran, and he came back with his sleeve rolled all the way up to his elbow and an economy-sized container of lubricant in the other. "What's going on?" Phoenix asked in a light voice. Neither man replied to him, and he hadn't expected an answer, but the way the older man straightened up told him something was slightly amiss. Tex discarded his beer, and the 2 men worked together to turn the sheep on her side. Reed coated his whole arm in the lubricant, and then with one hand braced against the animal, he inserted his hand inside her with a scrunched brow. He was working, and it was something he'd done time and time again clearly, and his movements were careful, slow, and gentle. The duo spoke between themselves, but Phoenix was so taken by the visual he couldn't decipher the conversation. Phoenix had never witnessed the birth of an animal, especially not one with complications, especially not one that required the charming man who had hired him to assist. And there was something indescribably beautiful about what he was witnessing. There was a beauty in nature giving birth, watching the creature move and shift and sway for 45 minutes as her body worked through the process. There was also a beauty in the knowledge between the two men watching. There had been little to no discussion between them about the sheep, but with a nod and a few murmured words, they had corrected the issue and gotten the female back on her feet. Within 20 minutes the second lamb had slid out of her, and Phoenix looked away as his eyes burned. He knew what was coming, and he preemptively knuckled his eyes. The two men were busy still, assisting the sheep with afterbirth care and corralling her and her two lambs into a safe area, but Phoenix couldn't stay. He glanced back at them, drinking in the sight of Reed hunched over and working with his scarf completely discarded, his shirt untucked, and his loafers long since replaced by muddy boots, and then he stepped out of the barn. Chapter 7. Reed. He and his father trekked across the snow-capped ground in the early morning hours, after the ewe was settled with her two lambs. Phoenix left hours earlier, and Reed hadn't blamed him. For a city boy, country hours were an adjustment. His mother was in bed by the time they sneaked into the house, and they slipped off their shoes and jackets in the dark, using muscle memory to set the shoes just inside the door and hang the jackets in the closet. "Good work tonight," his father tipped his head in a nod. "Good to have you home, even if it's just for a couple weeks." Reed closed the closet door with a click, nodding. "Yes. It's nice." He surprised himself with his words. Usually, it was a lie. Some parts of him, a lot more of himself than he wanted to admit, hated being on the farm. He hated what the farm had come to represent in his life, but he owed his entire lifestyle to the cows flicking their ears free of snow and the horses posted in the open shelter. The farm had saved his life, but it had been a difficult road all the same. "Your man liked seeing you working," the older man grunted. Reed looked around the living room as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. Everything around him was muted, bathed in hundreds of shades of gray. "Did he? MMHM. Didn't tell him you grew up on a farm." "It didn't come up," Reed murmured. "Aha. Ain't much sexier to a woman than seeing a man who knows hard work." "Is this a relationship talk at 3 in the morning, Pops?" Reed tipped his head back at his father, pressing his lips into a pacifying smile. "Phoenix isn't a woman. I figure it works about the same with a city boy." He had the same look Jolene had the first time she saw me work in the fields. Complete shock because you put your arm up an animal's vaginal canal." "Nah. Excitement and desire. She couldn't wait to get me alone later, if you know what I'm saying." "Right," Reed grunted before his father's words dawned on him and he turned to him again. "Oh." He wrinkled his nose. "I don't want to think about it." The man erupted in a stifled chuckle, shoulders moving with his light laughter. "Don't look at me like you don't know." "Enough, Pops. I'm too tired for this conversation. I will see you in the morning when we check on the animals." "Sure thing, kid. Get some rest." With another laugh, his father squeezed his shoulder and they parted ways. His parents' bedroom was on the first floor, around the corner from the kitchen, while the children's bedrooms were all upstairs. Reed ascended the staircase off to the side from the living room, growing more exhausted with each step. The exhaustion had been easily masked with the adrenaline of the ewe's birth and the necessity for alertness, but now it crawled through him, weighing down his legs and making his eyes heavy. He slipped into his bedroom, closing his eyes as he yanked his sweater over his head and tossed it on the ground. Chill bumps spread over his dark skin, nipples perking, and he reached for his jeans, deftly unfastening the buckle. "Yum. Keep it going," Phoenix laughed. "Oh my God," Reed gasped. His eyes snapped open. I thought you would be asleep already. I waited up for you. I wasn't sure if you preferred the left or right side of the bed, and I didn't want to inconvenience the sexy doctor/rancher. Excuse me. Reed loosened his locks, letting them fall around his face in lazy curls. What side do you sleep on? We're not sleeping, Reed started, but then he paused as embarrassment spread through him, white hot like an electrical fire, and it felt that way too. It stunned him. His heart skipped a few beats, and his cock responded favorably, straining the front of his half-open jeans. Oh honey, we're definitely sleeping together. How's it going to look if your mother finds me downstairs on the couch in the morning, especially if we're supposed to be in a relationship? It'll look perhaps like we're waiting for marriage. Some people do. Some people do what? Sleep in different beds in different rooms when they're a couple. I'm sure some people do, but they're probably mostly straight people. You're hard-pressed to believe a gay couple would be waiting for marriage. Phoenix scoffed. He had a smile on his face, but it didn't dare touch his eyes, which were downcast in the troubled green of the sky just before a tornado. You shouldn't generalize. No one thinks two men would wait around to have sex. What reason is there? Not like either party can get pregnant. There's much more to intimacy beyond being able to have children or not. Just because men can't have children doesn't mean the sex between them is less valid or less emotionally charged. I'm not saying either one of those things. Then what are you saying? Reed frowned. I'm saying men generally enjoy sex. I mean, come on. Santa has his many elves in the North Pole. You really think he and Mrs. Claus are still doing missionary with the light off by this point? You're changing the subject, and I am exhausted. I do not want to argue with you. Then don't argue, and realize your parents aren't going to accept the idea of us sleeping in separate rooms. You sure? I'm sure my father would be pleased we're not fucking in my childhood room. So you've thought about us fucking in here? Phoenix quirked an eyebrow. Did you get anything else from my statement? Sure I did, but I need you to clarify you thought about us having sex in here. Reed wet his lips. When would I have thought about it? It only takes a second to think about. Phoenix laughed, finally discarding the towel around his waist. Reed's eyes flashed wider and his heart turned over in his chest. It had been a while since he'd seen a naked man so up close and personal, and Phoenix wasn't a bad man to break the streak with. He was built, packed with hard-earned gym muscles. A diamond of hair sat between his pecs, dripping down his abdominals and circling his navel before exploding at his groin. Are you getting dressed? I would, but looks like you left our bags in the car downstairs. Reed tilted his head. The clothes you wore today aren't dirty. At the very least, you can find something to wear on your bottom half. Phoenix knit his eyebrows together. I could, but I like to air dry. It keeps everything fresh. No. Reed glared. His mind and body were in a clear disagreement. Alarm bells sounded in his brain, but his mouth watered as his gaze roamed over Phoenix, especially as it landed on his crotch. He had been trying not to look, but Phoenix was making no show of modesty, and Reed couldn't pretend he wasn't a little curious as to what raw ingredients an escort had to work with. He was impressive, even soft, but he didn't stay soft when Reed's eyes landed on him. Reed looked away, cutting his gaze towards the ground. Please wear something. If I have to sleep with you to keep our charade, please. You don't have to sleep with me. It's all your choice, but you are paying a hefty price tag to blow your cover because you decide to sleep downstairs. It's going to look a bit odd, you know. Plus it's a bit chilly in here, and I wouldn't mind your warmth. Is this a euphemism for sex? Is it? I want all your warmth inside me, Daddy. Phoenix's sing-song tone sent a trill of pleasure through Reed, and he had never been into the daddy pet name. It wasn't uncommon, but he never caught the appeal until it tumbled from Phoenix's lips. Now he understood, but he kept his expression carefully stoic as he regarded the playful escort. Are you finished? Yeah, I think I'm done. Phoenix moved over to Reed's childhood dresser and wiggled open the sticky top drawer, digging an old pair of boxer briefs from a neatly rolled stack. He slid them up his corded thighs, snapping the band around his waist, and then looked at Reed. Better? Reed pressed his lips together. The answer was, well, no, not better at all. Reed's briefs were a size too small, and Phoenix's round, tight ass filled out the back, with his half-alert cock filling the extra fabric in the front. The fabric tugged and pulled and stretched, cuffing Phoenix's upper thighs and riding down when he bent over and crawled into the bed. Acceptable. Would you like for me to go get your bags from the car? Phoenix stretched out across the bed. It was full-sized, and he had a devil's glint in his eyes. His body was spread across the bed like a dessert across a plate, and he rested one hand on the waistband of those two small boxer briefs, tracing it idly as he regarded Reed again. Was he even conscious of his appeal, or had his seductive movements become so second nature he did them without thinking? I wouldn't mind it. I was thinking of taking a run in the morning, so I'd need something to wear, unless you want to show your whole family what they think is yours. Reed's eyelids fluttered. I will be right back then. Phoenix offered a languid smile, fully slipping his hand into the underwear as Reed stepped out of the room. He closed the door with the softest of clicks and moved down the steps with an awkward hard-on trapped in his jeans, tucking his feet in his work boots again and grabbing his keys. He lifted Phoenix's duffel bag and shoulder bag out of the vehicle and returned to his bedroom, leaving his own bags for later. When he finally made it back upstairs, Phoenix had dimmed the lights and fallen into a light doze. It shaved years off his features, not just in time but also in experiences. He was innocent as he slept with his hand still inside his briefs and his lips in a slightly parted frown. Reed set the bags down gingerly and tiptoed around the room otherwise, grabbing a change of clothes for himself and stripping out of what he had been wearing. His underwear fit him just fine, but he opted for a frayed pair of joggers and a fitted t-shirt, and by the time he emerged from the bathroom, Phoenix had woken from his light doze and had his gaze fixed on him. You really did it, he murmured, exhaustion still coloring his words. Did what? Reed gathered his locks, fastening them with a loose hair tie before wrapping a plain silk scarf around his head. His newest one was in his suitcase, but he had an old, faded one in his childhood bathroom. Got the bags? Yes? Swallowing, Reed approached the bed, and Phoenix shifted, lying on his side and smoothing his hands over the heavy winter blankets. Why wouldn't I have gotten them? Phoenix shrugged. I'm the one for hire. Usually, I do a lot more than offer creature comforts. I end up being the unspoken hired help, along with your basic free-use talking sex doll. Sleep had lowered his guard, and his pleasant neutral demeanor had dropped away. There was animosity swirling in his green eyes. You are already doing your job. I didn't hire you to wait on me hand and foot. I hired you to present as my partner for my family. You did, Phoenix murmured. They like you, I think. I am good at winning parental approval until they learn my real job. Then the approval goes away. He offered a dimpled, half smile. I see. You don't, the escort sighed. You have a respectable job. The kind everyone hopes their kid's significant other comes home with. As for me, even people who hire me wouldn't date me. His venomous smile didn't leave. I wouldn't care. Phoenix surrendered one of the pillows before rolling over and curling into himself. One roaming hand pulled the blankets over his shoulders. Reed turned off the rest of the lights and wiggled down into the bed, hesitating, before turning over and fitting his body into Phoenix's. He knew the other man wasn't asleep. His breathing hadn't slowed, his body hadn't sagged into the bed yet, and once he had gotten comfortable around Phoenix, he rested his head against the curve of Phoenix's shoulders. Is this okay? Reed whispered. Yeah, Phoenix grunted. It's okay. He reached back, lacing his fingers with Reed's and tugging Reed's arms more around his body. Chapter 8. Phoenix. He had never slept so hard next to a client as he did with Reed, and he woke with a jolt when the sun touched his face. It beamed through the unobstructed windows, reflecting the snow and brightening the entire room. Reed's arms were still around him. Reed's breath puffed lightly on his neck, and the man's hard-on pushed into his back. These were the things he missed about a real relationship, not a transactional one, and nestled next to Reed, it was easy to forget their terms and conditions. He dozed a little longer before he untangled himself from Reed and floated around the room. Every whore had the gift of silence. It was learned and perfected out of necessity, and Phoenix easily moved around the room, digging workout clothes out of his duffel bag, washing up in the bathroom, and slipping out of the room. He closed the door behind him with the softest of clicks and tiptoed down the main staircase. Chilled fingers wrapped around an equally chilled door before movement drew his attention, and he snapped his head around, body clamming up when he saw Reed's father, dressed and ready for his morning with a coffee mug clutched in one calloused hand. The scent filled the room as the man approached Phoenix. "Mornin'," he grunted, sipping the coffee and digging a jacket out of the side closet. "Good morning," Phoenix replied, following the other man with his eyes. "Didn't realize city boys got up so early. Wasn't expecting you out of bed until late morning, at least." "Oh, I'm a morning person. There's just something about being up early and having the time to yourself, you know?" Phoenix paused, then chuckled. "Actually, I guess you do know." "Indeed. So you and my son, huh?" The man's gray eyes fixed on Phoenix, peered into his soul, and he was pinned under a fatherly gaze. It was something he'd never experienced before, and it churned something inside him. There was no judgment in the other man's eyes, despite their differences, just mild curiosity and an abundance of understanding. "Me and your son. How'd y'all meet again?" "I approached him in a coffee shop. It wasn't necessarily a lie. When we started talking, the conversation was endless, and things went from there." Phoenix shuffled out of the way as the man prepared for his morning, dunking his feet into work boots, adjusting his clothes, grabbing his keys and cell phone. "Ha," Tex grunted. "He's an amazing person. He's a little rough around the edges, and I can see who he gets it from, but once he opens up, it's worth the roughness. Like a diamond." "Calling my son a diamond?" Phoenix smiled. "Yeah. He's a diamond." He looked down at the ground as he said it, then hazarded a glance back up at Reed's father. Usually, Phoenix was well aware of when he was acting. He knew where to place his eyes, how to feign embarrassment or excitement, but as the metaphor tumbled from his lips, he straddled the fine line between drumming up what Reed's father wanted to hear and the truth. There were a lot of things Phoenix didn't yet know about the sleeping man upstairs, but he was dazzled by the sparkling interior after he had broken through the hard exterior, and he wanted to look closer. He wanted to memorize the facets of Reed's personality, and if he was being honest with himself, it scared him. Tex nodded. "He's a good guy. Doesn't bring folks home, so if he's got you here, then I guess you're pretty special to him." "I'd hope so." Phoenix smiled. The man nodded again. "Good talk." He opened the door, stepped out, and then paused, glancing back at Phoenix. "If you want to help Reed get a head start on his chores, he usually deals with the ducks, chickens, and rabbits." "Rabbits?" Phoenix lifted his eyebrows. "Yup. Angora rabbits. You shear 'em and sell their fur." "Oh? I didn't know selling rabbit fur was a thing. I mean, I guess I knew, but I didn't know how it really worked." "Okay, sorry. Let me take my run and then I'll help with the chores, yeah." Phoenix flushed. "You ain't gotta. You're a guest, but I figured since you were down at the barn last night, you wouldn't mind a little country vacation." "Right. No, I don't. It's actually kind of interesting. The farming thing." Tex actually chuckled, and his surly expression brightened. "The farming thing." He tipped his coffee mug to Phoenix before turning and stalking towards the field. Phoenix watched him go, rubbing his hands together and stretching cold limbs before he stepped off the porch and started his morning run. He followed the driveway all the way to the farm entrance, feet beating the gravel as he ran. He ran back, lungs bursting with hot breath as he reached the porch again, and he took deep gulping breaths. By the time he gathered his breath, the front door opened, and Reed stepped outside with sleepy eyes and a coffee. Hi. You're going to go do the ducks and chickens and rabbits, right? Reed arched an eyebrow but then grunted a nod, mirroring his father's behaviors. Phoenix couldn't help but smile. Yes? The doctor sipped his coffee. I'm going to help. No. What? I want to help you get done faster. If you want to help me get done faster, then you should probably go inside. Phoenix's smile faltered, but then he laughed. You're saying I can't keep up with you and your country boy things? I can feed chickens and collect eggs and whatever else you have to do. Shear the rabbits, check their poop, clean up the coop, probably clean the water bowls. Clean the water bowls? Yes. Chickens like to poop in them. He sipped his coffee again. Are you still interested? Phoenix curled his lips but then rolled his shoulders back. Yeah. I'm interested. I want to know how you grew up, so let's go to the chicken coops, country boy. Better than Daddy, Reed resigned, stepping off the porch and starting towards the coops. His boots sank into the snow, and Phoenix followed his tracks, trying his best to avoid soaked shoes and wet socks, but he failed, and by the time they reached the first co-op, Phoenix's was shivering. The cold had gotten through to him. His toes were stiff, almost numb, and he rubbed his hands over his arms. Reed opened the coop and stepped inside the exterior area, ducking his head as he stepped over the threshold. Phoenix followed, and the musty smell of the chickens and their waste churned his stomach. Reed took a sip of his coffee. Unbothered. So, how do we do this? Phoenix injected as much cheer as he could in his voice, shelving his struggle with the elements, but Reed saw through his facade. First we get you warm and dry. I don't know what size you wear, but they're dry, so better than nothing. He pulled off his boots and set them next to Phoenix. Then he shrugged off his jacket and offered it to him, as well. What are you going to wear? Give me your shoes. Reed motioned to Phoenix's feet. They're wet. I know. I'll be fine. With a light frown, Phoenix changed, peeling off his wet footwear and tucking his feet into Reed's warm, dry boots. He rarely felt clumsy, but he wasn't at home on the farm. He was the nuance, one playing at knowing what he was doing. Reed was the expert here. Better. Reed lifted kind eyebrows. Yeah. Thanks. Phoenix scratched the back of his head, flashing a smile to Reed. Sorry about the wet shoes. It's no problem. Another sip of his drink before he set it on a ledge inside the co-op. If you want to collect the eggs, I'll do the cleaning up. Sounds good. How do I collect the eggs? Reed's expression lightened and he shook his head. Interior part. It opens and you can see their nests. Oh, okay, cool. With a nod, Phoenix set to work, shifting chickens around as he gathered the eggs. It was its own struggle, and he found Reed waiting for him as he grabbed the last few eggs. When they were both finished, Reed grabbed his coffee and led him to the next enclosure, the duck enclosure. It smelled far better than the chickens co-op, and was set up slightly different. They picked the same jobs once they were in the enclosure, and emboldened by his first attempt, Phoenix collected the duck eggs as he had collected the chicken ones. Reed cleaned the enclosure, finishing early again and nursing his coffee as he watched Phoenix. As Phoenix counted the eggs, he caught Reed's gaze and looked up with a smile. Reed's jacket was tight on his shoulders, constricting his movements and muscles, but it was warm and it smelled like him, and Phoenix wasn't giving it up. Last is the rabbit hutch, then breakfast. Phoenix nodded. Okay. I'm down. What do we do for the rabbits? Not very much. They are the quickest until it's time to pluck their coats. Phoenix's eyes widened. What? It's not invasive. They shed their coats 4 times a year or so, and when they do, you collect the shed hair and you can sell it. People will pay a lot for Angora rabbit fur. It's a bit crazy to think about. I mean, what about sheep? I figured sheep wool was the best, right? Sheep wool is alright, but honestly, you get more money from rabbits. How much more? Reed exited the rabbit enclosure and took some of the eggs from Phoenix as they started back to the house. If he was chilled or uncomfortable, he didn't show it, despite wet shoes and a rather thin sweater he had been wearing under his heavy jacket. Rabbit fur is about $10 an ounce. Sheep wool is about $2 a pound. Rabbits can produce up to 2 pounds of fur or so a year, and sheep produce something like 20 pounds or so a year. So $40 versus a possible $200? Yes? Reed opened the front door for Phoenix. Rabbits were my first pets, so to speak. We had dogs, of course, and cats, but rabbits were how I began making spending money. It was how I afforded my first vehicle. Phoenix reluctantly pulled Reed's jacket off and stepped out of his shoes. How much was the vehicle? Not very much. It was a very modest vehicle. Phoenix laughed. Okay. When Reed had removed his wet shoes and shook the cold from his body, they moved into the kitchen with their spoils. Reed's mother was already up and about, shuffling around as she brewed her own cup of coffee and combed her fingers through her messy bun. Good morning, Mom. Reed cut through her piddling tasks, and she spun on her heels, features brightening quickly when her gaze landed on the two of them. We brought eggs. Oh, good. I do have some extra mouths to feed these next couple days. She winked at Phoenix. And of course, all of my holiday baking. Phoenix, do you have a favorite dish you would like for me to make? Not really, Phoenix smiled. I'm open to anything. I don't want to put you out. You won't put me out. I am happy to make anything you want. Thank you. Phoenix smiled even more. Some genuinity slipped in there, and it was accidental. Let me think on it, and I'll get back to you. Of course, now bring those eggs over here so I can get to breakfast. She beckoned towards Phoenix. If you will excuse me. I am going to get cleaned up, Reed announced. His mother waved him off, and he dipped out of the kitchen, leaving Phoenix with his mother for a second time in the last 2 days. Luckily, her presence was a comfort more than a source of anxiety, and tension slipped out of Phoenix. He bloomed as she inquired about him and his life, and he found himself talking about Danny and his clients, regaling her with comical tales of his work struggles, as she cracked eggs over a warm pan and folded them until they were fluffy and scrambled. She sliced deer sausage long ways and laid the split opening in another cast-iron pan, and poured grits into bubbling water on the back eye. Phoenix picked a few fluffy eggs from the pan as she transferred them to the plate, and she swatted at his fingers. No. We don't eat until Tex comes in from the field. He should be here any moment, so you might want to go get cleaned up too. I know you've been out there in the coops. She wagged a finger. You smell like it. Can I not get a taste to tide me over? No. She scowled, but Phoenix tipped his chin down and flicked his eyes up at the woman. Her resolve weakened, and she sliced off a strip of the sausage and offered it to him. Here. Now go on upstairs and get washed up. Thanks. Phoenix laughed, popping the spicy meat into his mouth. He headed for the exit then, reaching the staircase right as Reed strolled down it, and they met at the base of the stairs. Reed smelled clean like lavender and shea butter, and his locks fell around his face. His work clothes had morphed back into the casual clothes Phoenix had come to expect. His shirt was tight on his lean form, and cotton joggers accented his hips, cuffing at his exposed ankles. Excuse me, Reed murmured. Phoenix looked up at him, and bright-colored movement drew his gaze a little further up, eyes landing on the lush green sprigs of mistletoe tied neatly with a red bow. Not until a kiss. Excuse me. His tone sharpened, and Phoenix pointed up. Mistletoe. I gotta steal a kiss from you. Reed blinked and set his jaws. The mistletoe tradition is ridiculous. Maybe so, but it looks like there are still some green berries on this thing, so I'm well within my rights. The mistletoe tradition ignores social cues. No one should be obligated to kiss anyone else, Reed whispered, fixing his gaze on Phoenix. I agree, Phoenix started, but at their murmured conversation, Reed's mother emerged from the kitchen. Oh. I see you two found the mistletoe, she clapped her hands. I meant to warn you earlier, but it looks like I didn't even need to say anything for two lovers to be caught under it. Do you know mistletoe is a symbol of love, vitality, and fertility? Phoenix suppressed a grin. I do actually, Mother, Reed hissed. I didn't, Phoenix replied. I'm sure my son can tell you more about it. I'll leave you too, but don't forget to pluck the berry for good luck. Only pluck the berry once we kiss, Reed corrected, voice low as his mother ducked back into the kitchen. So, you're saying you're doing it? We're going to kiss, I mean? Reed shook his head. I am simply explaining how the mistletoe works, not saying I am agreeing to the practice. Ah. Thanks for the clarification. Phoenix stepped closer to Reed, putting them chest to chest. So what do the berries symbolize? His voice dropped as the distance disappeared between them, and Reed's shallow breaths pressed their bodies together. He was a little taller, so Phoenix inclined his neck up, rolling his brawny shoulders back. I'm not sure, Reed gasped, gripping the staircase's railing. A little whimper trickled from him, and his gaze went from Phoenix's eyes to his lips and then back again. Phoenix spied the little fear in his eyes, the reservations alongside the burning desire. He'd pinned Reed's desire from the first second they met, and in little ways he solidified it. His little movements, the way goosebumps rose on his skin, how his pupils dilated and his lips parted. It was clear Reed wanted the kiss. His body begged for it, and when Phoenix stepped even closer, he knew just how much. Just from their little tease, Reed was rock hard, cock straining against his joggers, and it sent a thrill through Phoenix. He ordinarily wasn't so excited about a firm cock. A client's excitement usually led to him being face down, ass up in a bed, but Reed was different. Reed's excitement brewed his own, and then they were both standing there, two firm secrets between their hips. Reed sucked his bottom lip. The man who had assisted with the birth of a lamb, who had cleaned coops and enclosures all morning, this man was immobilized with his own shyness. Redness had painted his cheeks, and he shook against Phoenix. Tell me to go and I will, Phoenix breathed, but Reed was silent. For long, dragging moments, until Phoenix's balls ached, Reed held them there at an impasse. Reed did a real number on him. The dichotomy of a man used to watching and participating in nature's most intimate acts was shy when the focus was on him. Skilled, strong, and powerful, but unable to navigate this part of a relationship. Reed's hand jerked, fingers curling before stretching. Then he surprised them both and bent forward. Their lips met, and Reed's weather-chapped lips caressed Phoenix's. Phoenix's eyes dropped closed. Fireworks exploded behind his eyelids. His head spun. That was new. The kiss was over as suddenly as it started, but it didn't stop the effects of it. Phoenix was stunned. His lips buzzed, and his heart strummed in his chest, thumping heavily as it pumped blood to his now throbbing cock. It was embarrassing, getting riled up by nothing more than a kiss when he had done much naughtier things before and been less thrilled by them. Pluck your berry, Reed whispered, and let me pass. Phoenix did as told, tugging a berry from one of the sprigs and turning sideways on the staircase. Reed did the same but took care when he passed, leaving Phoenix weak at the knees and hungry for more than breakfast. Chapter 9. Phoenix. Monday was another day with just the four of them, Phoenix, Reed, Tex, and Jolene, and there was something quaint about it. Family time had never been a thing with his mother. She didn't care for bringing them all together, which was the exact opposite of Jolene, who spent most of her time cooking for them all. Phoenix assisted Reed with the animals on Monday morning, and after lunch, he hung around the field watching Reed and Tex work. He didn't interrupt, but he enjoyed the sight of Reed in the field, working with his hands. He enjoyed the way the winter sun backlit Reed's body, bouncing off his lean frame and lighting his eyes. His breath hitched whenever Reed regarded him, and it was equal parts embarrassing and thrilling. He was a veteran whore, but Reed made him feel innocent and fresh again. Reed made the whole process of courting fun, and Phoenix found himself seeking the other man out, angling himself to Reed whenever they were in the same room. Reed drew him in, and when their bodies brushed together, his own responded favorably, and he wasn't faking it either. He had a store of things he could draw out of his memory, things that would make him stand at attention immediately, but he didn't have to call up those memories with Reed. With Reed, remembering their first kiss did it, remembering the other man's husky tone, the firm column of his excitement pressing into Phoenix's body. The thought of more kisses from Reed, getting caught under the mistletoe again, It had him hard as steel in his pants and shuddering with anticipation. Unfortunately, though, Reed was careful to avoid the trap of the mistletoe when it came to Phoenix. However, he had been caught under it with his father, who he gave a laughing kiss to his cheek, and his mother, who he childishly pecked on the lips. Phoenix had been caught under the mistletoe with Reed's father too, and they had exchanged a firm but awkward handshake, while Reed's mother drew Phoenix into her bosom like one of her own, and he received a sloppy, raspberried kiss to his cheek. Monday evening he hung around the kitchen alongside Reed's mother, preparing pie crusts for Christmas and talking about celebrity gossip, something he surely couldn't discuss with Reed and his father. Tuesday was spent in the same routine as Monday until noon, when an old van rolled down the driveway just after lunch, and everyone migrated towards the front door. Jolene and Rex stood front and center, with Reed on the left side, and Phoenix at Reed's side, but he took a step backwards, hiding slightly in the shadows, not interfering with their family portrait. The van parked next to Reed's sports car, and a woman with jet black curls hopped out of the passenger side. Her round face sported a smile, and her dark eyes stood in contrast to her milky skin. She shielded her face from the sun and squinted towards her family before her heart-shaped lips burst into a smile. In some ways she reminded him of Danny, except less touched by the evils of the city. "Oh my goodness, is that Reed?" she squealed, bounding across the driveway and leaping into her brother's arms. Reed caught her, wrapping his arms around her as she squeezed laughter from him. "Not at all. It's your other brother." "Aiden?" "Oh, but Aiden, I don't remember you having locks. How is the wife and kids?" She played along until Reed released her and she dropped back to the ground. "Seriously. I can't believe you're here. You look great." She cupped Reed's face, squeezing his cheeks and kissing him. "You look good too. I missed you." "Ah. If you came home more often, you wouldn't miss me so much. Mom told me you were planning to take a trip around the country." "I am. Well, me and Finn anyway." She hiked her thumb towards the van. "He's getting the bags." "Yes. I'll go help him." Reed stepped past his sister, stalking towards the van and leaving Phoenix exposed. "Oh. Reedsy, you brought a friend. Who's this?" She looked Phoenix up and down. "Goodness. Nice catch. I didn't think you had it in you to snag such a cutie." "Shocker, isn't it?" Phoenix smiled, relaxed and relieved by the woman's playful energy. "Phoenix?" "Reed's partner. Brenda. Reed's baby sister, and my boyfriend's name is Finn." She gave Phoenix a tight hug. "I'm glad you got his ass to come visit. We've missed him," she whispered, then she let Phoenix go and hugged her parents. She looked nothing like them either, but the love between all of them was overflowing. Tex and Jolene disappeared inside the house, leaving the four younger people outside, and Brenda stood next to Phoenix as Finn and Reed unloaded the van. "I heard you say you and your boyfriend are interested in traveling around the country." Phoenix ventured, looking towards Brenda again. "Oh, yup. You heard correctly. We're thinking about setting out in the new year and having a whole year of van travel. We're both super interested in a minimalist lifestyle, so you know." "It sounds exciting." "Does it really? Most people I tell say it sounds a bit crazy, but I don't know. Being able to travel the country with my best friend and my lover at my side. I know it's not all roses and sunshine, but I'm excited to experience the highs and lows, you know?" "Yeah," Phoenix's voice hitched, "I get it." He didn't get it. Not at all, but he wanted it, and he wanted it with Reed. He hugged his jacket tighter on his form as a chill went through him. "Cold? We can go inside. I don't think the boys need supervision to unload the van." "Yeah. Thanks." Phoenix scrubbed his cheek, following Brenda inside the house. "So, has Reed shown you the playroom? It used to be our space when we were kids. You know, it was full of toys and everything, but we aged it up a bit, and now it's full of video games and movies." "He hasn't." "Figures he wouldn't. He's probably been working this entire time, hasn't he?" Dad's told him a dozen times he doesn't have to get up and work outside while he's home for vacation, and yet," Brenda waved a hand. "Anyway, come on. We're planning to build out the van while we're here, and while we have all the space we need to do it, so I've been looking at all sorts of interior ideas. I have an inspiration board. Do you want to see it? The raw and immediate acceptance made Phoenix's heart flip-flop. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. I can make us something warm to drink upstairs too. We added a little kitchenette-type thing up there, and there's a mini fridge. Ah. Should we tell the boys where we are? Brenda flicked her attention towards the door, tipping her head and tugging her lips into a half-smirk. Nah. They'll figure it out. She waved a dismissive hand before flouncing up the main staircase. Phoenix followed at her heels, passing Reed's bedroom and following her into another room. She turned on the lights, and Phoenix peered around as his eyes adjusted. She hadn't lied. The room was a classic entertainment room, complete with cozy-looking couches, chairs, a mounted television, and a collection of video games and movies. Brenda crossed the room, digging into mounted cabinets, and pulled out an electric kettle, plugging it into the wall. Then she grabbed 2 mugs, placing them on the counter too. We have tea, a powdered hot chocolate mix, and a concentrated cider mix. Which one do you want? I'll have the hot chocolate, please. Cool. The mix is homemade too, not that it matters much. It's not especially difficult to mix up hot chocolate, but Mom adds cinnamon and cloves, which gives it a little kick. Sounds tasty. You'll see in a few minutes. She opened and closed cabinet doors, pulling a mason jar of a brown mixture and spooning some of it into one mug while dropping 2 tea bags into the other. When the pot whistled, she poured steaming water in both mugs, stirred them, and carried Phoenix's over to him. Thanks. He accepted it, waving it under his nose. The clove was overpowering, and the cinnamon rounded the flavor. He took a sip, and it rolled down his throat, the spices tickling his taste buds as it went. Sue, she drawled. How is it? It's good. Awesome. Smiling, Phoenix took his mug of hot chocolate and collapsed into the couch, resting his head on the back. Show me your building plans. Oh, you're actually seriously interested. Okay, wow. Yeah, I'm interested. Phoenix sucked his bottom lip for a moment, then shrugged. I have a degree in architecture, so I can help you guys out with your build. Basically, anything you show me, I can help you turn it into a reality. What? Really? Her already high-pitched voice got even more excited, and she rushed over to Phoenix, pulling out her cell phone and flopping onto the couch. I have a whole board full of plans, but a lot of them are pictures. Like I had this idea to have a roll-out bed with storage inside, but I can't quite figure it out, you know? And then I also was considering one of those slatted beds that slide together. I don't know. I think Finn really wants a full or larger bed if we can manage it. Sleeping in a twin seems too small, even though saving the space would be amazing. She went a mile a minute as she scrolled through pictures on her cell phone, and Phoenix sipped his hot chocolate and listened. When she took a breath, Phoenix cut in, reviewing the designs more closely before pulling out his own cell phone and using a free sketching program to draw a diagram for her of some of the things she wanted. He designed a quick slide-out bed, along with a potential storage solution and a secured kitchenette design. Oh my goodness, so freaking cool, Brenda exclaimed as she looked at the rough sketches. Sorry about how sketchy they are. I really haven't worked in architecture in a while. Really? She knit her eyebrows together but didn't ask further questions. Instead, she tucked her cell phone between her legs and turned to face Phoenix fully. Would seeing the interior of the van help you plan things out? Actually, yeah, it would. Done. Ooh, do you think we'd be able to start building things tomorrow? Is tomorrow too soon? Shouldn't be, actually. There are going to be parts you have to build outside of the vehicle that will be inserted inside, so even if the vehicle isn't completely prepared for the interior, you can still get supplies and start building. Brenda clapped her hands. Awesome, awesome. Okay, let's go take a look then. With warm drinks in tow, they started back out of the entertainment room, Brenda in the lead with her slender fingers clutching her mug. She tackled the stairs much more gingerly than she had before, and Phoenix followed, balancing his hot chocolate in his mug as well, reaching the front door as Reed brought in another bag. He dumped it at the door with a sigh and placed his hands on his hips, scenting the air as they approached. "Brenda, how many bags did you pack? This is a short vacation." Reed scowled. "I packed everything, remember? We moved out of our apartment to prepare for our year of traveling around the country." "Right." Reed turned his attention to Phoenix. "It's hot chocolate. Want some?" "No, thank you. You enjoy it. Where are you two headed?" He looked between them. "We're going outside so Phoenix can get a look at the interior of the van. He said he's going to help us build it out with a custom design." Reed lifted his eyebrows. "I don't think," he started, but Phoenix placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it. "It's okay, love. I know we're both taking a vacation, but I don't mind doing a little work during the holidays, especially when it's for your family. Come look with us." In front of Brenda's discerning eye, Phoenix pressed a kiss into the corner of Reed's lips. "All right," Reed grunted. "Finn's still outside organizing the last of your belongings." "We're going to have to move everything out for the build," Brenda explained, looking from her brother to Phoenix. "Right? It would probably be best to clean as much as we can out, yeah, to get a good feel for how much space we're working with." "Right on." Brenda squeezed past them and took her bouncy curls and sunny smile outside. "Yup," Phoenix agreed. He took one step towards the door, but Reed blocked his path. "What is she talking about? You are going to help her build the van with a custom design?" "Yeah. You are qualified to be a building contractor now?" Reed's voice dropped and he hissed his question through his teeth. With narrowed eyes, he folded his arms across his chest. "Not a contractor. My master's degree is in architecture, and I have some doctorate studies too." Reed blinked and tilted his head. "What? If you have a master's in architecture, then why aren't you interning somewhere, or hired on with a firm working as an architect right now?" It was a fair question, but the way it rolled off Reed's tongue, it almost sounded like an insult. It was a question he'd gotten from early clients back when he was more honest about his background. Now he left out the details of his higher education, using it simply to secure highbrow clients, but Reed's accusatory tone brought back all of those mixed feelings. "Is there something wrong with the job I have?" Phoenix snapped back, voice a harsh whisper. He didn't want to draw Reed's overly welcoming family out from where they'd hidden. "No, not at all, but I figure," Reed started. "You figured. I'd rather be working long hours in an office making $80,000 a year with a respectable job, instead of making double or more with the job I have. I know what you figured." Reed set his jaws and they stared at each other, unblinking and unmoving until the front door swung open again. Brenda poked her head inside the door. "Phoenix, you coming? We're waiting on you, Doug." "I'll be right out," he said, pacifying her before looking back at Reed. "Is there anything else you want to say? You'd really rather sell your body than design buildings and structures for clients?" "First, it's not how it works, and second, I decided I didn't want to be in the profession. It's soul-sucking, and I hate it." "Do you? Designing the interior of my sister's van doesn't give me the impression you hate architecture." Phoenix paused again. Reed's hard gaze bore into him, digging for the truth, but Phoenix hadn't even figured out the truth for himself. When it came to architecture, Reed was right. He enjoyed the work. He enjoyed the creativity and the design, but just the thought of setting foot in an architectural firm churned his stomach. "Your sister is waiting for me," Phoenix croaked. "I should go." Avoiding Reed's gaze, he moved around him and stepped out of the front door and into the mid-afternoon air. The sun warmed his exposed face while the cold nipped at his nose and cheeks, burning them as he strolled across the driveway to Brenda's vehicle. Chapter 10. Reed. Phoenix spent the afternoon hard at work, drafting a potential setup for Brenda's van. Each time he finished an idea, she added more possibilities and requests, and with remarkable patience, he fashioned her a new plan. The easy smile never left his face, and by dinner time, they had come to an agreement on what they were going to build. It fit into Brenda's budget and time constraints, was functional, and had all of her requests in one fashion or another. Phoenix had also crafted a shopping list and, before Reed had any say in the matter, volunteered to travel into town for the supplies. Of course, at the mention of a trip into town, his mother threw in a grocery list, and his father made a few requests as well, turning one stop into three, and while Phoenix beamed with excitement, Reed poked at his dinner, twisting his fork around his plate before he finally excused himself, escaping to his bedroom and dipping into a shower. Visiting family for the holidays was one thing, but going into the town he grew up in, the place where he had his most awkward years as the gangly adopted kid, was something else entirely, and his stomach churned, sending what little he had for dinner back up through his esophagus. With deep breaths, he stamped the nausea back down and turned the water off as he heard a knock to the door. Then it opened, and Phoenix stuck his head in. "You okay?" "You should have asked me before volunteering us to go into town," Reed muttered, groping for a dry towel. "Okay, well, I figured you grew up here so it wouldn't be a huge problem. If you want, I can go with Brenda or even your pops." Reed set his jaws, patting his face dry with the towel and then running it over his chest. He was hidden by the gauzy shower curtain, but the thought of Phoenix being so close to his bare body tugged him away from his anger. "No," Reed sighed, "it's fine. I will go with you." "Are you sure? I really can get someone else to go with me instead." "It's fine." He wrapped the towel around his hips and stepped out of the shower, curling his toes in the fluffy bath mat. "Oh? Yeah, okay," Phoenix grunted. His voice cracked on his words, and Reed looked up, laying eyes on the escort's apple-red face. He fought back his amusement. "Is something wrong?" Reed tilted his head, letting his damp locks fall over his lean shoulders. They tickled his collarbone and clung to the moisture on his skin. "And no. No. I'll let you finish up in here." Reed gave a slight nod, letting his gaze travel from Phoenix's soft green eyes down the rest of his body, occupying the sliver of open space as he clutched the door. His gaze paused again at the crotch of Phoenix's pants, traveling over the sharp outline of his cock, and his suppressed smile turned into a mischievous grin. He enjoyed his gaze, lips parting at the sight, then he dragged his eyes back up to Phoenix's face. Okay. Yup, he grunted again and then ducked out of the bathroom, leaving the door cracked and letting the cool air temper the steam. Reed took his time in the bathroom, brushing his teeth, towel-drying his hair and body, and moisturizing his face, before he emerged from the bathroom, finding Phoenix already nestled into the sheets. "Are you going to shower before you go to bed?" "Nah. It's better to shower before you sleep so the sheets stay clean," Reed reasoned, digging a pair of briefs from his suitcase and craftily sliding them over his ass while shielding his bottom half from Phoenix. Phoenix chuckled. "Sheets can be washed. Trust me. I know all about it." "You are vulgar." "I'm a whore," Phoenix shot back. "Was I supposed to speak the king's English and request my tea with 2 lumps of sugar and nicely warmed?" "No, but you do not have to twist and turn every statement into something sexual." "Sure. I don't, but if you saw your face each time, you'd understand why I do." "My face?" Reed returned his damp towel to the bathroom after wiping his skin again. He couldn't get dry enough, especially with Phoenix's watchful eyes tracking him around the room. "Yeah. If you didn't look so revolted by everything I said." "Is this some adult version of pulling a little girl's pigtails? I assure you we are way too old for such games." "Okay then. Tell me." "Tell you what?" Reed sighed, gathering his hair into a bun as he finally turned towards Phoenix. The man hadn't moved from his spot, but instead of reclining he was sitting more upright, hunched forward and bathing brawny shoulders in the warm overhead light. The light hit his eyes too, in a beautiful and peculiar way. The orange hues of the light accented the greens, making them stand out in stark contrast to his face, and Reed got lost in them. Hypnotized. "How long you're going to ping-pong around the room until you come big spoon me? I sleep better with your cock pressing into my ass." Reed's mouth dropped open and he sucked in a breath. I can't believe you. Phoenix rumbled a low chuckle, easing from his back to his side and letting the covers slip down his frame. They naturally slipped off his broad shoulders and with further movement continued down the slope of his corded obliques and pulled in the groove of his hip, billowing from there and teasing Reed with a peek of his brief-covered ass. Are you a virgin? If you are, it's okay. I'm not. Okay. Phoenix watched him over one freckle-dusted shoulder. I am not. I just like to know the person before I hop into bed with them, is all. I don't believe it's a high request. It's not when it comes to a relationship, but I mean. I'm a whore, and you're paying me a hell of a lot of money for my company. Most of the time, guys who pay a third as much are still expecting at least a handjob. It strikes me as odd for you not to want anything. Reed watched Phoenix, wetting his lips as he turned over the other man's words. I suppose, but I don't get the appeal of paying specifically for sex. Call me old-fashioned, but I enjoy a true connection when I lie down with someone. Well, sweetheart, I wouldn't consider wanting a true connection old-fashioned, but I know what you mean. I also do not want to, Reed paused, reviewing his words, laboring over them. I do not want to make you do something you don't want to do. Ah. And if I told you I liked being paid for, especially by men who can afford it, how would you feel then? Mixed? Why? I don't know how I feel about the idea of it. You enjoying it is better, if you do, and aren't lying to me. The escort's gaze changed, flicking from relaxed and soft to steel. What makes you think I have a reason to lie? I don't know. How does lying benefit me at all in this situation? You have the upper hand. All of the cards. If I said I couldn't stand it at all, you would still be able to take from me if you wanted. You understand, don't you? I understand, but Phoenix, no one is making you do this job. You could be an architect. Phoenix squirmed in the bed, before putting an end to the conversation and turning his face away from Reed. It was brief, but Phoenix's expression before he dismissed the conversation was piercing. His gaze was wild with anger blazing and his jaw set, clenching and releasing. He had the upper hand, whether he knew it or not, because Reed wanted to rain 1,000 apologies down on him, to hold him close despite his own protests. Somewhere between the early morning chores, watching Phoenix charm his family, and the kiss he still felt on his lips, Reed had grown fond of Phoenix. His heart skipped beats when their eyes locked, and his pulse raced when their bodies brushed up against each other, and seeing the outline of Phoenix's hard cock through his jeans confirmed at least a few parts of Phoenix were just as fond of Reed. While Phoenix had shut down the conversation for the night, Reed's mind had conjured questions he wasn't sure he even wanted to know the answer to, but he knew he was done dragging out his bedtime routine. He slid over to the bed, pushing the sheets down a little bit as he crawled into bed. I'm sorry, Reed whispered as he sidled up to Phoenix from behind, moving closer until his front was touching Phoenix's back. At first the other man didn't move, but then he exhaled in a deep sigh. You don't have to apologize, he said finally. I do. I upset you, and I shouldn't question what you choose to do for work. You know yourself. I do not. He didn't reply. But, Reed continued, I would like to know you. I know it's cliché, and I am sure so many of your new clients develop feelings, and I am sorry for it, but I would like to get to know the real you. Reed stroked the backs of his fingers along Phoenix's shoulder. It is cliché. Phoenix twisted his body a little, turning just enough to look back towards Reed with his reply. If you are thinking I will quit working just so we can try having a relationship, I won't. This is my livelihood, and I won't sacrifice it for dick. I would never ask you to quit your job, Reed whispered. Good. I am curious to know, however, why you do not want to be an architect. I am curious to know why you've spent so much time away from your family. They're sweet. Are you ready to discuss it? It's not important to talk about. He continued caressing Phoenix, enjoying their closeness, relaxing next to him. The radiating warmth of his body and the heady scent of his skin encouraged him to let down some of his walls. His breath matched Phoenix's, and he tucked his face into the other man's back. This was what he craved, what he'd paid so much for. It wasn't sex. It wasn't listening to Phoenix laugh and giggle with his family. He had paid not to brave the holidays alone, and he had gotten lucky enough to share the holidays with a man he actually wanted to be around. Phoenix hid it well, but when he wasn't paying attention, when his eyelids were heavy from exhaustion, when they were alone, his mask slipped. His 500-watt smiles became something softer, half the wattage but twice the purity. The playfulness vacated his eyes, leaving deep pools of sadness behind. He didn't discuss it, and Reed didn't ask. Instead, he held on tighter. Tomorrow. Reed prompted, sliding splayed fingers along Phoenix's obliques before dipping down and tracing the sharp lines of his muscles. We can go into town and get the supplies tomorrow. I meant to tell you before. Ah. His insides clenched. The familiar sense of dread seeped into his muscles like the most potent venom. Is tomorrow okay? I wanted to give plenty of time for the build. Tomorrow is okay, Reed resigned. Good. Will you give me a tour around town? I want to know the place where you grew up. What do you want to know? Everything. His tone was a breathy whisper, and he covered Reed's callous hand with his own, sliding his smooth palm along Reed's skin, lacing their fingers and squeezing. There were some moments more intimate than sex. Reed squeezed his hand back. Okay. He wasn't sure when he fell asleep, but he woke the next morning still embracing Phoenix, and he listened to his soft breathing, stroking the meat of his hand. He swept his lips along Phoenix's shoulder, drawing the other man from his sleep. Phoenix moaned, squeezing Reed's hand again and this time, lifting their joined limbs to his lips. He kissed the back of Reed's hand. I didn't mean to wake you. It's okay. Good morning, Reedsy, Phoenix cooed. From his family, Reed hated the nickname, but hearing it tumble from Phoenix's lips in his sleepy bedroom drawl, his opinion changed. He could breathe in Phoenix's scent and listen to the other man mumble his childhood nickname all morning. Good morning, Phoenix. Reed bit his bottom lip. Ah. You need a nickname. Do I? Reed nodded, rubbing his cheek against Phoenix's blazing skin. You do. I guess you have to think of one for me, don't you? He tugged his lips into a smile, twisting to face Reed more. Phoenix studied Reed's lips before flicking his eyes up to Reed's. I suppose I do. Reed swallowed as their eyes met, drawing himself up on his elbows and leaning forward. His heart strummed in his chest as he advanced towards Phoenix's lips, and he held the other man's gaze, letting Phoenix's soft eyes propel him forward. He wasn't sure if it was an appropriate move, but it felt like the right one. Everything inside of him begged for it. Their lips touched, and fire erupted between them, like striking flint to make flame. Reed brushed his lips over Phoenix's again. Another strike, stoking a tiny flicker into a raging inferno. Their bodies moved together naturally. Phoenix opened himself up, lying flat on his back, and Reed climbed on top of him, pinning him in place with one hand on either side. It was a delicate dance. Reed's hair slipped over his bare shoulders, raising goosebumps on coalescent skin. Phoenix's hair was wild against the pillow, curls forming hundreds of tiny hearts. Phoenix lifted his chin, open for another kiss, but he didn't initiate. Instead, that light, inviting smile played on his lips. No mask, just Phoenix. Reed leaned down, and right as their lips connected again, Reed's cock strained in his old briefs, and there was a knock at the door. He set his jaws, gnashing his teeth together as he retreated with less than what he'd come for. Phoenix still didn't say anything, but his eyes sparkled, and he bit his bottom lip. His cock was hard between them too, throbbing against Reed's hip, bold and unashamed. There was another knock. Reed. Phoenix. Brenda called. Breakfast is ready, and Mom says if y'all are going into town, you should get on the road soon. You should answer her, Phoenix whispered. Reed grumbled, knitting thick eyebrows together as his body overrode his mind and he rolled his hips against Phoenix. The other man responded in kind, exhaling a sweet little sigh as he did. I don't want you to move either, Phoenix pacified, but your family is calling and we did promise to go into town. You promised, Reed countered, but with a surly grunt he sat back. We are up, he replied to Brenda. Good, because I have a few possible changes to the plan we talked about yesterday, and I need Phoenix. She drew out her words, being every bit of an annoying little sister, and Phoenix only chuckled. Okay, sexy. We'll stick a pin in this and continue later. He kneaded Reed's lean biceps before sliding off the bed and approaching the door. Chapter 11. Reed. After a breakfast where Brenda and Phoenix completely redesigned the van interior for the umpteenth time while Finn and Reed looked on helplessly, they prepared to leave. Phoenix escaped upstairs, showering and getting dressed before Reed did the same. They darted up and down the stairs in the process, narrowly missing another awkward mistletoe kiss to Reed's secret disappointment, but he was still reeling from what had almost transpired in the bed before breakfast, and his senses were still heightened, nerve endings eager for another hit of whatever inhalant drug attached to Phoenix's form. Reed had taken drugs before. They weren't entirely uncommon on study nights before big tests. A key bump of cocaine or Adderall washed down with an energy drink, but neither of those things had anything on the high he received when he was next to Phoenix, when their combined teasing shifted from games to serious. Phoenix set everything in him ablaze, stunned him senseless, and gave him enough energy to consider tackling all the farm chores on his own, and still have enough left over for the rest of the day. As he laced up his boots, the front door flew open, and 2 young children ran inside, carrying snow and laughter with them. 2 adults followed behind with a 3rd child in the father's arms. Aiden, Reed greeted his older brother, standing up as he finished with his laces and approaching the man. Aiden had him by a few centimeters and one infectious, sparkling white smile. Aiden drawled. It's been a while. He clapped Reed on the back. My kids were starting to forget who Uncle Reedsy was. I send them gifts every year. Yeah, but there's nothing like seeing your face. They prefer quality time over gifts anyway, so you could really save your money and just stop in once in a while. Right. I'm working on it. Excuse me, hello Grace. Reed greeted the blonde-haired woman standing beside Aiden. It's good to see you too. She smiled, diplomatic and full of kindness. Hey Reed. I heard you're going into town. There are a few things we forgot to pack. Would you mind if I gave you a list of things to collect? No, not at all. Mom is giving me a list, and I believe Dad is as well, so just throw yours on in and we'll see what we can do. We? Grace blinked. Oh, is Brenda going with you? No, actually, Reed cleared his throat as Phoenix bounded down the stairs. Reed, do you think we'll have a chance to stop at a shoe store? I really wasn't prepared to be trekking through snow as much as I am, and I only packed my canvas loafers and my Doc Martens, and Doc Martens aren't meant for working. Aiden and Grace blinked and looked at Phoenix as he joined them at the front door. Reed cleared his throat again. Yes, we can stop at a shoe store. Phoenix, this is my brother Aiden and his wife Grace. Oh, hello there. Phoenix extended a hand to Aiden, shaking the other man's hand with a firm and confident grip, and then smiled to Grace. He rubbed a hand along Reed's shoulders. It's good to meet the rest of Reed's family. I've heard so much about you from Reed and Brenda. All good things, yeah? Like how I'm the smartest of us all. Best sibling. Most attractive too. Aiden, Grace scowled, be serious. You should take Kensley to your room so she can rest and so you can get the bags from the car. Right. Aiden smiled. You've got the list for them? I will make it. Grace lifted on her toes, kissing her husband's cheek and shooing him out of the room. Once he was gone, she gave her attention back to the 2 men. I can recite it for you, if you want to put it in your cell phone, or I can write it down. Recite it, Phoenix said. Write it down if you don't mind, Reed responded. Phoenix gave him a quizzical look. It's much easier to put it in your cell phone, and then you won't have to worry about losing the piece of paper. Are you so disorganized you would lose a piece of paper between home and the store? Reed arched an eyebrow. I'm not saying I would lose it. Phoenix smiled. If you really want to have an old-school piece of paper, then it's fine by me. I have your mother's list and your father's list already recorded on my cell phone, plus I did the list for the hardware store too, so we're good to go. Grace chuckled. You two are adorable. It's nice to see you with someone who can go toe-to-toe with you, Reed. Anyway, I'll make the list right now. I'm going to get the truck ready, Reed replied. I'm going to watch you get the truck ready, Phoenix hummed. Grace laughed again. Whatever, just bring your list outside to me when you're finished. Sure thing. Let me let you get to your list making. I have to watch my man get the truck ready. Grace chuckled. Aren't country boys nice? They really are, and they have nice asses too. MNF. Grace bit her bottom lip and winked. I know, right? I'm standing, Reed started but then shook his head. I'll be outside. He grabbed his jacket and his keys, stepping out of the front door and moving over to his father's work truck. It was old but sturdy, and rather than replace the truck, they kept throwing new parts into it. An alternator one year, repairing the starter the next, then the belts. Newer cars weren't as good, but they were much more fun to drive. Reed cleared the back seat and the bed of the truck before hopping in the driver's side and letting the windows down. He waved his hands in a lazy attempt to air the stale smell of livestock from the truck's interior as Phoenix approached with a folded piece of paper in his hands. Phoenix yanked open the passenger side door and climbed in, sinking into the worn leather bench seat and raking his fingers through his hair. Okay, I got the list from your sister, then everyone gave me money for what they wanted. Of course they did. Phoenix thumbed the piece of paper, knitting his eyebrows together. Right. Your mother gave extra in case we wanted to get lunch while we were out. Sounds like her. Okay. Phoenix's stormy expression didn't clear as he buckled himself in. What's wrong? Reed turned the vehicle around in the driveway and followed the dirt path from his parents' house back to the main road. He glanced both ways on the perpetually empty paved road before merging into it and turning on the radio to a low hum. Nothing. I guess I'm just not used to getting money from parents for anything. Reed arched an eyebrow, stealing a quick glance at Phoenix before regarding the road again. What do you mean? Did your parents not give you money as a child? I am not sure how to answer that. Honestly is a good way to answer. Phoenix chuckled gently, fixing his gaze out the window. My mother didn't have enough to hand us money. I'm sorry. If it is any consolation, years on a farm are very feast or famine. Luckily we always had food, but sometimes not much more than food and each other. Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to get into some pity party about my upbringing, but it was similar to yours. You know, working as a child basically. Reed sucked his bottom lip. Working as a child how? The question slipped out of his mouth, and as it hung in the air, Reed twisted his fist on the fraying leather steering wheel. Not selling myself. I got a fake ID and worked at the grocery store stocking shelves. While you were in school? Phoenix shrugged. Sure. I worked at this little local grocery store and restaurant combination. I was hired for stocking shelves, but when I really needed money, I was a busboy and they paid me under the table. An admirable work ethic. Wanted to keep the lights on. Phoenix gave another shrug, but then he plastered on a bright smile and reached across the center console, pinching Reed's arm. It's Christmas. Let's talk about something less depressing. Ah. It was only a spare bit of information, but it said so much about the type of person Phoenix was. The escort probably hadn't realized it, but Reed knew much more from his passing statement than he'd learned in days. Phoenix had grown up poor. Potentially very poor, and it wasn't as if Reed had grown up with money. He hadn't, but he had grown up with dedicated parents, parents who would give their last dime so their children felt secure. He had grown up in an environment where the parents had wanted more children, and had subsequently given as much as they could to them at the same time. I'm going to turn on the radio and sing if you don't think of something to talk about. Warning you. Don't sing, Reed hissed. Oh, I will. Phoenix turned up the radio on a twanging country song, and despite not knowing any of the lyrics, he sang along. At first he guessed the lyrics, but after a minute, he made up his own. And they weren't half bad, his made-up lyrics. When Reed didn't crack a smile, Phoenix added dancing, shifting his brawny body around in the passenger seat to an offbeat dance, and finally Reed gave him what he was after. He shook his head and chuckled. "You are ridiculous." Reed turned the music down once Phoenix had sufficiently lightened the mood in the vehicle. "We will be in town in 30 minutes. Would you like to look at the map and decide what's the most efficient route for the day? You plan your, you know what? Never mind. Yeah, I'll pull up a map and make us a plan." There was laughter in his tone as he looked down at his cell phone. As the songs changed, Phoenix sang along to the ones he knew and hummed, tossing out a word here and there to the ones he didn't know. When they reached the little town, Reed rolled in through the side streets, pointing out the neighborhood schools before they reached the main body of the town. Then he parked in front of the hardware store at Phoenix's request. "Okay," Phoenix browsed his cell phone. "I put the list of everything we need for your sister's van right here, but it will be long planks. Can we put them on the back of the truck?" "How long?" Reed crunched his eyebrows. "I am not sure why. If they're really long, it may be better to purchase them now and load them when we are on the way home. You can put a red flag on the end of the last plank, but it is always a risk driving with things beyond the length of your bed." Phoenix considered Reed's words before flashing a smile. "What is it?" "At first I thought you would be some stuffy doctor with a terrible elitist family, and instead you're so cowboy chic with an amazingly sweet family." "Thank you. I'm not sure if you are complimenting me or insulting me." "I am complimenting you. I'm saying I thought you were going to be a typical client, and I'm actually enjoying this." "Actually?" "Well, it is work, and I'm not too keen on holidays, but this is a different story." Can I see your list?" "Sure. I have it mostly memorized." Phoenix handed his cell phone over as they reached the entrance to the hardware store. Then he grabbed a basket. "I will be at the wood, if you want to get all the smaller things." "Yes, this is fine." Reed nodded, and they broke apart. Phoenix wheeled the cart towards the left side of the store, getting lost in shelves and shelves of raw wood. Reed looked after him, reluctant to lose Phoenix in his sight, but with a little sigh he went the other direction. They reconvened 30 minutes later in the middle of the store, and Phoenix checked all of the items Reed had grabbed before he nodded his approval. "Great. What do you think about the wood? Will it be okay on the back of the truck?" "Yes. None of the planks are too long so they can be tied down easily." "Perfect. The longer ones were cheaper per foot, but I knew the shorter ones would be better, so I got the shortest ones we could use with ease." "You are really going to help Brenda build the van?" "Absolutely. Honestly, I'm pretty excited. She has a way of getting you excited about her life and her projects, so I don't know. If it were anyone else, probably not, but I'm looking forward to it." Phoenix smiled as they advanced in the line. When it was their turn, Reed leaned against the basket, letting Phoenix handle the entire transaction. He chatted with the older man behind the counter who asked dozens of questions about their project, and gave him advice, of course. With a pleasant smile, Phoenix took it in stride, and after he handed over exact change, he guided their cart to the exit where Reed took over. Lean, work-hardened muscles loaded the planks into the bed of the truck while Phoenix looked on, glancing down at his cell phone periodically. Midway through, Reed removed his jacket, drying sweat that had collected on his back. He secured the wood and looked at Phoenix. "Ready?" "Yeah." He smiled. "So, I made an online order at the feed store, and all we have to do is pick the things up, and then the last stop is the grocery store. Sound good?" "Yes." Reed passed behind Phoenix, touching his back on his way to the driver's side of the vehicle. "Let's get going then?" "Yeah." Phoenix climbed in after him, and they drove 5 miles from the hardware store, pulling into the feed store's parking lot as Phoenix called the workers inside. From the warmth of the vehicle, Phoenix handed the employee exact change for their purchases, and Reed climbed out, boots crunching in the snow as he loaded the items on the back of the truck alongside the supplies for Brenda's van build. He made sure everything was secure before he climbed back in the truck and drove to their last errand, killing the engine in the crowded parking lot with a sigh. "Give me a second." Reed rubbed his hands down his face. "Sure. I'd like to rearrange the list first, anyway." Phoenix leaned back in his seat, tapping on his cell phone as Reed twisted his hands on the steering wheel, watching vaguely familiar faces come in and out of the grocery store. The town was small. One of those places where everyone knew everyone, and it was almost impossible to sneak out of any particular store without glimpsing a familiar face. Some people loved it, but Reed hated it. The thought of seeing the star football player, a decade later when he hadn't even gone to his high school reunion, churned his stomach. He hadn't gotten along with those people when he was in high school, and he couldn't imagine a world where things would be better 10 years later. "Okay, I'm done fixing the list. I organized everything by type, so it should be pretty easy to go aisle by aisle to get everything. Is this normal for you? Over-planning my grocery list? Not at all, but it seems like the type of thing I should be doing, since you've got a monopoly on the rugged cowboy thing." "I am not a cowboy. I am a doctor." "You're one step from wearing plaid, cowboy boots, and a cowboy hat, doctor or not. Besides, since when can doctors not be cowboys? It is in the name." "You're thinking too linear. I'd love to turn and cough if a sexy cowboy is the one holding my balls." Reed snorted a chuckle. "So you have doctor fantasies?" "I didn't, but I definitely have them now. Dr. McAllister, I think you need to take my temperature. I may have a fever." Phoenix relaxed back in his seat, turning his head towards Reed. Reed laughed again. "You're ridiculous." "I am, but I distracted you from what was making you anxious, didn't I?" Reed couldn't deny the truth in Phoenix's words. It was remarkable in the sense of how quickly Phoenix tallied his emotions and responded to them. He didn't ask questions or invalidate his feelings, either. "So you did," Reed murmured. "I know I did, sweetheart." Phoenix winked. "I'm good at my job. Anyway, ready to tackle these groceries and then take me to lunch?" "No, but let's go." With a deep breath, Reed climbed out of the truck, meeting Phoenix and walking with him towards the door. Right inside, Reed grabbed a basket while Phoenix regarded the list and led him into the main body of the grocery store. "All right. First on the list is some fresh fruits and vegetables," Phoenix explained, parking the cart in the center of dozens of rows of fresh produce. "Wait here. I'll grab things." "Yes," Reed agreed. His anxiety spiked as he stood there alone, watching slender women in patterned leggings and oversized t-shirts pick over avocados and lettuce while their toddlers kicked in the shopping cart. His pleasant expression faltered, and his mind floated back to all the patients he left behind for his 2-week vacation. He could take a vacation from his work, but they could never take a vacation from having a sick child. All of their holidays were bittersweet, an extra day with their baby, but another day of watching their baby struggle with illness. He saw healthy babies so rarely that their rosy-tinted skin shocked him. Their bright, clear eyes and squealing laughter was an odd music to his ears. "Okay, I got all of the produce," Phoenix's voice cut through Reed's thoughts. "Ready to continue?" He pulled his eyes away from a golden-haired baby boy and looked at Phoenix. "Yes, I'm ready." "Cool." Phoenix took over the cart, letting Reed wander alongside him. "So, I know you work with kids, but tell me more about what you do for work." "All right. I am a pediatric cardiologist." "Sounds fancy. What does it mean?" "I work with children with varying heart conditions." I feel like there's some irony there. An eternally single guy helping children repair their broken hearts. It's almost poetic in a strange way. I never really thought about it. I honestly kind of fell into the work because there was an open position, and the other positions were already taken. But you enjoy it? Reed nodded. I love it, even on its worst days. I'd rather work with babies than old people. Sounds legit. I don't really like working with old people either. Phoenix strolled the aisles, plucking items from the shelves, letting Reed trail a step behind him. I mean, don't get me wrong. Older men tend to have more money. Older men and doctors. You only like me for my money, Reed teased lightly. Ah. Don't be like that. I also like you for what you're packing downstairs, even if you won't give it up. Phoenix threw him an impish smile as he turned the corner onto the next aisle. It was stocked full of canned goods and dozens of other people. Don't, Reed chuckled, turning the corner with him and peeking at the digital list over Phoenix's shoulder. Grab the creamed corn for me, Daddy, Phoenix whispered. A shiver of pleasure went through Reed at the nickname. It had annoyed him at first, but he'd grown used to Phoenix's flirting, grown used to the nickname, and he understood it. He was a caregiver. He was a doctor, after all. After he cleared his throat, he stepped away from Phoenix, following the aisle. He passed the string beans, the peas, and the kernel corn before he reached the creamy variety, and as he wrapped his fingers around a can, another person approached him. Well, if it isn't McAllister. How you doing, number 9? The low baritone voice made Reed's heart drop to the ground. Chapter 12. Reed. Ice ran down his spine as he turned around in slow increments, facing a man who matched his height with a body ravaged by gravity and high cholesterol. The man's hair was stringy on the top of his head, combing over a shining bald top. Despite 10 years of life, his features and voice were still recognizable. Hello, Lucas. Reed swallowed, bile churning in the back of his throat as he cradled 2 cans of creamed corn. If you would excuse me. The man blocked his path. Number 9. You look good. He rubbed his cheek with his thumb and glanced Reed over from top to bottom. Reed set his jaws, glancing over Lucas's shoulder towards Phoenix, who was engaged with selecting vegetables off of his mother's expansive list. Phoenix wasn't paying attention. Thankfully. He dropped his eyes back to Lucas. Thank you. If you would excuse me, he stated again, stepping to the side only to have the man block his path again. He wet his lips. Don't be like this, 9. We have some good memories together. The man's gaze lingered on Reed's lips. I've never forgotten the things you can do with that mouth of yours. You want to give me a refresher? Reed narrowed his eyes. No. Talk to your wife about what she can do with her mouth. She's never been as good as you. Lucas reached towards Reed, but he swatted his hand away. A pity. This time, Reed turned his back to Lucas and walked the opposite direction, turning on the next aisle and looping back around to Phoenix. He dropped the corn into the basket. Is there anything else? Not on this aisle. We're good to move on. Phoenix swiped on his cell phone before looking up and studying Reed. His eyebrows quirked. Everything okay? Yes? He shook his head. I ran into someone I used to know, and it was a little uncomfortable, but nothing worth worrying about. Phoenix clenched his jaws, eyeing Reed for another moment before nodding. Okay. Let's move on then. The rest of this could be quick. Yes? I hope so, Reed murmured, flicking a quick glance towards Lucas before following Phoenix to the next aisle. Phoenix wasn't wrong. It didn't take them long to collect the rest of the items on the list, and in less than 30 minutes, Phoenix was wheeling the cart to the checkout with Reed wandering behind him. With the holidays so close, the lines were long, and after a short debate, Phoenix selected the shortest-looking line, parking the cart behind a homely couple with a collection of stringy brown-haired kids. They all spoke animatedly, while Phoenix focused his attention on his cell phone and Reed rocked on his heels. Ordinarily, he had an abundance of patience, but right now, he couldn't get out of the grocery store soon enough. His skin crawled, and he couldn't escape the sinking feeling of being watched. Reed combed his fingers through his locks as they crept along in the line, letting Phoenix take control as he sorted himself. The worker behind the counter recognized Reed too, but he was too frustrated to attempt small talk. Instead, he let Phoenix handle it along with the groceries. He knew he was dead weight, but he was drowning, and he only broke the surface of the water again once they had stepped out of the grocery store. The cold weather slapped him in the face, but the freedom was welcomed, and he breathed a deep sigh of relief. Phoenix continued reviewing the list as he guided the cart outside. Hang on. I left something. Shit. Can you go ahead and take this stuff to the truck, and I'll run back inside real quick. What? Reed blinked. You've been regarding the list the entire time. How on earth did you? Seriously. I won't be more than 5 minutes. Phoenix threw Reed a comforting smile, but Reed was hardly comforted. He clenched and released his jaws as he looked down at all the bagged groceries. Trembling fingers gripped the side of the basket. Okay. 5 minutes. He swallowed his jumpy nerves as they parted ways, and he continued through the parking lot to the truck, unlocking it and yanking the backseat door open. Curling locks behind his ears, he started loading their groceries, grabbing the biggest stuff first and pushing it across the seat. As he turned for the smaller items, 3 shadows blocked the sun's winter warmth. Heard you think you're too good to talk to us country folk now since you got your good job in the city. The owner of the voice crossed his arms over his chest. Reed slowly drew his attention away from his groceries and looked at the trio. Lucas stood in the middle, flanked by Manny and Nate, his 2 high school best friends. Time hadn't been kind to any of them, and they all looked every bit of early 30s. Beer guts peeked from under their white ribbed tank tops, and belted jeans sat under their hanging bellies. They weren't fat, no, but they had lost all of their football muscle mass, and it had been replaced with squishy fat and ill-placed hair. Why would I think I am too good for you? Lucas chuckled, but it was Nate who spoke after Manny. Look at you with your designer clothes and how you talk white. I'ma tell you something. You can go as far as you wanna away from here, but we know who you are. Why don't you get on your knees and show us you remember who you are too, number 9. Reed placed a palm flat on the side of the truck. He had fought for autonomy for years, grown into a successful man, but he was immobilized in front of his childhood tormentors. His mind had blocked out most of his childhood, especially his high school years, but his body remembered. His cock twitched in his pants, his mouth watered, and the shame of it all tickled the apples of his cheeks. There was a difference between enjoying a physical engagement and the engagement being appropriate, and it had taken him years to separate the difference. His body liked the rough treatment, craved it even, but his mind flashed red alarm bells as the men advanced to him. He didn't do those types of things anymore. No handjobs for a 20, no blowjobs for double. My partner will be back soon, Reed warned, catching Lucas's eyes. Have you told him? Does he know the types of things you like, 9? Being bent over under the bleachers after practice with sweaty nuts in your face, dick filling you up from behind too. Reed didn't say anything, but he backed himself into the side of the truck, dropping his head back against the hard aluminum. Bet your little prick is hard for it, huh? Lucas gripped the front of his pants, cupping his half-mast cock and heavy balls in his hand, and to his own displeasure, his cock responded, hardening more against Lucas's groping hand. My partner will be back soon, Reed stressed, but his voice sounded far away, foreign to him and his waterlogged brain, and he wasn't entirely sure he had spoken at all. Lucas didn't respond to his comment, but in a flash, Lucas jerked away from him. A sickening crack pierced the air, followed by a sharp cry. Reed had heard the sound many times before. It was a unique sound, one you never forgot once you heard it. It was the sound of a fist meeting skin, the sound of bones breaking, the howls of immeasurable pain. There was a rain of blows, but everything moved too fast for Reed's panicked brain. He glimpsed Phoenix's determined face. He'd lost his characteristic sweet innocence, and it had been replaced with a hardness. He took all 3 of the stunned dad-bod men on his own. Sweat soaked his brow, and he fisted his hand in Lucas's shirt, yanking him up until he was only inches from his face. You ever touch him again and you won't like the results, Phoenix warned, before throwing him back into the icy asphalt. He stood up again, dusting off his pants and turning his attention to Reed. You okay? Reed's heart pounded in his ears, and his mouth opened and closed, moving over words trapped in his throat. He couldn't get a word out, but he didn't need to. Phoenix took charge, finishing up with the rest of the groceries, walking Reed around to the passenger side, and even buckling him in as he fished the keys from him. They arrived back at the farm, and Reed had no recollection of how he arrived there, but he relaxed as they drove through the gate. "You're not okay. Do you want to go inside and take a shower while I unload the truck?" Reed ran his hands up and down his thighs, palms burning, but it felt better than the shame swirling around inside him. He had worked up dozens of reasons why he justified avoiding relationships, but Phoenix had seen the truth. There was no point in dancing around it anymore. He couldn't pretend he didn't have a sexual history. He couldn't feign innocence any longer. "I will understand if you don't want to sleep next to me any longer." Reed dragged his gaze towards the other man. "Wait, what? Why wouldn't I want to sleep with you anymore?" "Because of what transpired at the grocery store." Phoenix looked around, killing the engine in the truck, but locking the doors so they wouldn't be interrupted. "Because some fuckboys thought they were going to get in your space and disrespect you. I don't see why I'd not want to be next to you because of it." Reed wet his lips. He had a war within himself. Those creeping feelings of inferiority, the ones he'd spent a lifetime and built a career to combat, but no amount of money and prestige could erase it. He shrank under Phoenix's discerning gaze. "I've slept with them before." "Okay, and?" "I've slept with probably 100 different men over the years. Probably way more, honestly." "I understand, but this is different." "Is it? How?" "You slept with people, I sleep with people. I don't see you any differently." "I did it for money," Reed's voice hitched. He'd never said it aloud, not even to his parents, his friends, his therapist. "Okay. I was a child, and I did it for money." Phoenix traced his tongue over his teeth. "Okay. Do you want to talk about it?" It's a long story." "We got the time." "The cold groceries," Reed protested. "We should at least take them inside." "They'll be fine. Talk to me." There was always a point where anxiety peaked, and Reed was at that point. He couldn't get any more stressed, his body couldn't sustain the energy it took to be at that point. The blood gushed in his ears, and he rubbed his forehead as a headache brewed under the surface. "My mother died. My biological one, and I lived with my aunt for a while, but when she got a new boyfriend, she kicked me out." He spoke carefully, shuddering as old memories ached his bones. "I went to the homeless shelter, and I did a lot of things for money. I did anything for money. Then I was adopted, but they didn't keep me long. I was adopted a second time to the same result." He picked at the stray threads on his jeans. "There is a certain way you are. I can't explain it." "Self-sufficient," Phoenix filled in the blank. "You've had to be, and it's nothing to be ashamed of." "I should have stopped when I moved here, but I didn't." Reed continued, hazarding a glance to Phoenix. "I get it. It's hard to be a child when you've had to be an adult your entire life. It's hard to trust when it's never been an option for you." "Yes. I've never had a real relationship," Phoenix finished again. "The exchange is safer." "I get it." Reed gave a weak nod and closed his eyes as he slowly came down from his anxious high. His heartbeat slowed and his pulse relaxed. With the adrenaline gone, he was completely exhausted. His bones weighed 100 pounds each, and his eyelids drooped. "I think," he massaged his forehead, "I should go upstairs and rest." Phoenix nodded. "You've had a long day. I can handle the groceries, and I can get your father, your brother, or Finn to help unload the truck." With a second of hesitation, Phoenix reached across the center console of the truck, cupping Reed's face in his hands. "You're safe with me, okay?" "I feel safe with you," Reed whispered. "How did you learn how to fight?" Phoenix tugged his lips into a sad smile. "Necessity of the job. Go ahead and go inside." "Okay. Are you sure you do not need me to help?" "I'm sure. I can handle it, sweetheart. You go upstairs and rest. I'll join you after we get all this done." "Okay." Reed unbuckled his seatbelt and stumbled out of the truck, letting shaking legs carry him inside and up the main staircase to his bedroom. Chapter 13. Phoenix. He didn't have much of an opinion on Reed's confession. Not negatively, anyway. Who was he to pass judgment when he did the same thing only as an adult? He did, however, have an opinion on the 3 jackasses he'd cracked knuckles on. It had been a while since he'd been so blindly angry, but some things become ingrained in you. Muscle memory, like riding a bike, not that he'd ever ridden one, but he imagined it was the same. He knew the song and dance of the streets, he knew how predators acted, and he didn't have an ounce of regret inside him. As he watched Reed wander up to the steps of his parents' home, he wished he could do more, and he blinked back tears, pinching the bridge of his nose and twisting the old leather steering wheel. Phoenix centered himself with deep, gulping breaths before he climbed out of the truck and gathered as many groceries on his arms as he could, carting them into the kitchen. He plastered a smile on his face as he dumped the supplies on the kitchen table. Brenda instantly dug in the bags, fishing out a box of vanilla wafers and popping it open with glee. Her mother clucked her tongue with a loving gaze as Phoenix went back for the other groceries, hoisting a box of diapers over his shoulder. He deposited them in the kitchen, and then, accompanied by Finn and Aiden, he unloaded the back of the truck. They loaded the wood into the van without fuss and spent the rest of the time before dinner milling around the house, cracking open a couple beers and letting it warm them from the inside out. As the sun descended the sky, the temperature dropped and a chill crept through Phoenix's layers. The other 2 men were well adapted for the season, but by the time they meandered back inside for dinner, Phoenix's jaw was exhausted from constant clenching and releasing. Reed didn't join them, and Phoenix couldn't blame him. Between Brenda and Finn's cuddling and Aiden's 3 loud children, he wished he could sneak away as well, but he didn't. He picked over a hearty dinner, comforted by the odd sense of family he got from them all. As Reed's mother traded his dinner plate for a plate of steaming apple pie, she gasped and grabbed his hand. "What happened to your knuckles?" she exclaimed, brushing weather-rough fingers over reddened skin. Phoenix glanced down, wetting his lips. He stole a glance towards Aiden, who looked away from him, and regarded Brenda, who busied herself with her own dessert. Then he drew his gaze up to the older woman. "Nothing. It's fine," he whispered, moving his hand away and tucking it between his thighs. "Thanks for the dessert." Frowning, she nodded. "I made a plate for Reed. It's going to be in the microwave. Do you want to take it up to him?" Phoenix picked up his spoon with his non-injured hand and sliced into the apple pie, eating a huge bite. He tossed it on his tongue as he mulled over a reply. Finally, he nodded. "Yeah, I'll take it up to him." "Thank you." She migrated away, and Phoenix jumped back into the public conversation. It had shifted from the trials and costs of public school versus private school to a discussion on the costs of living in a van versus traditional housing. Brenda and Finn had done their homework and had solid statistics to provide both Aiden and the patriarch of the house. Neither felt entirely comfortable about the youngest child living in a van with her boyfriend, but they schooled their sour opinions as best they could, until Tex turned his gaze to Phoenix. "What do you think about this van travel phenomenon?" Phoenix paused mid-bite of his apple pie. He chewed, swallowed, and then cleared his throat. "Well, it's really common in the city. Because rent prices can be pretty steep, and not everyone wants to work just to pay rent and bills, you know?" He glanced at Aiden and his smiling wife, before slowly dragging his eyes back to their father. "Huh. So you think it's a good idea, then?" "Well?" Phoenix scrubbed his cheek. Tex's gaze wasn't harsh, but he'd never been pinned down by a patriarchal gaze. He grew up with a mother and a sister, and he'd always been regarded as the man in charge. He took care of them, defended them as best he could, and brought home the money. He still did. Hearing the concern and worry in Tex's voice made his insides tight. This is what he missed, what he longed for. A protective father figure. A man to look up to. A man who cared. "Well?" Brenda implored, a giggle in her high alto voice. "Well, I don't think it's a bad idea. If you have some monetary goals you want to hit, and you can do it by living in a van and saving on rent for a few months, then I say do it. Life's short, you know?" He grinned at Brenda. "Plus, it's a little romantic." Spending months in a van with your partner. I don't know. I might be a little jealous. Brenda giggled. Tex was decidedly neutral, but he gave a staunch nod. I see, and I hear you're going to help them build it out? Yup. Brenda and I have been talking about plans since she got here the other day. Tomorrow, I guess, we'll get started on the hard work. He gave another nod. You made sure to get rust sealant? Yes, sir. Phoenix couldn't resist a smile. Good. Well then, let me know if y'all need any assistance. He sat back in his chair, nursing a beer idly. Let Reed know Aiden and the kids are going to help in the morning, so he can sleep in if he wants. Oh, he's going to be absolutely crushed. Phoenix laughed. They're excited about petting the chickens and the rabbits, Grace chimed in. I won't be participating, but I know everyone will have fun. Brenda laughed. I wouldn't consider collecting eggs and cleaning the coops as fun, but I guess if you didn't grow up doing it, it can be enjoyable for a holiday. You helped the other day, didn't you, Phoenix? Phoenix winced. Yeah, I did. I also saw one of the goats being born. We don't have goats, Aiden whispered, knitting his eyebrows. He means the sheep. Oh, right. Aiden nodded. Right. How was it? The birth? Phoenix sucked in a breath, picking at his food. It was an experience, one I will absolutely never forget. He definitely wouldn't. Remembering the image of Reed in muddy boots, crouched in front of a sheep, doing what he needed to do. They all laughed, and Phoenix breathed a sigh of relief as his response prompted a conversation about the animals. Tex took pride in his farm, it was clear, and his children had absorbed the same sort of pride. When they finished dessert, Aiden and Grace disappeared upstairs with their children for bath and bedtime, and the rest of them settled in the living room, sharing beers and relaxing in front of the fire, until Finn ushered a sleeping Brenda upstairs and Tex and Jolene returned to the kitchen, doing the dishes left over from their meal. Phoenix finished his beer, sucked in his breath, and then snuck out the front door. He had brought everything inside except for his Christmas gifts for Reed. He spent the entire shopping trip mulling over what to get the other man, and he couldn't narrow it to one or two things, so he purchased a collection of items. He browsed the feed store, the hardware store, and the shoe store in search of the perfect gifts, but he ended up finding what he wanted at the grocery store, and had been quite crafty in getting around Reed's discerning eye. He collected them at the gift wrapping counter, paid for them, and had them wrapped there too. He had a hiding spot picked out too. He'd hid them at the top of the closet in the entertainment room. Reed hadn't set foot in there since they'd been at the house. He grabbed the box, wrapping it in an extra grocery bag, and jogged back to the house, rubbing bare arms as he tiptoed back inside. Reed's parents were still in the kitchen, murmuring happily as Phoenix passed them. Holding his breath, he reached the stairs, but someone blocked his path. Reed. Phoenix quickly tucked the bag behind his back, fixing his attention on the other man. You're awake. Reed knuckled his eyes. Yes, he murmured. Did you nap well? How are you feeling? I am fine but hungry. Right, yeah. Your parents left a plate for you in the microwave, but first, Phoenix pointed up. They were under the mistletoe, but more importantly, Phoenix needed the distraction, or there was no way he would sneak past Reed's discerning gaze with a massive box behind him. The mistletoe. Right. Rather than wrinkle his nose in disgust, the doctor pulled Phoenix right into a kiss, resting one hand on the back of his neck and meshing their lips together with a little growl. Phoenix whimpered against Reed's lips and his cock sprang to life. He discarded the package, setting it very, very gently on the side of the stairs before hooking an arm around the other man's shoulders. Reed retreated when they were both breathless, and he lidded his eyes before opening them fully again. Thank you for rescuing me earlier. His tone was sultry, heavy with sleep and wrapped in arousal. You're welcome, Phoenix grunted. Reed pressed his body into Phoenix, connecting their hips, nestling his rock-hard cock against his hips. In the dim light of the living room, Reed searched Phoenix's face before finding his lips for another kiss. Damn. Are you hungry for food or for something else? Yes, he gasped, lips trembling against Phoenix's. With a sigh, Phoenix abandoned the box and walked Reed back up the stairs into his room, using the wall and his memory as a guide. He wrapped one strong arm around Reed's body and eased him back into the bed, surging over him. "Tell me what you're hungry for." "Just you," Reed repeated, running splayed fingers down the length of Phoenix's neck. "Just your closeness." He chewed his bottom lip before lifting his chin for another kiss. "Okay." Phoenix showered him with kisses, dotting them up and down his neck, around the shell of his ear, and across his jawline, before he found his lips again, sucking and nibbling the bottom one before releasing it with a gentle pop. Then he settled, adjusting their bodies and pulling Reed into him, his back to Phoenix's front. "Like this." Phoenix's warm breath danced against the column of Reed's neck. Reed reached back for him, sweeping a feather-light touch along his jawline, chilling his skin like dozens of tiny snowflakes. "Yes." "How did you learn to fight?" Phoenix's mouth opened and closed on a sigh, and he turned his head, kissing Reed's exploring fingers. "I don't want to lie to you." "Then don't." "I learned for defense. My mother," he took in a deep breath, "she had boyfriends. It's what she called them anyway." He laughed, releasing the tension that had so quickly wound up inside him. He and the doctor had more in common than they expected. After all, Reed understood what he'd been through perhaps more than any of his other clients. "I see." Reed reached behind him, sliding a comforting hand over Phoenix's thigh. "Are her boyfriends the reason you are not so inclined to architecture anymore?" "No." "Well, you could say yes, but no." "Explain." "I had something happen in school, and it would have never happened had I known proper boundaries." "I see." "Yeah. I had to keep my sister safe, basically, and I wasn't afraid to use my fists to do it. First at home, then at school. I mean, we were bullied for not having the nicest clothes or being thin or smelling bad." "Smelling bad?" Phoenix curled into Reed more, wincing as Reed responded. He'd ran away from his old life, erased all traces of himself except his best friend Danny. She knew him then. She'd helped and she hadn't judged. She procured Phoenix new shirts when his old ones were rags, new sneakers when his current ones were talking louder than he was. She'd gotten his sister her first box of tampons too, saving both of them from the awkwardness of securing expensive feminine hygiene products. "Yeah," he confirmed. "Had no one to really take care of us except each other, and there were times when water wasn't an option. Mom would forget to pay the bill, and we'd end up shut off for a couple days, or whenever she was ready to fork out the money." "That sounds so tough." "I am sorry you had to go through it." Reed's words were genuine. Truly so. Some people played at their generosity and their kindness, but Reed didn't. He had superb bedside manner, and Phoenix was grateful for it. "Yeah. It wasn't easy. I kinda started paying for things once I could work for myself. It's just, well, my mom had racked up tons of debt through the energy company and the gas and whatever else, so I needed a job that made more money faster, and it's how I fell into escorting." It was mostly the truth. It was enough of the truth where Phoenix didn't feel like he was lying, but he wasn't ready to talk about the rest. In the beginning, escorting was simple. He attended parties, went on a few dates, but eventually his clients expected more. And he gave it. And in turn he made more. A lot more. Enough to catch his mother up with her bills, and still have money left over. Enough to put himself through school. "I understand. Similar to my situation, but a bit different." There were wells of sadness in Reed's voice. "Yeah. Similar, but different." Phoenix agreed. "Anyway, I learned to fight in self-defense, and I'm glad I did because who knows what those assholes would have done. I do not want to think about it." "Me neither." Phoenix held the other man tighter as he closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. Within minutes he was asleep, and the next morning he woke up by himself. Reed's section of the bed had already puffed back up. His warmth had evaporated, but his smell hadn't. Phoenix slithered from his side of the bed to Reed's side, burrowing his face in the other man's pillow, breathing in his warm shea butter and pine scent as he slowly woke up. He knuckled his eyes with a yawn before he bolted upright. Oh shit. The present, he groaned, flopping back on the bed again. So much for a surprise. He sat up again when the bedroom door opened, and his gaze landed on Reed, who had already dressed for the day in his farm uniform. His work boots fell heavy on the hardwood floor, and his jeans hugged his toned and tight ass. Phoenix shivered. Good morning, Reed smiled. How did you sleep? Well enough. I prefer waking up next to you, and you robbed me of it. It's because someone forgot to tell me Aiden and his kids were doing the chores. Phoenix wrinkled his nose, then chuckled. Sorry. It's no matter, but it is a beautiful day outside, and I was thinking we could enjoy a horseback ride after breakfast. Horseback ride. Like bareback without the cock. Reed scoffed. Definitely not bareback. It takes a lot of skill to ride a horse without a saddle, and it isn't very comfortable, either. Consider the spine of the animal digging into you between your legs and against your balls. I'd rather not consider it. Phoenix grinned. I'd rather consider you doing all those things. Yes. We've quite established your attraction for me. You act like it's something to be easily forgotten, but you're by far one of the cutest clients I've had this year. A pity for you, the year is almost over then. Reed shot back, a little smile playing on his face as he moved around the room, trading his work vest and long-sleeved thermals for something lighter as the sun warmed the ground. Not at all. You're my favorite client so far, and all things considered, I'm kind of excited to do this Christmas-New Year's thing. Good, then get dressed so I can show you around our entire property. All right. If I'm not mistaken, this sounds a bit like a date. Phoenix moved out of bed finally, tugging on a pair of jeans. You cannot date your clients. Who says? I can technically do whatever I want, Phoenix corrected. Get dressed and I'll meet you downstairs. If I stay up here too long, we may not make it outside, Reed said. Phoenix rumbled softly. Okay, he agreed, watching Reed take his leave before he turned back around and got dressed for the day. Chapter 14. Reed. His heart turned over when he saw Phoenix appear at the top of the staircase. The man was dressed stylishly casual, entirely overdressed for horseback riding, but delicious all the same. He had tugged a well-tailored sweater over a collared shirt, paired it with slim-fit jeans and casual loafers. His curly hair was gelled in place, and the burgundy shades of his sweater pulled out the bright hues of his murky green eyes. Reed sucked in his breath, hooking his thumbs in the belt loops of his own jeans. He'd never been on a date before. Not necessarily. He had never felt like this. He had never been so excited, giddy, and nervous about being alone with another person, and when Phoenix threw him a smile, a shock of pleasure traveled down his spine, and he bit his lip over a shy smile of his own. Phoenix strolled down the stairs, eyes sparkling as he stepped up to Reed. I'm ready, Daddy, he purred. Are you really going to keep calling me Daddy? Well, I think the shoe fits, doesn't it? He stood close to Reed, squaring their hips and strumming his fingers on the small of the other man's back. You're not entirely turned off by me paying you for your services, are you? How'd you figure? Phoenix's smile morphed into a grin, and he rolled his hips against Reed, inspiring a little excitement in the front of his pants. Not here. Why not? I don't think your parents care about a little PDA. I saw them necking in the kitchen after dinner, and your dad grabs your mom's ass all the time. Gross, Reed murmured. Not really. It's nice to see two old people in love with each other. I like to hope I'll have the same kind of thing one day. Phoenix shrugged, raking their bodies apart. He grabbed his winter jacket and shrugged it on his shoulders. I thought we had a date. We do as long as you're finished talking about what my parents do when they think no one's looking. Deal. Phoenix laughed. Good, Reed sighed, grabbing his jacket and stepping outside, holding the door open for Phoenix. Side by side, he led Phoenix to the horse's stable, and as they strolled inside, the animals nickered and pawed for attention. Reed breezed through the center aisle, letting out a lazy gelding and a feisty mare. Phoenix lingered at the entrance. "You can come inside." Reed grabbed 2 head halters, reins, saddles, and saddle pads as the gelding clopped towards Phoenix, head bobbing as he strolled. The mare hovered around Reed, tail fanning and head high as her black nose nudged his shoulder. "I am good here, I think." Phoenix shuffled out of the way as the gelding approached, but the animal was paying him no mind, and Reed chuckled. "Not used to horses. They're a lot bigger than they look when you see them far away. A little intimidating." "Well, the gelding there is Jack, and he's pretty chill, so you don't have to worry much about him. He's the one you'll be riding." Jack's ears flickered when he heard his name, and his tail flicked. "And the other?" "Cherry." At her name she tossed her head and neighed softly. "What's she doing?" Phoenix lifted dark eyebrows. The little hint of concern lingered in his eyes. "Trying to get attention. She's excited to go riding." "Oh, okay. So, I'm guessing you've never ridden before." "Horses? No. I'm going to start ignoring your inappropriate jokes." "They're not jokes." I answered honestly. "I've ridden cock for years. I like to imagine I'm rather good at it, and I think really the technique is all in the hips, but no, I've never ridden horses." "Perhaps I can judge your riding technique sometime later," Reed shot back. He fit the halter on the mare's nose and clipped a lead to it. He fit the saddle pad on her back, and the saddle on top of it, buckling it as he rubbed her shoulder. He led her out by her reins after sneaking her a sugar cube. "Perhaps so. You won't be disappointed." "Good to know." Reed slipped a halter onto the gelding and led him with the mare. Outside, he saddled up the gelding too. "All right. You need help getting on, big boy?" Phoenix chuckled. "Big boy, huh? Am I wrong?" Reed gave a glance down to the front of Phoenix's jeans before trailing back up to his eyes. "Do you need an assist, or can you get up on your own?" "Tell me how." Reed explained the process and gave a slight demonstration, gripping reins and the horn of the saddle, and hooking his boot in the stirrup and bouncing up. Then he hopped down again and looked towards Phoenix. Yeah, I think I'm going to need an assist." Phoenix laughed, approaching the gelding. Reed offered him the reins, and he wrapped his hand around the head of the saddle and slid his shoe into the stirrup. The city boy gave a hop but barely left the ground, and Reed smiled a little more. "All right. I'll give you an assist. I have to touch you." "Please." Reed placed a hand under Phoenix's leg. "All right. Hop again." Slide your hand up a little bit." Rolling his eyes, he did, walking his fingers along the bottom of Phoenix's thigh until his hand was on his ass. "Better?" "Yeah. I feel much more secure this way," Phoenix whispered, turning his head and regarding Reed. Once again their bodies were dangerously close together, though this time the other man had one leg hiked up, and Reed had a hand gripping his perfect ass, and Reed honestly wasn't sure how he found himself in such a position. He had been excited for their outing. He wanted to see the twin tracks in the snow as they strolled the property, getting away from the never-ending family time, but now Phoenix had him entertaining other ideas. Phoenix glanced from Reed's lips to his face and back to his lips again. The hunger was in his eyes, but he didn't make a move. He didn't take what he so obviously wanted, and Reed didn't give it to him either. "Good. Ready then?" "Yeah." "Hop." Phoenix obeyed, and at the height of the hop, Reed added his strength, hoisting him onto the gelding. His hand moved from on his ass to the upper part of his thigh, stroking it, as Phoenix adjusted himself in the seat. "Good. Well, I'm up here, but I have no idea how to make him go. Give me a second." Reed moved back to Cherry and mounted her with ease before he clucked his tongue, and she sidestepped her way over to the gelding, brushing him with his tail. He lifted his head and sidestepped with her, giving her a polite amount of space. "All right. Cluck your tongue to get him moving." Phoenix clucked his tongue, and the gelding went from lazily standing to lazily walking forward. The mare fell in line with him despite her earlier giddiness, and she relaxed as they walked. "Tell me about them." The horses. Reed swayed with the movement of the horse, relaxed on top of the mare, comfortable in the environment. Dad bought us all horses. Jack is our old workhorse. He got me Cherry when I was in my teens. We got her as a foal, and I raised her. The other 3 horses belong to the rest of the family. Aiden's got a gelding too, and Mom and Brenda have mares. Brenda got a rescue mare, and Mom's mare is the one we got with the gelding. Ah. Nice little herd. Yeah. We got lucky. All of them actually get along. Ah. So, Phoenix adjusted the horse's reins, combing the animal's withers before regarding Reed. Why didn't you go into veterinary medicine? You love animals, and you know a lot about them too. I do, yes. Ultimately, I wanted to do something different than what I'd done my entire life. Veterinary medicine seemed like the easy choice. So you picked something to challenge yourself? Basically, yes. And at the end of the day, doctors do make more than veterinarians. People are cruel to animals, especially livestock, and I wasn't sure I could work in a field where people think of animals as disposable or as income streams and not living beings. Really? Really? I mean, humans have finally caught on to the little ways we abuse dogs and cats, but with livestock, it's so far backwards. We still use bridles regularly, and branding is still very common. I know these things are seen as necessities, but so were choke collars and electric shock collars until someone finally changed the game. You could be the one who changes the game for the livestock world. Reed shook his head. I could, but I don't really want to be. I'm going against people who have grown up around all this. It's their family business, and here I come with talk of animal welfare. No. Plus, really, I wanted to make a comfortable living. What about all your student loans? Not so much. We applied for a lot of scholarships. My mother made scholarship applications her full-time job, and it paid off. Sweet of her. Yes? Reed tugged his lips into a smile. Ah. I didn't expect to have this kind of life. I get you there. Yes? He chewed the inside of his cheek for a moment. They had strolled one length of the fencing, and now the 2 horses turned in tandem and continued along the next side. The house and animal shelters were specks on the horizon, and the only things marring the blanket of snow were the 2 sets of horse tracks. My mother didn't just die. She had a mental illness. When I was born, according to my aunt, she couldn't stand the sight of me. She wouldn't hold me and refused to have anything to do with me. I'm sorry, Phoenix murmured. He focused his attention on Reed, and his eternally playful expression faded into a serious one. You do not have to apologize. He thumbed the reins. The doctor named me. He named you Reed? He nodded. Reed. Like Moses in the reeds. How do you know? He found me. I guess he always wondered what would happen to me. The baby whose mother was disgusted by him. He sent me a letter on my 15th birthday, and he told me everything. He said he got the information from the adoption agency, and then they contacted my parents, who allowed it. But he said he saw me as a Moses, and someone would save me from the reeds. Yes. And of course he said he hated the name Moses. You're not a Moses. You're definitely a Reed. Plus, Moses would be difficult to say during sex. Oh, Moses harder. See? Sounds terrible. Incorrigible. I'm waiting for your example of my actual name. Phoenix wet his lips, glancing around the empty area before looking back at Reed. You may have to wait a little longer then. Tell me something, Tell me what's something about yourself you would want to change. About my history or my personality. About anything, Reedsy. He mulled over it, silent, as they finally reached the next corner and took it gradually, starting back towards the house. I wish I wasn't so risk-averse. I am most often afraid to take chances. I stay within what is safe, and I don't stray. I wish, Reed clenched his jaws, I wish I were more like you. Like me. Phoenix had a chuckle in his voice. Yes. You are confident, bold, and unashamed. I mean, thanks, but I like you exactly as you are. I suppose. What is it? You don't believe me? When there is a monetary component to our relationship, it's difficult to believe it when you say certain things, especially things like this, or when you are making sexual jokes. Is it honest, or is it the money talking? Are you asking if I am actually attracted to you, or if I'm saying what I think you want to hear, because you paid me to spend 2 weeks with your family pretending to be your boyfriend? I'm asking. Reed paused. I guess yes. I'm attracted to you. I have been since I heard your voice on the phone, since we met in person, but I know it's foolish. I understand this is an arrangement, and I don't want to overstep my bounds. I'm attracted to you too, and I won't say I haven't had clients fall in love with me. It's part of my job. I mold myself to what I think my client needs in the moment, but I've been myself with you, more myself than I normally am. Have you? Yeah. I was attracted to you the first time I saw you too. I almost didn't take the job, but I guess you're right about me because I took the job knowing things could get sticky. I didn't think my attraction would hold, or I figured you would be the entitled kind of guy, but you're nothing like I expected you to be, and I adore it. Phoenix slowed the gelding to a stop, naturally tugging back on the reins. Reed slowed too, turning the mare and coming up beside Phoenix again, facing him with a quirked eyebrow. What is it? All of my joking and teasing aside, I'm having fun here with your family. I feel welcomed by everyone, and I love falling asleep and waking up next to you. I know I'm breaking the unspoken rules, but I don't care, so I guess you're right about me. I am not sad about being right. I can give the money back. Why? The mare danced, and Reed sighed, clucking his tongue and steering her back onto the path. She was done standing around, and the gelding followed her lead despite Phoenix's lack of command. Jesus, at least one of us knows what we're doing, he murmured as the gelding moved under him, plodding along with a low head carriage. If there had been visible grass, he may have snagged him a few sprigs, but he settled instead, for sniffing his whiskered muzzle against the snow-capped ground on occasion before bringing his head back up. Because of what we just talked about. If you don't trust me when I say I want to be here, then I'll give your money back. We can call the arrangement off. I do not want to sound arrogant, but the amount of money you requested for merely 2 weeks of work is some people's salary for half of a year. Try a full year, but basically, yes. What's your point? My point is, you can do a lot with it. I am sure you had plans for it, and you weren't going to let it sit in your bank account, were you? I wasn't, no. I was going to pay off the last of some student loans, and then consider searching for a home for me and my best friend, Danny. Danny? Daniela. Yeah. We've known each other for a long time. We work in the same circle, if you know what I mean, but the thing is, it's just a dangerous job. I don't want to be risking my life every night for the rest of it, so our plan has always been to get a house and then follow our passions. With a paid-for house and a chunk of money in savings, we can float for a while. This is true. Danny didn't want me to take this job. Phoenix rubbed the horse's neck. I can't tell you how many friends we've lost over the years doing this. Friends, acquaintances, competition. We're all in the streets together, but there's a big difference between an escort and a hooker. I get hotel rooms and nice gifts, other people literally have sex all evening. But the thing is, we all deal with clients who see no value in our work or our bodies, and with entitlement and shame comes violence. Have you had many violent clients? Phoenix stilled on top of Jack, fisting the reins in his hand. The man was an expert at keeping himself under control, but the well of sadness in his eyes told a different story. Yeah. I have. To no surprise, it's usually the men who are violent. Women tend to catch feelings, and it can be more awkward in some ways, but women are rarely violent. With men, it's a fine line between him simply liking rough sex and me potentially blacking out on a bed and waking up hours later. I see. Reed frowned. It's not all the time, though. It's much less frequent now since I know how to screen my clients better. Men who are going to harm you, they sound a certain way when you talk to them. Dismissive, hard. You can catch the shame in their voice usually, and these are often entitled men too, like men who make a lot of money. It's why Danny was nervous. I mean, you'd have basically paid about 20 grand to live out a snuff film if you wanted, and it's not like anyone comes looking for an escort. Reed clenched his jaws. I don't like the thought of you fearing for your life. I believe you. Why wouldn't you believe me? He gave a non-committal shrug. Some people say things because it's the right thing to say, but I believe you. Men who are kind to animals are usually the same to people. Phoenix bit his bottom lip before releasing it and letting a grin touch his face. Now, I didn't say all of this to steer you away from rough sex if it's what you like. If you want me pinned down under you with my back arched for you and the rest of my body immobilized, then I'm not going to say no or anything. They had reached the halfway mark on the way back to the house, but there was still a long way to go, and they were still alone, which was great because Reed was a ball of conflicting emotions. Anger had threaded tension through him, but he also felt close to Phoenix, attuned to his smallest movements. He'd spent their stroll mostly regarding the other man, basking in his presence and memorizing the details of his features. Looking at Phoenix, really looking at him, it was easy to decipher the exact formula that made him desirable while opening him up for violence. The chances of a blonde-haired skinny white boy being brutally murdered by a client was unlikely, but Phoenix was different. He was exotic enough to be exotic and light enough to skirt both lines. With brown almost jet-black hair, green eyes, and a razor-sharp jawline, he covered the mysterious and handsome ideal. What kind of sex do you actually like, Phoenix? His grin split his face in half. I can show you much better than I can tell you. And he nudged the side of his horse, spurring Jack into a shaky trot as he wandered ahead of Reed, throwing a mischievous grin over his broad shoulders. Chapter 15. Phoenix. When they reached the stable again, Reed hopped off his mare, tossed her reins over a post, and approached Phoenix in the gelding. He rested one hand on the horse's neck and the other on Phoenix's leg. Phoenix was used to touch, especially from clients, but he was used to a certain kind. He was used to desperation over gentleness, hunger over soothing. Reed was the opposite of his clients. Do you need help getting down? He fixed dark eyes on Phoenix, squeezing his knee as he gripped the horse's reins. Definitely. Phoenix swung his legs to one side of the saddle, and Reed's arm traveled up, sliding under his open jacket and bunching the weave of his sweater. His thumb dug into Phoenix's hip as he shimmied out of the saddle, and as he jumped towards the ground, Reed's arm reached around him, supporting his weight until his feet were firmly on the ground again, but he didn't let go immediately. With the horse's reins in one hand and the other arm wrapped around Phoenix's torso, Reed stilled. Hey, are you okay? Perfect, Phoenix replied. Reed hadn't let go of him yet, and Phoenix stood trapped between the gelding's body and his client's, but he wasn't disappointed. He wasn't even scared. He was the exact opposite. A culmination of near-constant teasing had him on fire in the trap of Reed's arms. His gaze fixed on Reed's full velvety lips, but he didn't move first. Reed subverted his expectations. His slow, deliberate movements excited everything in Phoenix's body. His cock was rock hard in his designer jeans. His nuts were heavy with anticipation, prepared for what would no doubt be an endless night of fucking when they finally succumbed to their desires. His ass clenched and relaxed. Phoenix knew Reed would take care of him. He knew when they fell in bed together, Reed would devour him, every crease and crevice. He knew Reed would draw moans from him until his voice was cracked and raw. He knew Reed would seize control and keep it until Phoenix was too spent for protest, and that's exactly what Phoenix wanted. In fact, he'd never wanted another man so much in his life. I'm going to get these horses inside, brush them down, and clean up a bit. Reed's voice was deep, husky with his own primal desires, and Phoenix smiled. Okay. What do you want me to do? You can go on to the house and get warm. I'll be along in about an hour or so. And if I want to stay here and watch you work? Reed lifted his eyebrows. Go to the house and get warm. Mucking stalls and brushing horses isn't exciting, and you'll get cold standing around. I will see you shortly. Okay. Phoenix laughed. I'll see you in a bit then. With a wave, he exited the stable and trekked back to the house, kicking the snow and mud off his shoes before he opened the front door and slipped inside. The house was warm, toasty, and full of life, with Aiden's 2 children playing a board game over the living room coffee table. Their grandpa and mother oversaw the game with steaming mugs of coffee and hot chocolate in their hands. The laughter was heartwarming. Aiden and Finn lingered in the dining room, planning the logistics of having everyone settled around the table for Christmas dinner, and Brenda and her mother were in the kitchen, laughing and giggling like old friends as they danced around each other. When Phoenix entered, everyone issued him a quick smile before going back to their conversations. Welcoming, easily inviting. He could join any group he wanted, but he had no idea where he wanted to be. His eyebrows scrunched together as his gaze traveled over everyone's faces, but Brenda was the one who saved him from making a decision. Hey Phoenix? Can you come in here for a sec? I want to talk about our building plans. Yeah, sure. He ducked his head after he shrugged out of his jacket and put it away in the coat closet. What's up? Brenda licked a spoonful of cookie batter, focusing her huge brown eyes on him. Grace hid your presents this morning. They were for Reed, right? Oh, Phoenix rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. They were. I snuck them in last night, but I got distracted. He waved a hand. Never mind. Thanks for telling me. I need to thank Grace too, for grabbing them and hiding them. They're supposed to be a surprise. She smiled. He's going to love them. Oh. She hid them up in the entertainment room. He basically never goes up there, so he won't find them or anything. I hid Finn's gift up there too. Jolene placed the last of a multicolored cookie dough on a powdered baking sheet and yanked open the oven. Oh, I wouldn't fool with these rainbow unicorn cookies, but the kids love them so much, I can't resist. They look very good, Phoenix encouraged. They taste very good too. She doesn't use artificial coloring, she uses fruits and berries to make the colors, Brenda explained. So the pinkish color is raspberry, the blue is blackberry, and the green is the smallest hint of spirulina, which gives kind of a mint flavor. She dug around before producing a spoon for him and scraping some of the berry pink batter. She handed him the spoon. Try it. Oh, thanks. No problem. Hey, I'll be right back, Brenda drawled, slipping out of the kitchen without waiting for anyone's approval. Sure. Phoenix licked the batter off the spoon, turned it over in his mouth, and then groaned at the taste. The hint of berry clenched his jaws, and the sugar almond flavor was rich on his tongue. Fuck. Oh, whoops, sorry. It's really good. Honey, you're grown. You can curse if you want to. Jolene waved a hand. Anyway, let's let these cook up, and then I'm going to get started on dinner tonight. Do you want anything in particular, sweetie? The older woman looked at Phoenix. Oh no. Seriously, anything you make is fine with me. Don't work too hard or anything. It's no trouble to make what you like. I have already prepped the crust and the filling for the apple pie you wanted, correct? Oh, thanks. You didn't have to go out of your way or anything. For my son's partner, I don't mind. My son is happier than I have ever seen him, so I will gladly make you dozens of apple pies if it's what you want. Phoenix chuckled. Really? Oh, indeed. Jolene glanced at the kitchen entrance before she dried her hands. He's been to therapists all his life, but he's never been labeled as depressed, just, Jolene tugged her lips into an enigmatic smile. Just not fully happy, I guess, and we've always tried to do everything we can. I just can't imagine the pain he lives with. Yeah. Well, he's great, and I'm glad I finally got the chance to meet you all. He didn't tell me he was adopted though, so it was a bit of a surprise when we arrived. Jolene chuckled. Understandable. We've never made those sorts of differences a big deal in our family. We do not ignore race and culture, of course, but we know we can't teach things we know nothing about, so we were sure to find mentors for him to talk with about the subjects we can't understand. Phoenix nodded. He's great. I'm sorry, I wish I had something more award-winning to say, but I'm not going to lie to you, all of this is a bit overwhelming. The emotions spiraled up on him, and before he finished his sentence, his eyes had welled with tears and his cheeks had warmed with the embarrassment. He had absolutely nothing to cry over, not this kind of cry, but Reed and his family had tore off the band-aid over his heart, and it had been festering ever since they arrived on the property, and with every little encounter, he felt a little more angry at his mother, but a little happier at the same time. He'd moved through his adult life plastering on fake smiles and exhaling artificial laughter, but with the deep pockets of sadness came great moments of happiness too. Phoenix had been happy on the horseback ride with Reed, swaying back and forth on the back of the lazy gelding while Reed and his mare led them around. Even the conversation, though it had shifted to honest and raw revelations, had brought them closer together and had brewed warmth inside him. He was buoyed up as he left the stables and walked back to the house. His happiness had been reinforced when everyone regarded him as he entered. It was so simple, but he was noticed. His presence was welcomed. No strings attached. But all this goodness and acceptance reminded him of the truth he had fought so long to hide. His mother hadn't wanted him. Just like Reed's mother. She hadn't wanted children. Or maybe she had at some point, but by the time Reed could remember, it was a poisonous cycle of drug use, anger, blackmailing, and gaslighting. Sometimes he hadn't been sure if the marks on his body had come from his own after-school practices, the bullies cornering him in the hallways of his school, or his mother's angry fits of rage, and ultimately it didn't matter. Back then, the throbbing ache of slaps and punches was so far from his physical body that he looked on the yellowing and purpling bruises with a childlike curiosity. Now, on the other hand, his whole body ached, and for a moment he was dizzy, stunned by the deep throbbing wounds hidden under smooth skin. "I'm sorry," Phoenix added. His voice trembled. "Don't be." Jolene removed her apron and approached Phoenix, grabbing him into a hug. A mother's embrace. And he melted into her arms. He could count the number of times his mother hugged him on one hand, and the number of times she did it of her own volition was even less. His weight collapsed into Jolene, and he let the tears flow. He let them stripe down his cheeks, wetting her rounded shoulders. He lost himself in her warm honey and fresh linen scent, and she held him, rubbing his back as the emotion coursed through him. When his warring emotions subsided, he sucked in a deep breath and snaked away from the older woman, rubbing his eyes and clearing his throat. "You should check your cookies. They're starting to smell," he murmured. Jolene rubbed her hands up and down Phoenix's shoulders. "The cookies aren't important. Are you okay?" He covered his face with his hands, pinching his eyes as he sucked in his breath. "Yeah, I'm going to be okay. Can this stay between us?" Jolene caught his jaw in her hands as he uncovered his face. "Of course. It's completely between us." When she released his jawline, the oven beeped, and she grabbed a pair of oven mitts, opening the door and pulling out fluffy cookies and placing them on the stove. She laid her mitts on the counter, and Aiden's two older children rushed into the kitchen. Phoenix was happy to fade into the background, and he did. He watched another night of family time unfold in front of him, starting with the pre-dinner snack of the rainbow sugar cookies, extending through another relaxed family dinner, and then concluding with the adults relaxing in the living room with drinks. Tex, Reed, and Finn settled in the living room first, relaxing at the end of a long workday as Grace and Aiden prepared their children for bedtime, and Brenda, Phoenix, and Jolene escaped to the kitchen again. The trio bounced around the kitchen, clearing the table, washing the dishes, and then fixing more drinks. When the children were in bed and the kitchen was cleaned, all of them reconvened in the living room, letting alcohol warm the conversation and their bones. Phoenix relaxed next to Reed, leaning into him as they told childhood stories of past Christmases. He had none to share, but he laughed along with them. As he finished his spiked apple cider, he nuzzled into Reed more. The alcohol had encouraged him to relax even more, something he rarely did in mixed company, but he trusted the people around him. They'd welcomed him so much more than his own family had, and he knew he was safe. As he drifted off, Reed adjusted his position, roping an arm around Phoenix's body and stroking his arm. After the briefest of naps, Phoenix woke again at a bout of laughter and knuckled his eyes. "I should go get ready for bed," he whispered. Reed glanced at him with a liquid smile and nodded. "Okay. I will join you in a bit." He kissed the corner of Phoenix's lips, and Phoenix could smell the alcohol and spices on his breath. "Okay." Phoenix returned the kiss and slipped away from Reed, shivering as he left the other man's warmth and disappeared upstairs. Chapter 16. Reed. After Phoenix, people trickled out of the room one by one. His mother was next, kissing his father the same way Reed had kissed Phoenix before she wandered out of the living room and into the downstairs bedroom they had shared for as long as Reed could remember. After another mug of cider, his father followed his mother. Reed, his two siblings, and their partners cracked open more alcohol, and the conversation shifted from parent-friendly to much more candid. Happily married, Aiden and Grace asked the harder questions. Did Brenda and Finn have any plans on getting married? What if the van travel idea didn't work out? For Reed, they asked a similar set of questions, tailored to his more serious nature. Where did he see himself in 5 years, and was Phoenix included in the plan or not? Reed had his 5-year plans, and with alcohol sloshing through his veins, it was very easy for him to slot Phoenix into them. He wanted to open his own practice. He wanted a little building with his first and last name plastered on the front, with his qualifications big and bold behind it. He wanted control of his own life, along with the freedom to get away as often as he chose. When he closed his eyes, visions of Phoenix meeting him for lunch in his private office, bringing homemade sandwiches, and his dimpled smile, floated to the front of his mind. Next were images of their future vacations, Phoenix driving, stopping off at every single road site, from all the various balls of twine to the tchotchke gift shops and fortune-telling tents. He wanted to spoil Phoenix. He wanted to watch him sunbathe on the rooftop of their own beachfront condo, naked with sweat trailing down the slope of his spine and pooling at the base of it right before his ass. Despite the alcohol, his cock stirred and he popped his eyes back open. Brenda and Finn dominated the conversation, talking excitedly about weddings and honeymoons, neither of which particularly interested Reed, so again his thoughts drifted and his cock rose more. "Excuse me," Reed cut in, downing the last of his drink. "It's late, so I think I'm going to turn in as well." Brenda smiled. "It's hardly late. It's not even midnight, and you've been a night owl since the day you were born. You don't have to lie. We all know your man is upstairs waiting on you." Reed's cheeks warmed. "Have a good night, you guys. It's really good to see you again." "Aha. We'll see you in the morning. You have to open your presents with everyone else," Aiden said. Reed rolled his eyes. "I have told you all about getting me presents. I don't need them." "Well, we don't buy presents because you need them. We buy them because we saw something and thought you would enjoy it. So," Aiden smirked, "we'll see you down here bright and early. Otherwise, I'll send the kids to wake you up, and I promise you don't want me to." "I'll lock my door." Reed chuckled. "Anyway, good night. I will see you all in the morning." After their murmured good nights, he exited the room, moving up the staircase and into his bedroom. Phoenix had already turned the light off and crawled in bed, but when Reed entered, his sleepy eyes cracked open and he peered at Reed. "Hi," the word tumbled from swollen lips, and he rubbed puffy eyes. "Are you coming to bed?" "Yes," Reed murmured, stumbling around the dimly lit room as he tugged his shirt over his head and unbuttoned his jeans. Normally he slept in his briefs, but tonight they came off right along with his jeans, and he swore he heard Phoenix gasp. "Good. What time is it?" Phoenix's tone was breathy, and the man shifted in the bed. It creaked with its own tired response to the man's question. "Just about midnight." "Yeah. Come over here." He reached for Reed, and with a soft rumble, Reed moved around the bed, brushing his calf along the perimeter on his way. He stopped in front of Phoenix with his half-erect manhood resting between his lean thighs. It was ignorable by most accounts, but Phoenix's eyes fixed on it, and it grew more. With a little flutter, his gaze traveled up until their eyes met. "Merry Christmas, Daddy," he teased. His cock hardened more. "Merry Christmas, boy," Reed teased back. "Is the morning blowjob still on the table?" He was shaky on his feet, swaying a little with the alcohol still hot in his veins, but he couldn't stop the words. They fell from his lips before his cloudy mind processed them. Phoenix glanced down again, hunger in his eyes, and he fisted the sheets under him. He gathered them closer and bunched them over his own growing arousal. Reed had been calm at first, but Phoenix's simple noise reminded him what he'd said. It made his words a reality, and then his heart started racing, pounding hard against his rib cage, rushing blood through every vein in his body. He sobered as much as he could, but some part of him, the bolder part of him, had gone rogue. "You heard me, didn't you?" "I did." Phoenix rolled from his side onto his back and studied Reed, discerning eyes piercing right through him, popping his bravado like a balloon. "I have a policy where I won't sleep with clients when they're inebriated, unless we discuss it beforehand." "Which part?" Phoenix narrowed his eyes. "The inebriated part," he confirmed. "It is tempting. I do love your cock, or at least I'm sure I will once my lips are around it, but you can't consent when you're drunk, and I don't want to do something you would regret." "I won't regret it." To accent his words, Reed wrapped his fingers around his cock, stroking his length until he was fully erect. His cock curved up, showing off his veiny shaft and his hanging balls, and dizzy with liquid confidence, he was unashamed. "You might, and I don't want to take the chance. Put your cock away and then come here for a Christmas kiss." Reed stayed rooted in his spot, stroking himself again, pushing the boundary, but despite the desire in his eyes, Phoenix didn't relent. "No," Phoenix rumbled. "You're drunk, and it's late, and I will not spend all morning yawning while I spend time with your mother and Brenda in the kitchen. Find a pair of briefs." Reed's nostrils flared. Rejection stung, but he couldn't feel it through his overconfidence. He stroked himself again, drawing Phoenix's eyes down. With that bit of satisfaction and a little grin on his face, he moved around the bed, grabbing a new pair of briefs and sliding them over his ass with a snap. His cock peeked over the top as it softened, and he returned to Phoenix's bedside. The man had sat up, and when Reed was close enough, he yanked him right into a kiss, pressing their lips together, exploring his mouth, fisting his hand in Reed's locks. It was a little reward for his good behavior, Reed knew it, and he appreciated the salve on the burn of rejection. "Do you want to be the big spoon, or the little one?" Phoenix's lips moved against Reed's after the kiss, knotting his nerve endings and sending chills through him. "Little," Reed whispered, and Phoenix shimmied back as he climbed into the bed right where he was. After another sweet kiss, Reed settled in Phoenix's arms. "Merry Christmas." Phoenix rearranged his locks, curling them all to one side and kissing his neck. "I'll see you in the morning, Daddy." "Yes," Reed's tone slurred as sleep trapped him, and as soon as he closed his eyes he was gone. It was a dreamless sleep, and when he woke up the next morning, he was alone in bed. Well, no, he wasn't alone. He was in bed with a splitting headache, his morning hard-on throbbing in the trap of his briefs, and the shame of his behavior last night. As he combed his fingers through his locks, the bedroom door opened, and Phoenix stepped inside with a modestly wrapped box under his arms and an easy smile on his face. "Mornin'," he smiled. "How do you feel?" "Fine," Reed murmured. "Fine? Just fine. Well, I got you some Christmas presents, so sit up and open them." Phoenix crossed the room, sitting down on the corner of the bed and placing the box in his lap. "Open it, then we need to go downstairs and join your family." "You purchased gifts for me." "I did, yeah." "When?" "When I ran back into the grocery store. And I had your brother pick some things up for me, too." Phoenix shrugged. "Open it." Reed trailed his thumb over the side of the box before he popped it open and peered inside. There were 3 individual items inside, and the first thing he pulled out was a small bottle of hand lotion. "It seals in moisture all day, so we can keep those hands soft for when you wrap them around my cock." Reed turned the container over, scanning his eyes over the back. It was infused with aloe and vitamin E, unscented, but premium quality just based on packaging. It wasn't cheap. Thank you. You're very welcome. Keep going. Phoenix encouraged. Of course. He pulled out a box containing a coffee mug. A smart mug, as it was called. So when you forget your coffee all day, it won't actually get cold. Phoenix shuffled closer to Reed, turning the box over for him and pointing towards the specifications of the gift. You can set the temperature with your cell phone, and it'll stay perfectly hot for 2 hours with a charge, or you can sit it on the charging coaster in your office or something. Reed scanned over the wall of text on the back of the box before he glanced up at Phoenix again. The man continued his gentle explanation, fully justifying the gift as his cheeks bloomed with color. When he finally finished, he glanced up at Reed, and Reed saw the worry in his eyes. He noticed the subtle tremble of his fingers. Thank you. Reed set the box down and reached for Phoenix, stroking his stubbled chin. I'm sorry about last night, but I love these gifts. He kissed the other man's lips. I love it. His lips trembled and his eyes lidded. Don't worry about last night. Worse things have happened. No, I was out of line. Completely. Seriously. It's fine. Phoenix nudged the box. You have one more present in this box, and it's one we can share. I'll check it in a moment, Reed rumbled. What worse things? I don't want to ruin Christmas morning with tales of my job. Let's just say, not everyone listens when I say stop. He tugged his lips into a soft smile. Check your last gift. Reed set his jaws with a reluctant nod, then he glanced into the box again. The last gift was Blue Label Scotch whiskey, and his eyebrows shot up. Damn. We can break it open later tonight as our own little Christmas treat if you want. Phoenix bobbed his eyebrows. We can enjoy it tonight after dinner, yes. This is very nice. You're welcome. You didn't have to purchase anything for me. I know, but I wanted to. Besides, 2 of those gifts are truly gifts for me as well, Phoenix teased. The blush on the apples of his cheeks didn't fade, and Reed was rather fond of it. I mean me for a few more days, and then whoever you're dating later. Soft hands and all. Soft hands? I thought you would enjoy them rough more. Rough has a time and a place just like soft ones. Some nights I may want to feel rough hands all over my body, and other times I want soft hands juggling my nuts. I'm a complex creature. Phoenix winked. Reed tucked the gifts back in the box and placed it on the ground before he regarded Phoenix again, studying him. Phoenix was a master at disguising his true emotions, but after a week of being around him, Reed knew the tells. Sometimes his smile faltered, sometimes it didn't reach his eyes, sometimes he deflected despite enjoying being the center of attention. He was doing them all right now, and Reed sucked in a breath as he reached for him again. He stroked the backs of his fingers along Phoenix's jawline, then he cradled his face again, turning his head in increments until Phoenix was facing him. I truly want to apologize for last night. I never want to place you in an uncomfortable position again. Phoenix watched him, jaw clenching as moisture washed over his usually warm brown eyes. Reed couldn't place the emotion hidden inside them, but he didn't have to. The other man snaked away from his grip and slid off the bed, turning his back to Reed. Shaking fingers smoothed over his shirt and then his jeans. Then he glanced over his shoulder, playful veneer back in place. Let's go join your family downstairs before they come up looking for you. There are 2 kids desperate to open presents. Of course. Go ahead. Let them know I'm on my way down. Phoenix nodded. Absolutely. Then he slipped out of the bedroom, closing the door behind him with a gentle click. Chapter 17. Phoenix. He took his time descending the stairs. With each step he repaired his cracked veneer, patching the places where his real personality, his real vulnerability slipped out. He was in too deep. Between the gifts and the way they held each other at night, he knew he had moved past a working relationship into something more, and he needed to get himself together. No matter how he felt about it, the job was going to be over after New Year's, and he was going to have to go back to his regular life, back to working with disrespectful clients, back to lying down with men who made him feel nothing inside. Unlike Reed, who managed to wake up all of his nerve endings and make everything seem virginal again, innocent, ripe to be discovered. Everything in him had wanted to give Reed the green light, despite the alcohol in his veins. The confidence excited him, along with Reed's thick, sexy cock. The way he gripped his cock stroked it. The oozing confidence he had. His desires and his rules had conflicted with each other. He had his rules. They were for safety, but some parts of him wanted Reed to disregard them, to stake ownership of him, to take whatever it was that he wanted. By the time he reached the main room, he had patched up his mask and it was on full display, but he hadn't been prepared for what he encountered when he turned the corner and his gaze landed on the assembled people. It was Christmas Day, like the movies, with everyone congregated around a heavily decorated tree. The two children were sitting on the floor, shaking various boxes. Aiden held the littlest child in his arms while Grace fiddled with a video camera, with her messy morning hair pulled back into a lazy bun and a slouchy sweater over her slim shoulders. Brenda and Finn sat on the smaller couch, still sleepy from the night before. Reed's father sat on the larger couch, and he nodded to Phoenix as he entered. At first, Reed's mother wasn't present, but as Phoenix sat down on the arm of the couch next to Reed's father, she strolled in from the kitchen with a plate of sliced fruit and assorted crackers. Reed should be down in a few minutes. He's getting dressed, Phoenix announced to everyone. I bet he is, Brenda said sleepily, and Phoenix tilted his head towards her, arching one eyebrow. Well, while we wait, we can finish dividing up gifts, Reed's mother announced as she placed the platter of food on the coffee table. Brenda, come help me with this. Do I have to? Brenda whined. I'll help. Phoenix jumped from his spot and approached the tree, crouching down beside the two children and reaching for the closest present. What do you want me to do? Hold up the present you have, and I'll tell you who it belongs to, the older woman explained. She doesn't label the presents. She stopped labeling them when we were kids, and Reed opened everyone's and told Brenda what she got, Aiden explained. Oh, I don't remember what year that happened, Brenda's round features scrunched in thought. It happened when you were around 3 years old. You cried the whole day, and no one could get you to shut up. Aiden shrugged. Honey, Grace scolded him. Be nice. It's true. He grinned. Sounds like Reed, Phoenix murmured, rolling his eyes and winking at the two children. They giggled. Okay. Who's this one go to? He held up a small present with blue striped wrapping paper. Aiden, the matriarch said. Phoenix passed the present to Reed's brother and selected the next one, holding it up the same way. He went around the tree, passing out presents until there were only 3 left. Reed's pile sat next to him, and he had neatly stacked the children's presents in front of them too. At this point, they had a collection, and they were bouncing with excitement. The last 3 presents varied drastically in size. One was large, while the other 2 were very small. He held all 3 up for Reed's mother. The gold-wrapped small one is for Tex. The other one is for Grace, and the large one is for you. Phoenix passed one present to Reed's father, the other to Grace, and then he froze. For me. He turned a questioning gaze towards Jolene. Well, yes, of course. She smiled. Now where's Reed? Should someone go up and check on him? Her tongue clucked, and conversation continued around him, but as he looked down at the present in his lap, his head spun. He could count the amount of times he'd received Christmas presents on one hand. Occasionally his clients got him something, but it was always gifts that benefited them both, gifts he didn't necessarily want. His family, however, had stopped celebrating Christmas since before he could remember. His mother had no money for gifts, and any sort of father figures present in the house thought a beer was a fine present for a young man. Or a pack of cigarettes. He hollowed his cheeks as he studied the lively patterned wrapping paper. Gingerbread men, candy canes, and snowflakes danced on a red, green, and silver striped background. Even the packaging was beautiful, and his eyes burned. The muscles in his neck tightened as he fought back tears. These people were too much. Reed was kind and beautiful, and he knew what was happening. His insides somersaulted when Reed looked at him, his skin buzzed when Reed touched him. Reed's family was no less amazing. They were all welcoming, accepting of him without question. So welcoming, in fact, that they purchased a Christmas gift for a stranger. His eyes floated up slowly as Reed descended the stairs dressed in a pair of lounge pants and a long-sleeved t-shirt. His locks framed his square features, and as he entered the room, he made a beeline to Phoenix and joined him on the floor. "Sorry I took so long." He kissed Phoenix's cheek. "Are we ready to get started?" Grace slammed the battery compartment of the digital camcorder closed and opened the viewfinder. "Yup, we're ready." "What are we doing?" Phoenix whispered, leaning into Reed with his question. With a smile, Reed ran a hand down Phoenix's back. "We usually film the opening of the presents. It's somewhat of a tradition now." "Ah," he frowned. "I'm not sure if I want to be filmed when I open this." "Why not?" "Well?" Phoenix bit his bottom lip, throwing a pleading look towards Reed. The answer was an obvious one to him. He didn't want to be filmed because they weren't actually together. Sure, his parents didn't know the truth, nor his siblings, but they knew it. Reed knew it, and who wanted to look back 5 years and remember the Christmas they spent with an escort? Despite his best efforts at telepathy, Reed didn't catch the point, and with a sigh, Phoenix put on a smile and moved their presents out of the way so the children could be filmed first. They went family by family, letting Aiden and Grace open their presents after the children, while Brenda held the camcorder. Once they had cleaned up all the discarded wrapping paper, they moved on to Brenda and Finn, who opened an assortment of presents together. Most of their items were housewares for their van, but there were some playful gifts and some silly gifts embedded in there as well. After Brenda and Finn, it was Phoenix and Reed's turn, and Phoenix's heart jumped into his throat. Brenda collected the wrapping paper, which they had carefully plucked apart and folded neatly for sustainability reasons, and returned to the short couch with their gifts. Reed nudged Phoenix towards center stage and placed the gifts in front of them. "I don't like this ritual either," he whispered to Phoenix as he reached for the first gift. He took his time opening his presents, and they were truly nothing special. His mother had purchased him a few new sets of scrubs, a new pair of tennis shoes, and a few hair accessories for the locks spilling over his shoulders. His father had gotten him a pair of thick wool socks as a continuation of an inside joke that had them both rolling with laughter. Aiden and Grace had purchased Reed a ballpoint pen, and Brenda and Finn got him a diffuser. Reed thanked them all and then looked at Phoenix. "Your turn, sweetheart." Phoenix pressed his lips together, puffing out his cheeks a little bit as the camcorder floated from Reed to him. He couldn't stop his face from tightening or his hands from shaking, but he forged on as Reed rubbed his back. He plucked the tapped wrapping paper free, revealing an unlabeled box, which he sliced open with a child-safe box cutter. The first thing he peeled out of the box was a black sweater with ugly knit letters on it. It read, "Be nice to the architect, Santa is watching," and gaudy designs framed the letters. "It's from us." Brenda smiled. "Everyone in the family has an ugly sweater, so you need one too." Phoenix thumbed over the woven acrylic threads as his eyes scanned over the words again. Architect. It should have read whore. He sucked in his breath and set the sweater aside as he dug further into the box. There was only one thing left, and as soon as he laid eyes on it, he knew why. It was a Lego architecture building block set. It consisted of over 1,000 monochromatic pieces and came with a 200-page guidebook and an expert organizational system. It was any aspiring architect's fantasy toy, and it had a price tag to match. It was a nearly $600 toy. The bulk of his peers had been playing with them for years before they had gotten accepted into school. Phoenix had never heard of them, and when he saw the price tag, when he told his mother in passing, she laughed so hard she choked. "You didn't have to buy this," Phoenix croaked, flicking his eyes up after a single tear splashed onto the laminated box. He knew more were coming, and he preemptively swiped at his eyes. "Excuse me." Phoenix stumbled to his feet, weeding around Aiden's children and past Brenda and Finn on the couch until he'd reached the front door. Shaking hands fumbled with the ice-cold door handle until he stumbled outside, wishing he had at least grabbed a sweater. As soon as the door swung closed behind him, the floodgates opened, and hot tears streaked down winter-chilled skin. He felt ripped open, like someone had sliced through the epidermis layer of his skin and turned him inside out, and he collapsed at the base of the porch, burying his face in his hands as sobs racked his body. His mind fought to regain control, but his body had other thoughts, and after a heated internal battle, his mind surrendered and let his emotions run their course. When the tears subsided, he wiped his eyes and pulled his cell phone from his pocket. One missed call from Danny. With a deep breath, he called her back, and she answered on the second ring. "Merry Christmas, BIH, she said as she answered. "Hey," Phoenix murmured, "Merry Christmas to you too." "Ooh, okay. You don't sound so good. What is it? Is this the first time you've spoken without a dick in your mouth all week?" "I wish. They're nice people. Real nice." How nice?" "They bought me gifts." I don't know if I can do this. I think I'm going to come home, call it off, and tell him I can't do it." "Whoa, Tiger. You're going to call things off because his family bought you gifts? We survive off of gifts. Well, and money, but mostly gifts." "I know, but I can't continue taking these nice people's things and pretending to be in love with Reed. It hurts." Danny went silent for a few long moments. "Oh no. It's happening." "What is?" "You're falling in love with your client. You're googly eyes for him, aren't you?" "No," Phoenix snapped. "I know the rules. Don't shit where you eat." "Okay, and?" "Rules don't magically stop your heart from feeling some type of way sometimes. Besides, call me a romantic, but things aren't always going to work out exactly how you want them to. Sometimes the fun is in the surprise. Sometimes it's not. Yeah, well, also hold your titties before you come running home. You're halfway through the job, and you promised you'd bring home that money and make an honest woman out of me." "Bring home the money," Phoenix corrected. "Nothing short of 10 years in a nunnery could make an honest woman out of you." "Oh, probably not even then. I've seen some of those young nuns, and they look innocent and entirely ready to corrupt." He rolled his eyes, but the hard edges of his raw mood softened. "How's your day been so far?" "Oh, the usual. I got Chinese takeaway last night, and I've been listening to the crackling from the Fire TV channel and reading all morning. I've got plans with a couple friends later, but it's nothing super special." "At least you won't be alone all day." "I don't mind being alone, though. I'm much more concerned about you and your trip. I thought the worst thing that could happen to you was to be murdered, but clearly the worst thing is you falling in love with your client and leaving me on the road to die." "Hyperbolic, but okay." Not really. What if you quit working and go find some office job somewhere? Office jobs don't make the kind of money we make, sweetie." "Oh," Phoenix scoffed, gathering more of his vibrato, "this would be why I fell in love with a doctor." You think I'd bother with anything less?" Danny chuckled. Better. Now you're sounding like yourself, which is good because I kind of have some bad news." "How bad is bad?" "Well, your mom's been calling again." "Has she contacted you?" "No. I have her number blocked, remember?" "Yeah. I was just wondering if she'd tried with a new number or anything. She's been calling the house asking for money. The usual." Phoenix bristled. "She knows we're not giving her anything." "You haven't given her anything, have you?" "No. I haven't been answering. I thought you had a restraining order on her." "I tried, but everyone thought it was a joke. Why would I need a restraining order for a little old lady?" "Your mother is hardly a little old lady. She's a mix between a Stephen King novel villain and a mommy dearest." He tilted his head. "Yeah, basically. Reed's mom is different. She's like a television mom." "You mean she's always smiling and smells like vanilla?" "Bingo. His father is perfect too. They're all perfect. It's almost disgusting if they weren't so nice about it. And then the first day here, He helped his father birth a baby sheep, and I promise you it sounds nasty and disgusting, but it was hands down the hottest thing I've ever seen. Oh boy. You really are in love with this guy, aren't you? Have you fucked him? No. Who do you think I am? Not who, what? I think you're a cock-thirsty whore. He paused. Yeah, okay, you got me there, but no, we haven't done anything. He said he didn't pay for the physical stuff, and now, I don't know, now I'm nervous. Make sure he wraps it up, and make sure you know his name. I'm not nervous like, Phoenix started, but before he finished his sentence, Reed emerged from the house, squinting as he stepped out on the porch and looked at Phoenix. Okay, I'ma call you back later, Danny. Sure thing, she said as he ended the call and turned wide eyes to Reed. Chapter 18. Reed. Phoenix ended the call with whoever he was talking to, and tucked his cell phone in his pocket, warm brown eyes as wide as saucers. Hi, he stammered, hopping to his feet and dusting off the knees of his jeans. Are you okay out here? Yeah. He paused then sighed. Actually, no, not really. I don't really want to talk about it either. Is it about the presents? I didn't suggest them get you anything. The other man smirked a little bit. Your parents are nice people. He sucked his bottom lip. It makes it harder, you know, when I'm having a good time. Reed nodded. If it means anything, I am also having a good time. He strolled across the porch, joining Phoenix on the steps. The other man toyed with his fingers, cracking the joints and then sliding his hands down his lounge pants. I'd hope so. You paid a good amount for me to make this the perfect holiday for you. I didn't pay for you to be perfect. You are though, but it's not what I paid for. Your perfection was a bonus. A welcomed one. Reed rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. I hope my words weren't too forward. Never, Reed. Never. Phoenix laughed, shaking some of the tension inside his body free. Did I ruin the rest of the present opening? No, but are you truly all right? We do not have to go back in there until you're ready. We? Reed touched Phoenix's wispy curls, combing through them, trying to tame them to no avail. His hand abandoned the task and traveled along Phoenix's stubbled jawline, thumb pressing against his chin. His eyes fixed on the other man's full lips. Phoenix could read his mind because no sooner had his gaze landed there, he smirked. You don't need mistletoe to kiss me. You know this. Yes, Reed agreed, now stroking the underside of Phoenix's chin, guiding him into a chaste kiss before retreating again. Do you want to talk about what is on your mind? His lips moved against Phoenix's. No. All right. It wasn't a resignation, as much as Reed didn't want to pry. He'd seen the look on Phoenix's face when he received the gift, and they had talked about their pasts. There were plenty of recorded Christmas mornings where Reed wore the same bewildered expression Phoenix had. He understood, and there were no words to ease the pain of knowing you'd missed out, knowing some people woke up giddy with bright smiles on Christmas morning with full tummies and rosy cheeks. Reed tugged Phoenix to the porch and sat down on the bench, wrapping his arms around the other man who relaxed in stages. Eventually, Phoenix rested his head on Reed's shoulder, closing his eyes. Muffled sobs racked his body, but Reed pretended not to notice, and he simply stroked Phoenix's shoulder with his thumb. When Phoenix had recovered, they moved back inside. The present opening event was over, and everyone had gone separate ways. Aiden and his wife were reluctantly putting batteries into new toys for their children, while Brenda hovered in the kitchen, mostly snacking on everything their mother had to offer, but she pretended to help a little bit. Finn and his father had set to work clearing a space for them to feast together as a family. The sweet smells from the kitchen drew Phoenix, and he played the same game as Brenda, snacking far more than assisting with preparation, but his mother didn't seem to mind at all. Reed helped with dinner setup, and around mid-afternoon they ate dinner. Then they ate dessert. Then they sat around a fire drinking more and watching the children enjoy their gifts. Reed put a cap on his alcohol tonight though, and it had nothing to do with scoring with Phoenix and everything to do with his embarrassing behavior. Phoenix had moved on, but he couldn't get Phoenix's little hint of fear out of his mind. His eyes had glistened with it, and if his goal had been to hide it, he had done a terrible job. After 2 beers, Reed switched to alcohol-free eggnog, the same thing the children were drinking. After another 2 hours of relaxing with the family, Phoenix nosed Reed's cheek. With a sleepy rumble, the doctor regarded him. "Yes? How about we continue our party upstairs and break into our gifts?" He accented his words with a brush of his lips to the shell of Reed's ear. "We didn't get anything naughty. I'd like a taste of the alcohol, and I can think of a few naughty ways I can get my taste." At Phoenix's sultry words, Reed shed his sleepiness like old clothes and bolted upright, shuddering. "All right. And then we can play with the Lego set." "Drunken Legos?" I bet we can make a game out of it." Phoenix's voice was still low, and his nose now teased Reed's skin. "I don't want to get drunk and come onto you inappropriately, again. There's an easy way to solve that problem." "How so?" Reed tilted his head away from Phoenix as his cock hardened in his pants. Phoenix knew what he was doing. He knew how to make Reed's body respond. "I can give you my consent," he purred, kissed Reed's cheek, and then slipped away from him. The man graciously said goodnight to the room, hugging Brenda and the 2 children, while giving an easy nod to everyone else. He threw another sultry look towards Reed, and then disappeared up the stairs. Reed shuddered. "You should go tuck him in, Uncle Reedsy," Isla said, abandoning her building block tower to look at him. "Should I?" Reed smiled. She nodded. "Because you love him, so you should go tell him you love him and tuck him in and read him a story." Reed chuckled. "You're right. I should." He said his goodnights, kissing his niece and nephew on the top of their heads and following Phoenix to the bedroom. He slipped inside to find Phoenix already half-dressed with the whiskey opened and in his hand. The yellow light from the room bounced off his broad chest, shadowing his corded muscles, and his lips curved in his characteristic lopsided smile, the one Reed had fallen for. "I didn't expect you up here so early." Me neither, but apparently I'm supposed to tuck you in, tell you I love you, and read you a story." "If by read me a story you mean talk dirty to me, and by tell me you love me, you mean bury your face in my crotch, I'm down for all of this." Reed shook his head. "Do you always think about sex?" "My profession allows for it, but also you, my friend, are a John I'd happily fuck. I don't have to think about porn stars to get it up." Comforting. "Do you know what I think about instead?" Phoenix took a swig straight from the bottle of the $500 whiskey. "Bold." Reed removed his shirt, tossing it in the dirty clothes bin and letting the winter chill raise goosebumps all along his skin. Phoenix made another sweet purring noise. He didn't wait for Reed's answer. "I think about you gripping my cock with one of those strong, rough hands, taking what you want, handling me firm and rough like how you handle the animals on the farm." Reed blinked. "Like one of the animals on the farm? You want me to shove my hand up your ass?" Phoenix took another gulp of the whiskey. "I had the thought, but I feel like maybe your thick cock will be enough." He offered the bottle to Reed. "Don't be so literal. I just want your hands all over me, guiding me in position right before you fuck me however you want." Reed took a sip of the whiskey. "What else?" "What else? I thought you were going to be one of those bottoms. You know, a powerful man who wants to be totally dick down and forced to take dick, but I think you could go either way. I mean, do you want me to take control of you?" Reed passed the bottle back. "I thought we were playing Legos." Phoenix traded the whiskey with the box of Legos, tracing the perimeter with the pads of his fingers. "Do you want me to, Reedsy? I would have you face down ass up for me, and I'd love to wipe your casual expression right off your face, have you moaning and begging me to let you come." "Open the box," Reed instructed. His cock was rock hard after Phoenix's not-so-subtle teasing, but he had his gaze fixed on Phoenix's face. His little grin came back because he knew he was tempting Reed. Reed wasn't normally a sexual person, but Phoenix pulled it out of him. Phoenix had him rock hard more often than not, and right now Phoenix had him aching. A reminder of all of their teasing was heavy in his balls, and Phoenix was pushing it. Phoenix hesitated. If I don't? Then you'll have to find another game for us to occupy our time. I have one. I bet you have several. Phoenix giggled. Maybe. Let's play May I? Tell me the rules. Reed picked up the whiskey bottle and caressed it before bringing it to his lips for a slow taste as he closed the distance between his body and Phoenix's. Chest to chest he swallowed and then kissed Phoenix, letting him taste the alcohol on his tongue. It's simple. You ask to do something and the other person says yes or no. Interesting. I will give an example. May I get on my knees and bury my face in your crotch? You're really interested in someone's face being in someone else's crotch tonight, aren't you? Yeah, he hissed, running his tongue over the backs of his teeth. You didn't give me an answer. Yes, Reed grunted, and Phoenix lowered himself to his knees, flicking murky green eyes up at Reed as he nuzzled the hard length of his cock, brushing his lips along the outline with a little moan. May I grip your hair? Yeah, Phoenix sighed. Reed slid his fingers through Phoenix's dark curls, tightening his fist in his hair and pulling him more into his crotch. The escort didn't disappoint, either. His hot breath, the hint of teeth through the thick fabric, the hunger in his eyes had Reed ready to cum. He gripped Phoenix's hair tighter, and a visible shudder went through the other man. The escort wet his lips. May I touch myself? No. May I give you a drink? Of. Phoenix moaned. Whiskey. How? His breath hitched, and Reed quirked his lips into a smile. It wasn't every day you had someone who specialized in sex shivering at your feet. He enjoyed the sight. May I swallow it straight from your lips? Phoenix asked. Still gripping his hair, Reed took a swig of whiskey. Then he yanked Phoenix's head back, and slowly dripped the alcohol into the other man's open mouth. His cock throbbed again. May I kiss you? Please. He did. He mashed his lips against Phoenix's in a bruising kiss, and he didn't retreat until they were both breathless, until he almost couldn't stand the pressure of his cock against the tight front seam of his pants. May I free you? Phoenix licked his lips. Yes. Ask another question. Phoenix used his teeth to work Reed's pants down, tucking them under his sensitive nuts. He tugged Reed's briefs down too, and Reed's cock sprang from the fabric cage, slapping his lean belly and smearing pre-cum over his skin. The head was already purpling and throbbing with his anticipation, and his muscles jumped in his thighs as the cool air hit blazing skin. May I use my tongue? No. May I stroke myself? Phoenix's hooded gaze shot up at the question. What? Oh my God, yeah. He squirmed on the floor in front of Reed, and Reed gripped his hair tight again, but it was a loop of pleasure for them both. When he gripped Phoenix's hair, the other man groaned again. It was guttural this time. Raw. And Reed loved it. He curled his other hand around his cock, stroking it slowly right in front of Phoenix's face. The backs of his fingers brushed over Phoenix's lips. Phoenix whimpered. May I touch myself? Please? God, please. Outside your pants only. He pressed the heel of his hand into his bulging crotch. May I brush my cock over those beautiful lips of yours? Reed already felt himself starting to lose control. Phoenix, even as a submissive, was getting the better of him. And truth be told, it had been so long since Reed had been so inspired by another person he couldn't remember if he was usually the top or the bottom. Right now though, he wanted the control. They danced around more questions. Reed eventually surrendered to letting Phoenix roll his tongue along the glistening head of his cock. Phoenix yanked himself out and jerked his shaft to the same tempo as Reed. They came within minutes of each other, and Phoenix begged to clean him up, but Reed didn't allow it. Instead, he made the squirming submissive's eyes brim with frustrated tears as he watched Reed clean himself up. Their little game had resolved none of their hunger though, and right afterwards, they found themselves face to face in the sheets, Reed under Phoenix with a self-satisfied smirk on his face. Their first mutual masturbation orgasm turned into a second and a third, stopping only because the sun was chasing them. They fell asleep curled in each other's arms, spent cocks flaccid with the husky scent of semen surrounding them. Chapter 19. Phoenix. Christmas came and went, and as much build-up as the day had. The next day, Jolene and her grandchildren were boxing up the ornaments and stashing them away for the next year. Carefully. Reed had woken early the next day and tiptoed around the room, dressing for morning chores despite going to sleep only a few hours before, and when he left, Phoenix rolled over and burrowed into the sheets, stealing another few minutes of sleep before the smell of breakfast had his stomach rumbling. He'd missed the meal, and by the time he had showered and dressed, the plate for him had been tucked in the microwave, and Brenda and Finn were busy cleaning the kitchen. Phoenix knuckled bloodshot eyes as he passed Jolene and the young ones, stepping into the kitchen. Finally. Not gonna lie, I was getting a little worried about you, Brenda greeted Phoenix, dropping her dish towel as she spun on her heels. Stay up late? Perhaps a little, Phoenix grumbled. Cute. She gave a knowing smile. Anyway, Reed's already come through for breakfast, and him and Pops are back in the field doing something or other. I don't really remember. It's something with the fence. Your breakfast is in the microwave, and I was thinking, she wrung her hands, we could get started with some of the van building today. New Year's is a week away, and I really wanted Finn and I to be able to spend New Year's Eve in the van. Phoenix moved around the kitchen table, popping open the microwave and grabbing his plate. He nibbled a cold piece of bacon. Sounds good. With 3 of us working together, plus whenever anyone else can help, it should be cake to complete. Cool? Brenda smiled. Is there anything I can get started working on while you eat? Phoenix ate another piece of bacon. Yeah. Make sure the van is cleared out and cleaned so we can start installing the insulation and the subfloor. Then we'll work on what needs to be built while we're waiting for the insulation to settle. He leaned against the counter with his plate in one hand and a fork in the other, mixing everything together and spooning it into his mouth. Finn kissed Brenda's cheek. I'll be outside clearing out the van. Sure thing. She tilted her head into the affection and let her eyes trail him as he left. Phoenix looked away at their exchange. It wasn't that he hated seeing public affection. In some cases he did, however. A home space was hardly public, and Finn hadn't been over the top. The display still frustrated him, but now he knew why. Jealousy. Now it was more than a nebulous form, though. He wanted Reed touching him casually and kissing him when they parted ways. He wanted Reed tracking him through the room until he was out of sight, and he knew it was something he shouldn't hope for. Feelings or not, he was on a business trip, and Danny was wrong. Following his heart sounded like a good idea on paper, but he knew where it would lead. Maybe he hadn't ever fallen in love with a client, but he knew how these things went. Reed was a doctor. He had standing and prestige, and no matter how either of them felt about respectability politics, no matter how much money Phoenix had sitting in his bank account, a doctor wasn't taking a whore as a partner. Reed would come to his senses soon enough. Once the flashy fun wore off, he'd accept what Phoenix knew all along. Phoenix was damaged, used, soggy goods. And Reed, luckily enough, was allowed to return him once he was done using him. The realization burned, and a knot formed in his throat. He turned his fork in his fingers, picking at the half-eaten food, before discarding it on the counter. He'd lost his appetite. Is everything okay? Brenda asked, frowning gently at his plate. Yeah. Everything's fine. Just ready to get started on your van. Her cheeks hollowed as her big brown eyes studied him, but then she nodded, accepting his lie as a truth and plastering a smile on her face. Cool? His lie was obvious, but at least she had the decency not to inquire. I'll meet you outside in a few minutes, Phoenix offered. Sounds good. If you want to finish your breakfast later, you can put it back in the microwave. Reed or Aiden'll probably eat it otherwise. They're like bulldozers. Reed? He's lean. Aha, but he has a stomach like a cow or something, I don't know. He'd be great for one of those eating contests. You know, the ones where you have to eat more than anyone else. Phoenix quirked his eyebrows, and the corners of his lips lifted into the slightest smile. Cute. Let me get dressed and I'll be right out. Sure. With a grin, Brenda pranced out of the kitchen, throwing a jacket over her shoulders and strolling out the front door. Phoenix watched her with a sigh. When she was gone, he moved back upstairs, trading his casual clothes for Reed's largest work clothes, jamming his feet in an old pair of Reed's work boots. When he made it outside, the van was empty, and Brenda and Finn were on their toes with excitement. The three of them spread the spray insulation on both sides and the bottom of the van, tucking it in crevices and letting it expand. As it dried, Finn organized the hardwood flooring while Brenda and Phoenix reviewed their building plans, starting on the roll-out bed first. By the end of the day, the flooring had been laid, but covering the bottom of a vehicle wasn't a huge undertaking. Brenda and Finn had connected the long boards while Phoenix had cut and placed the ends and trim. Finn had bent sheets of wood for the wall panels, while Phoenix and Brenda completed the basic frame for the bed. It was a full day of work, and Phoenix's muscles ached when they came in from the cold. He ate 2 helpings of leftover Christmas dinner, and then went upstairs, collapsing into Reed's bed and falling asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Satisfied and exhausted, Reed curled around him, spooning him like they had been a couple for years. He kissed his shoulder, whispered a soft goodnight, and held him close the entire night. Sunday was a repeat of the previous day, but by the end of the day, they had run out of supplies. The panels were in the van, the frame for the bed was mostly completed, but due to Brenda's mismeasuring and Phoenix's patience, they had gone through the wood much faster. On the upside, Reed's father promised they could use the mismeasured pieces somewhere around the farm, which Reed and Aiden agreed with. On the downside, it meant a trip into town was in order, and the whole family sat around the kitchen table discussing it with full bellies and beers in their hands. Well, I don't mind driving into town with the truck. There are some supplies I need to get for the animals, Tex said, nursing his drink. Then he glanced around at each of his kids, who mumbled 3 unique excuses while avoiding eye contact. Finally, his gaze landed on Phoenix. You want to come into town with me tomorrow, Phoenix? Seems like everyone else is busy. What? Phoenix blinked. He hadn't expected to be asked, but the question excited him and churned his stomach at the same time. He had dreamed of father-son days, sitting in the passenger side of his father's vehicle, letting the older man explain the ins and outs of his profession. Spending Monday with Tex had its appeal, except he wasn't Phoenix's father. Tex had 3 kids. 3 kids who were so used to family outings they had no problem declining them. Reed glanced at Phoenix. You can say no if you don't want to go with him. Phoenix cleared his throat, ears flaming. No. I want to go. It'll be fun or something. Reed, Aiden, and Brenda blinked. Reed pet through Phoenix's hair, but the other 2 quickly busied themselves with their drinks. Better you than me. Aiden chuckled. It's no problem. His blush didn't stop. Instead, it spread to his cheeks and his neck as he finished up his beer and regarded Reed. His voice dropped to a whisper. I'm going to go shower. I smell like I've been working all day. Reed chuckled. You have been, but I like it, he replied, voice low as well. Do you? So should I wait for you to join me then? Phoenix wiggled his eyebrows. Go upstairs, Reed grunted. Yes, sir. Phoenix poked his tongue through his teeth, grinning from ear to ear as he hopped out of his seat. He bid everyone good night, kissed Reed's cheek, and then exited the kitchen. Wonder of wonders, Reed did enjoy the smell of sweat and hard work trapped between Phoenix's thighs. With his tongue and mouth. Until Phoenix jerked himself to completion and painted his belly with glistening cum. Reed cleaned the cum too, and then pulled him into a quick shower before they were in bed again. It was the first time in well ever that Phoenix had cum when his client didn't, but despite almost begging in his rock-hard cock, Reed refused any sort of return pleasure, and they both went to bed with Reed's firm cock pressing into Phoenix's back, and Phoenix satisfied but confused. To the surprise of no one, Reed woke with the sun, and had the bulk of his morning chores complete by the time Phoenix cracked his eyes open and shielded the harsh sunlight from them with his forearm. Every bone and muscle in his body felt the burn of all the work he had done the day before, but it melted away when Reed leaned over him, greeting him with a kiss and a travel mug of coffee. "Morning." "Hi," Phoenix whispered, tipping his chin up for another kiss. Reed gave it to him. "Hey. You should get up and dressed if you are going into town with my father. He will be ready in an hour." What time is it?" "8:30. And we have an hour? What if 30 minutes is spent taking care of this?" Phoenix motioned to his cock, "and the other half in getting ready. You want an encore of last night?" Reed straightened up, taking a sip of his own tall mug of coffee and licking his full lips. "Your mouth on me?" "Hell yeah. Or I can do you. I mean, who doesn't need a little cream to go with their coffee?" "Cream is meant to be sweet, not salty," Reed countered. "And yours is the sweetest. Plus protein." "You flatter." "I'm not flattering. I want your cock in my mouth and your cum down my throat, and you're not giving me what I want, even though I can tell you want it too." "How so?" Phoenix's brows lifted. "How so?" "You're tenting those work jeans of yours, and I can't say I'm complaining about being pleasured without having to do anything extra, but I don't want you to feel like it's one-sided." "It's not one-sided." He chewed his bottom lip. "Okay, well, I want to make it real clear that I've thought about your cock down my throat many times. It's one of my favorite thoughts, in fact. Second only to having you in my ass." Phoenix sat up, sipped from his coffee mug, and then stepped around Reed. He ducked into the bathroom, showered, and dressed without complaint, but his desire for Reed grew, and it had his balls heavy and tight as he tucked them into his pants and strolled down the main staircase, checking his watch as he went. It hadn't been an hour. More like just over 30 minutes, but when he hit the bottom of the staircase and glanced up, he was face to face with Reed, and the dangling, slowly wilting mistletoe taunted them. Phoenix smirked. "Hi there." He had another quip, but Reed cut him off with a kiss. No fuss, no protest, just a deep, probing, passionate, hungry kiss, and it glued Phoenix's feet to the floor and had his head spinning afterwards. His lips tingled, and he brushed over them with his fingers as he stared at Reed. "Have a good day out," the other man said simply before continuing up the stairs. Phoenix shuddered. "Okay," he breathed as he continued through the living room and out the front door. He met Reed's father beside the farm truck, and after a quick greeting, he climbed into the passenger side. They rode in a comfortable silence with Reed's father humming along to classic country songs, and Phoenix sipping his coffee and staring out the window. When they reached the town, the truck slowed, and Tex turned the music down. "So I was thinking we should probably grab the stuff for the animals first, then load up the wood second." "Sure," Phoenix agreed. "I mean, it's whatever you want to do." The man scrubbed his salt and pepper jawline. "Could pick up some lunch too if you want." "Oh no, we don't have to grab lunch." Phoenix blushed. "After we get everything from the feed store, you'll have worked up an appetite. Besides, ain't no problem to grab a little something. There's a nice barbecue place right next to the feed store anyway." "I mean," Phoenix bit his bottom lip, "if you want to, then sure, but you don't have to. I wasn't expecting anything from you, I mean. Didn't think you did. Don't think on it." The older man clapped Phoenix on the shoulder as he pulled into the feed store and turned off the truck. Phoenix followed him inside and hovered around him as he spoke with the owner. The conversation started with supplies, but it quickly shifted to personal matters. Phoenix learned very quickly that the other man had a handful of grandchildren, and 2 adult children as well. They had all come home for Christmas, and the house had been busier than a factory for the last week. With a laugh, Tex agreed to the same and then looked up, beckoning Phoenix closer to him. "Speaking of, you remember my son Reed, don't you?" Yeah. The smartin'. Smart as a whip and should have became a vet, but went to med school instead. The very same. He found his way back home this winter and brought his man with him. There was an overwhelming sense of pride in Tex's voice. Every word dripped with it. From the confirmation Reed had gone to medical school, to openly accepting his sexual orientation. Phoenix, this is old Jim. If you ever need a thing dealing with animals, he's got you covered. Old Jim extended his sun-weathered hand. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. Nice to meet you too. Phoenix shook it. The blisters on the man's palms scratched Phoenix's skin. Phoenix works in the city, Tex explained. Oh yeah. I thought you looked like a right city slicker, old Jim teased. What you do out there? Well, I freelance. Basically, I work for myself, but my expertise is in architecture. The man squinted. His heavy brow shielded kind hazel eyes, but then he nodded. He and Brenda are working on building out this van to travel in or something. Don't quite get the appeal, but he's got all kinds of stuff figured up. Worked out a slide-out couch bed, a kitchen area, and a collapsible bench-to-table thing. Real smart design. Yeah. The young'uns are into all that now. In my day, living in a van was a necessity, not something to aspire to, but I bet you could make a good bit of money buying, fixing, and building those things out. Probably so, Tex agreed. They're easy to find round here too. Phoenix glanced over old Jim's head as the two men talked around him. He was included. He could butt in at any point, but anything he wanted to say had gotten clogged in his throat. Reed's father had pride in a stranger. More pride than his mother had ever had in him, and he couldn't explain all the emotions swirling around inside him. Embarrassment was one, but there were more. Acceptance, relief, happiness, inclusion. Tex was bragging on him as if he were one of his own children, proud of the accomplishments Phoenix barely had, but the way Tex said it, the way he puffed out his chest and stood tall right next to Phoenix, Phoenix could have boiled water and received the same sort of encouragement. Non-judgmental acceptance. That's what it was. I'm going to go start loading things in the truck, Phoenix blurted out as they continued talking about their children and grandchildren. Sure thing, kid. Tex handed Phoenix the keys, old Jim nodded, and Phoenix wandered outside. As he stepped over the threshold, he still heard the two older men's voices. Architect, huh? Old Jim asked again. Yup. Tex was ready to burst with pride. Them two'll be millionaires. Doctor and an architect. Their voices faded when he let the door swing closed, and he strolled over to the truck, swinging the keys in his hands. The pallet of supplies had already been wheeled over to the vehicle by an employee, but as he turned the corner, he ran smack into someone and stumbled backwards. Oh, sorry, Phoenix rubbed his forehead, squeezing his eyes shut. Don't be. I've been looking everywhere for you, and to think I'd find you in this little podunk town. The voice was sickly sweet, and Phoenix's heart stopped in his chest. He'd only been dizzy before, but now he was nauseated as well. No, he whispered. Oh yes. Tell Mama what you've been up to. Chapter 20. Phoenix. All things considered, it was a beautiful winter day. The sun was warm in the sky, and despite the snow covering the ground, the temperature was mid-30s. Cold if you were standing still, but balmy if you were working. However, the beauty of the day had been zapped from him with the shock of hearing his mother's voice. What are you doing here? Phoenix croaked, bracing himself with one hand on the side of the truck. The woman had expertly blocked them from view. She'd lay in wait until she had the perfect opening, and Phoenix couldn't see the feed store entrance from where he was, so he knew Tex and old Jim couldn't see him either. You're not going to give your mama a hug? No. He took a tentative step backwards. She was a full foot shorter than him, but she claimed her space and her presence ripped open long-buried childhood wounds. Phoenix was young again. Impressionable, vulnerable. His fingers shook against the side of the truck as his jumbled brain tried to plan an escape. Well, fine. Guess I ought to get down to it then. She propped one hand on the swell of her childbearing hips and adjusted her glasses on her nose. Where's the money you owe me? I don't owe you anything, Phoenix shot back. I told you after the last time, I'm not giving you any more money. I put clothes on your back, I fed you, and you owe me for it, she continued. Phoenix saw the tremor in her hands, the way her pupils were pinpricks. She was either up on a high or down off of one, and desperate for her next fix. He could smell the chemical sweetness on her, seeping out of her pores and churning his stomach. They took him all the way back, and even though he towered over his mother, he was a child again. He flinched at her movements, and his skin prickled when she pulled a cigarette from her bag, lit it, and put it to her drug-wrinkled lips. I don't owe you anything, Mom, and you shouldn't be here right now. I thought you were trying to get clean? Didn't take. I thought you were doing it for me. Why would I do something for an ungrateful little bastard who can't even support me when I need it? I never let you go hungry. I never let you starve. Her words were lies. Phoenix spent the bulk of his childhood with hunger clawing at his belly, sacrificing what little food there was to support his sister who had, thankfully, long since cut their mother off. He hadn't talked to her in years, and he wasn't even mad about it. I said no. Like a switch, her expression went from smug to angry. The little bit of light in her eyes went out, and darkness took them over. He was familiar with this look too, and it set his heart racing. Adrenaline rushed through him. He wanted to run or spike up in defense, but instead he did nothing. He stood there, deer in headlights like he had when he was a child, like he had in college, like he had the other night when Reed was drunk. I don't want your slut money anyway. I can't believe I have a child who's nothing more than a glorified whore, she spat. Funny how you can do it as a job now, but you can't do it when it counts. Phoenix had braced himself for insults, and again he looked over his mother's head, but at her words, his attention snapped back to her. What did you say? You heard me. Left school after lying and saying your professor assaulted you just to work as a whore anyway. I would have been proud of an architect for a son, but a whore? She clucked her tongue. 10 days ago, her words would have stung. They would have pierced him to the core, but now he knew what unconditional love felt like, and his new armor easily rebuffed her words. Her words sounded childish and spiteful when compared with Tex's unerring pride for all three of his children, along with Phoenix and Finn. Don't bring that shit up, Phoenix growled, clenching his jaws. If I had known my son would grow up to be a whore, I would have aborted you when I had the chance. Enough, Phoenix groused. Is everything all right here? Reed's father's booming voice rounded to the far side of the vehicle, and Phoenix watched his mother divert her attention. Her expression changed again. This time she swallowed air like a goldfish, mouth gaping open as she regarded Tex. He's not what you think he is, she blurted out. He's a whore. Whatever he's told you about himself is a lie, and he's only with you for your money if you're not paying him already. How much is he worth? A $5 for a blowjob. A bill for all the way. Tex's features were impenetrable. Her goal had been to get a rise out of him, but it didn't work. He regarded her for another moment before looking at Phoenix. You all right, kid? Yeah. We should get loaded up. Tex nodded. Sure thing. His tone was stiff and final, and with one last glance back at Phoenix's mother, he turned away and started loading the bed of the truck. Phoenix floated after him, carried by jello legs and a foggy brain. He lifted the feed bags into the bed of the truck, but he didn't feel the weight of them in his arms, nor did he feel the sweat brimming on his collar or the chilly winter air cooling his skin in the shade. Tex threw the last bag onto the bed of the truck, slammed it shut, and then looked at Phoenix again. I'll be right back. Going to take this back up to the door real quick, he explained. Cool, Phoenix replied, and climbed into the passenger side of the truck, closing the door behind him and locking it until Tex returned. When the man returned, he fit the keys into the ignition and pulled out of the parking lot. He didn't say a word as they cruised through the quiet small-town streets or when they pulled into a local barbecue place. The place was quaint with red brick siding, a yellow roof, and a rickety hand-painted sign. The letters had been delicately placed by someone with a steady hand, shaded for a three-dimensional effect, and traced for cleanliness. Phoenix didn't even like older men. Not usually, anyway. He'd had his fair share of older clients because they tended to have more money than younger ones, so he knew when it came to an older man, sex was lower on the rungs of importance over, say, companionship. Younger men wanted sex. Hot and heavy, as often as it could happen, until Phoenix was beyond spent and usually full of cum. Except for Reed. Reed wasn't voracious. He was calculated and teasing, and he had Phoenix all but begging for more. Was thinking I could stroll on inside and get something ordered for us while you find us a seat outside. Not too cold today, I don't think. The man squinted his weathered eyes and crow's feet spidered from the corners. It was cold, but Phoenix got the point. They were going to have a conversation Phoenix may not have wanted the whole planet to overhear, and if he was right in the direction the conversation was going to go, he didn't want anyone overhearing it. He didn't even want himself to own up to it. It had been fun not being the whore for a change. Reed didn't see him as one. His family had accepted the complicated situation surrounding his architectural background, and he'd even gotten a chance to use his expertise. "Sure," Phoenix whispered. "Sounds like a plan." With a nod, Tex climbed out of the truck, and once Phoenix followed him, he locked the doors and went inside, leaving him to find a spot with the perfect mix of sun and privacy. It was a harder task than previously expected, but by the time Tex emerged with 2 beers and a soggy receipt, Phoenix had settled at a 2-person table. He placed the drinks down, one in front of Phoenix, and slumped into the seat across from him. Everything should be ready in a few. Tex uncapped the beer bottle using the side of the table, then he promptly guzzled a third of the bottle's contents. Phoenix picked at the shining label. "When the kids were young, I used to come here with them all the time, especially Brenda and Reed. They weren't used to a lot of things. Hell, Brenda had to get used to sleeping in a bed by herself, but they really weren't used to having a father figure around. You know, someone who'll listen to them and talk to them about their problems." "Right," Phoenix replied, now fixing his gaze on the drink. It had formed a few buds of condensation, but with the cool air outside they had stilled, preserved just as they were. "Reed never quite told me what went on at school, but I saw him coming home with nice things we knew he hadn't bought with his little bit of allowance, saw the look in his eyes even when he tried to hide it." He took another sip of his drink. "We knew it wasn't gonna be a picnic with roses when we adopted an older kid, but we wanted to give someone a chance they would have never got otherwise." "Yeah. I guess I'm asking if your mama's right. I saw the same look Reed used to have in your eyes." "Not always. I'm sure my wife didn't notice." "What do you mean? Is there something more I should know about your relationship with my son?" Phoenix gripped the beer bottle in his hand. If there was ever a point where he wanted to be honest, it was in front of Tex. Tex, with his watery eyes and rolling voice, would understand. Even though he and Reed weren't related by blood, Phoenix could see the family resemblances. They shared a similar voice. Deep, raw, and rolling. Their features screwed up the same way when they were thinking, and they had a way of looking at another person as if they were the only ones in existence. Right now, Phoenix was the lucky one to be trapped under such a discerning gaze. "He paid me," Phoenix croaked, "to spend 2 weeks with him, but I don't normally work holidays. I saw him and everything felt right, and all of you are amazing. I offered to refund him the money he paid, but he won't take it back. It's way more than a transaction for me. I think I'm in love with him." The older man was quiet for a few long moments, finishing the rest of his beer and placing the empty bottle on the table. As Phoenix waited for his response, he took in a deep breath, glancing around the area. His gaze landed on the spare collection of cars in the parking lot, before his attention floated back towards the building, watching the shadows of the other patrons and the employees. "And the architecture. I went to school for it, but I never finished." "You have an aptitude for it. Real talented. Why didn't you finish?" Phoenix shook his head. "I don't want to talk about it." "I understand, but you might oughta. I can see it all in your face." "See what?" "Pain. Sadness. Guilt. You name it. Remember, I've got 3 kids. You're not hiding anything from me." Phoenix closed his eyes, sucking back tears. He ran his tongue along the backs of his teeth as he warred with himself. He'd only mentioned what happened one time before, and it had been a desperate plea to his mother. For once he wanted her to understand his life, but she hadn't, and with no support at all, his grades slipped until he was removed from the program. Tex didn't rush him to speak, and even after the server called their order, he didn't move. His attention was fixed on Phoenix. Unblinking. "I slept with my professor," Phoenix whimpered. I hadn't planned on it. I wasn't trying to buy grades or anything, it happened. I went into his office for a mid-semester evaluation, and it happened." Tex nodded. "You were taken advantage of." "He was hot, and I didn't stop it. I enjoyed it, but afterwards, I just couldn't. I couldn't continue with the program. I couldn't deal with the way he looked at me each day, the little notes, hints. My grades dropped, and I left the program." Phoenix wrung his hands. "Afterwards, I guess you'd say I started doing something else I was good at." The older man had a stellar poker face despite Phoenix's self-deprecating words, and after another gentle nod, he stood up. "Wait here. I'll get the food, then we'll continue this conversation." "Sure," Phoenix replied. "Hey, are there gloves in the car?" "My fingers." Tex tossed him the keys. "I always keep an extra pair in the glove compartment." Phoenix caught them in one stiff hand and breathed a sigh of relief when the man moved inside the building. There was a distinct difference between the way his mother looked at him and the way Tex looked at him. His mother looked at him like he was damaged goods, a disappointment of a child. She looked at him as if she had personally watched him lie down with man after man, as if she knew the things he had done for money, the things he had let happen to him for money. Tex, however, looked at him with not 1 ounce of judgment. There was nothing. No disgust, no curling of his lips, nothing. Reed had learned that trick from him. Phoenix twirled the keys in his hand, letting the circle ring trail up and down his first finger. When he reached the truck, he yanked open the passenger side door and leaned inside, popping open the glove compartment and digging through old car registration receipts. He stacked them on the floor of the vehicle until he reached the long-buried gloves, pulling them out and blowing the dust from them. "This'll do," he muttered. After tucking the paperwork back into the glove compartment and closing it again, he stretched the gloves as he turned around, and something solid made contact with his head. The impact spread searing pain through his skull, rattling all the bones and muscles. He felt his skin split open, felt blood trickle down the curves of his face. His eyesight narrowed to pinpricks, and the last thing he saw before he blacked out was his mother's smiling face. Chapter 21. Reed. His cell phone slipped right out of his hands when his father called him about Phoenix, and he only caught choice words through the broken soundbox of the device. Hospital. Stitches. His mother. Reed pieced things together as he jammed his feet in his boots and jumped into his sports car that had sat in the driveway for the last week, flying down the road until he reached the hospital less than an hour after his father called. The hospital was at least an hour and 30 minutes away. Reed stumbled out of his vehicle, and shaky legs carried him up to the emergency room entrance, inside, and to the room his father had texted him. He read Phoenix's file on the door first, eyes scanning over the recorded lacerations, the intake information, the nurse's record of his vitals, and the medicine he had been given before he cracked the door open and moved inside. "He's sleeping. They gave him some serious painkillers after they patched him up," his father explained, crossing the room and greeting Reed. "What happened?" "His mother got him, but Bill Buckley's kid, you remember him, Billy Jr., he's a cop round here, and he happened to be inside eating barbecue. He arrested her, and she's down at the station, but won't know about charges until Phoenix can make the call." Reed frowned. His father's explanation opened more doors than it closed. Good thing Billy Jr. was around. He moved around his father, approaching Phoenix's bedside and smoothing his fingers through his wild curls. The open wound had been patched closed with haphazard stitches, and his face had been cleaned up around purpling bruises. The medical report had been accurate. The blunt object that had made contact with Phoenix's face had left him with a jagged scar starting at his hairline and traveling down past his temple, a busted lip, and a black eye on the one side. He had lost a lot of blood too, and the chances of long-lasting brain damage were there, but Phoenix had still been lucky. Very lucky. Reed trailed his fingers over Phoenix's swollen cheek, and the other man cracked his eyes open before wincing. "Hi," Reed whispered. "I came as fast as I could." "Oh," Phoenix mumbled, "sorry." "Don't be. I'm glad you're okay." Reed bent forward and kissed Phoenix's forehead. "I'm going to do something about these stitches so you don't have such a big scar." "Sure." His voice was sleep-heavy from pills, and his eyes swam around in his skull until they fluttered closed again. Biting his lip, Reed looked back at his father. "I can stay here. You don't have to." "They said he'd be discharged in a couple hours if everything stayed stable," his father said. "Accurate. I am going to redo his stitches, and then I will check with the doctors on staff. This is an emergency room, and after all, he's not in any danger of dying, so he will have to be rotated so someone who is can take his place." Reed stroked Phoenix's cheek again. His father nodded. "We'll wait up for ya. Call us when y'all leave here." "Yes," Reed agreed. He walked his father to the entrance of the hospital, and watched him stroll across the parking lot before he returned to Phoenix's room, looking through his file again and conversing with the nurse once she made her rounds. Afterwards she got the doctor for him, and he conversed with her too. A quick consensus was made, and within 30 minutes, Phoenix had been administered stronger pain medicine, and Reed was carefully removing the hastily applied stitches from earlier. After trimming and replacing them with a hidden stitch, only leaving 2 loops on the sides exposed. It was no different from sewing, but it was the best way to hide a scar, and Reed had performed it just as well as he had in medical school. Perfect. However, he couldn't help but quirk his lips in a smile. The faint scar that would be left would only enhance Phoenix's mysterious, bad boy charm. It was another couple hours before Phoenix was feeling less groggy from the painkillers, and until the doctor felt comfortable releasing him. Reed had fallen asleep in the uncomfortable emergency room chair. He wheeled a groggy Phoenix out of the hospital, assisted him into his vehicle, and drove him home, collecting his medicine from the drugstore on the way. When he arrived home, he assisted Phoenix up to his room, stripped him down to his briefs, and helped him into bed. The other man was out like a light until noon the next day, and after he took the collection of pills he had been prescribed and ate a bowl of soup, he curled up and went back to sleep. Reed curled up around him, dozing in and out of sleep, but waking up whenever Phoenix needed assistance. He fussed over him, hovering as Phoenix trudged to the bathroom and back. The man wore a scowl, but Reed couldn't help it. Wednesday, Phoenix was feeling better. He was well enough to sit up as he ate, well enough to spend some time downstairs with the family, and well enough to oversee the work Brenda and Finn were doing on the camper. He was not well enough to work on the camper, but they all discovered this fact when Phoenix blacked out over his power tools. It had only been for a second, but it was a second too long for Reed, who quickly ushered him right back upstairs where he napped until evening. Reed moved around the room, tidying up and repacking their clothes in preparation to leave after New Year's. He folded each item of Phoenix's designer wardrobe, stacking them neatly until all the clean clothes had been packed away, and once he was done he retired to his side of the bed, cracking open an old medical reference book and scanning over his scrawled notes. When Phoenix woke again, he rolled over and curled into Reed, gently touching his face to Reed's thigh. Reed pet through his hair. "How are you feeling?" "Much better under your expert care," Phoenix teased. "What are you doing?" "Looking over old books from med school." "I didn't want to disturb you." You know you don't have to stay up here with me the whole time, right? You can go enjoy your time with your family. I am not worth missing out on your holiday stuff." "We're not doing any holiday stuff, and I would much rather spend my extra time with you." "You're sweet," Phoenix murmured. He pushed himself upright, but with a groan he slid back down again. "Head still pounding a bit, but I swear I'm feeling better. And I caught a glimpse of the stitches in the mirror the other night, and I wanted to say thank you." "You are welcome." Good. He covered his eyes with his forearm. So your dad knows. Reed turned the page in his medical textbook, scanning over a new set of scrawled notes, highlighted in-text notations, and dissected diagrams. Knows what? About us. About the agreement, he winced, but this time not from pain. He started asking questions, and one thing led to another, and everything came out. Everything about my master's program, our agreement, everything. Your master's program? Reed lifted his eyebrows, now finally closing the book and regarding Phoenix. Yeah. It's not even a big deal. I ended up having an affair with a teacher. It got awkward, so I dropped out. You had an affair with a teacher. Did you want to have this affair? No. Well, I don't know. Reed, you're making a big deal out of something that happened years ago. I don't even know if he's still teaching. If he is, he shouldn't be. What's his name? Oh no. I'm not telling you because the second I tell you, you're going to start looking for him. Yes. Yes, I am, and then I am going to see if all the work you had already done up until the point you left would transfer to a smaller school. Reed. Contrary to most academic advice, it's better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small one in a big one. A nice in-state school, because I believe you should finish your degree. Phoenix groaned again. You know, when I called you Daddy, I didn't actually want you to be one. Then you shouldn't have teased so much. Reed smiled. How about you rest a little more, and I will get you something to eat. No soup. Real food, please. Of course. He rested the book on the side table, kissed Phoenix's forehead again, and slipped out of the room, descending the stairs into the living room. The house itself was quiet. Aiden and Grace had taken the children into town for a kids-themed New Year's event. Brenda and Finn were hard at work on their van build. They were doing as much as they could without Phoenix's help, and it was coming along nicely. There were still advanced project pieces Phoenix would have to deal with, but Brenda and Finn had reached a new point to their relationship as they argued over building plans in the cold weather. His parents were enjoying the silence, and his father had a newspaper in front of him and a mug of warm tea in his hands, and when Reed reached the last step, he looked up. How is he? His father asked. Concern was threaded through his voice, binding the letters together. Better. He is still dizzy, but he's tired of soup and tired of me hovering over him. His father chuckled. He is something. Well, your mother's got leftovers in the oven for you to fix a plate. Thanks, Reed murmured, flicking his gaze towards the kitchen before looking back towards the older man. So you know everything. Yup, he grunted, sipping his drink. Reed's anxiety cranked up, and his heart pounded in his chest. It was so visceral it caught him by surprise, and he reached for the stair railing to steady himself. Did you tell Mom? Nope. Do you want to know why I hired someone to pretend to be my partner? Nope. You're an adult. Relief sat in slowly. His heart rate went gradually back down to an acceptable resting rate, but still he chewed his bottom lip. Honest words burned the tip of his tongue. I wasn't going to, but I was lonely. It seems so trivial to say aloud, but my work is difficult. I see people who hurt every day, children who die before their first birthday, families destroyed by illness, and dating sometimes seems so trivial. Who understands? Reed's breath hitched and his throat grew tight, but he forged on. I wanted something uncomplicated. A fair exchange of time for money. Understandable, and yet, Reed chewed his bottom lip. And yet I believe I've fallen for him. I believe you have too. It was something he wasn't ready to admit. Falling for a sex worker was a novice mistake, but between the shared kisses and the private moments in bed, he knew at least some part of Phoenix felt more too. He knew as well as anyone that trusting a sex worker's words was spotty, but he didn't have to rely on Phoenix's words. He saw it in his eyes, in his movements. He had watched Phoenix's guard slowly crumble through helping in the kitchen with his mother, and spending time around the farm with the rest of his family. He had seen those raw emotions when he opened presents with everyone on Christmas morning, and he felt the smoldering desire between them whenever their eyes met. He knew Phoenix had caught feelings too. He just didn't know what they were supposed to do about it, and that was what scared him. "What should I do?" Reed asked, breaking the lingering silence between them. "Tell him how you feel. It's the only thing you can do." His father's suggestion was overly simple, but it was true. Reed had tried to control the situation, and fate had tricked him once. Fate had thrown him the most charming, caring, and brilliant man, and it was his responsibility to hold on to the gift. But he wasn't ready. The idea of saying those words to Phoenix, to anyone, filled him with a certain type of dread. It was too vulnerable. It had taken him years to say it to his parents, even longer to say it to his siblings, but he didn't have 5 years to work up to those words with Phoenix. He had now. He had tonight, tomorrow, which was New Year's Eve, and the next day, which was New Year's Day. He had 3 chances before they were back to their regular lives. "Yeah," Reed mumbled. "Thanks." "No problem," his father responded in a similar gruff manner, and gave Reed a nod before returning his attention to his newspaper. Reed continued into the kitchen, piling roast beef, vegetables, and a biscuit onto 2 separate plates, and carrying them upstairs with 2 beers tucked under his arm. When he entered the room again, Phoenix gradually sat upright, arranging the blankets over his lap as he regarded Reed. "Looks good." "Yeah." Reed passed him a plate and a beer. "Really, doctor? Do you think I should be drinking alcohol with the medicine?" "It's a beer, not alcohol." Phoenix snorted. "Okay," he drawled, uncapping it and putting it to his lips. After guzzling half of it down, he set it aside and focused on his food. They ate in silence, and once Phoenix had finished his beer and cleaned his plate, he settled down in the bed again, and Reed took the plates to the kitchen, dropping them in the sink and racing back upstairs. Phoenix hadn't been awake for long, but the other man's eyes were already drooping, and Reed felt the exhaustion from constant worry settling in his bones. He crawled into the bed next to Phoenix and turned the light off, but despite his exhaustion, he found himself staring blankly at the ceiling and listening to Phoenix's breathing patterns. He wasn't asleep either, but the minutes ticked past without either of them speaking, until Phoenix shifted to his side and combed his fingers through Reed's hair. "I know you're awake," he cooed. "I am," Reed admitted. "You usually fall asleep immediately." "Indeed. I suppose my body is not so physically exhausted as usual." "Your fault for standing over my bedside like I would die in my sleep," Phoenix chuckled. "You really could have gone downstairs and joined the family." "I know, but we have discussed this." "I didn't want to." "Well then, you're on your own with your restless energy. Unless you want to rub one out. I can give you instructions if you want." "Instructions?" "Sure. On how to get off. I'll tell you how hard and how fast to jerk yourself." Reed cut his eyes to Phoenix. "You will instruct me on how to get myself off." "Aha. It's payback for the other night when you got me off, and then didn't get anything for yourself." Reed's eyebrows knit together. "How is it payback then?" "Payback because you'll see my rock-hard cock, your mouth will water for it, but you won't be able to have it." "See? Payback." Reed hesitated, but then chuckled. "Not entirely my definition of payback, but I see what you are saying." He pushed the sheets down, letting the icy winter air chill his skin as he fished his cock out of his briefs. The very concept of Phoenix coaching him had him a little excited, and he gripped himself around the base before looking at the other man. Phoenix had propped himself up more, and his eyes were glued to Reed's cock. His full lips were parted. The hunger painted his face. It was hard to say who was more excited. Phoenix looked like he'd won the lottery, but Reed's shaft was as hard as steel. "You're already hard for me, Reed?" Phoenix's eyes traveled up the other man's body. "Did the thought of me telling you just how I want you to get your nut tonight turn you on?" He couldn't erase the playfulness from his voice, but it didn't turn Reed off. On the contrary, it turned him on more. The tease of it, and Reed exhaled a grunt in response. "I don't want you to stroke yet. First I want you to rake your fingers over your shaft, trace your veiny shaft, and think of my hands on you. Think of my hands sliding over your skin, my nails scraping over sensitive flesh, that little bit of pain. When the playfulness subsided, it left Phoenix's naturally smoky tone with the heaviness of his arousal. His tongue rolled over his words. That's it. Get all the way hard as you think of my hands touching you. Reed's cheeks flushed and a shock of pleasure went down his spine. It wasn't about Phoenix's words as much as it was about the quality of them, the rise and fall of his voice, the little teasing inflections. This wasn't Phoenix's first rodeo, so to speak, and by the time he gave Reed permission to stroke himself, Reed's balls were tight and his cock was throbbing, pulsing with each stroke. When Phoenix told him to stop, he shuddered, abs tightening as he leashed his impending orgasm. Pre-cum leaked out of his cock as he dropped his head back on his shoulders. It was cool against his blazing skin, and his cock flexed under Phoenix's unerring gaze. Do you want to touch yourself some more? Do your nuts ache with anticipation? Are you ready to cum all over your chest? Phoenix cooed, laughter mixed in with sultry words. Yes, Reed mumbled. Please. Should I let you? You've been teasing me for days, so maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should make you wait like you're making me. What do you think? Should I make you and your beautiful cock suffer? No, Reed groaned, head spinning as he gripped the bedsheets. More pre-cum bubbled from him. Phoenix chuckled. Okay then. He gave him mercy, allowing him to stroke himself again. Slow at first, then faster and faster until his orgasm was brewing just under the surface, until his balls tightened against him, until his hips lifted off the bed and his lips moved over silent pleas. Phoenix, he hissed through clenched teeth. His hands trembled around his cock, and he stroked himself obediently despite the looming threat of his climax. That's it, baby. Stroke it for me. Phoenix's voice was an echo. A sweet one, milky and dripping with arousal. Are you thinking about getting all that hot jizz on me? Or in my mouth? Maybe in my tight ass? Which one would you want, Reed? Tell me where you'd want to put all that hot cum, and I'll let you, but you better not stop stroking yourself. I want to watch you drag every drop of cum from that thick cock. Fuck, Reed stammered, hips arching more. His vision was focused, narrowed and fixed on Phoenix's lightly upturned lips where a 5 o'clock shadow had sprouted. Ass. Phoenix's chuckle preceded his permission, and relief washed through Reed as the 3-letter word passed Phoenix's lips. He stroked himself obediently, but his eyes slipped closed and cum exploded from his cock, zipping through him like a snapped tether. He exhaled a guttural moan, knit his eyebrows together, and jerked himself until his hips were twitching and shuddering under him, until each continued stroke had him crying out with frustration, until Phoenix covered his mouth with a desperate hand. His laughter tickled Reed's ears. When he let go of his cock, all the wound-up tension flooded out of his body, and he melted into the bed while Phoenix moved around him, grabbing a towel, wetting it, and sliding it along his clammy skin. Next time I want all that cum in my mouth, and then I want you to nut again in my ass, Phoenix murmured once his chest was clean. Will you give me your cum? Exhaustion had already taken up residence in his bones. Whatever you want, he whispered as his eyes drooped closed. He heard Phoenix's rolling voice again, but he couldn't make out his words through the fog of exhaustion, and within seconds he was asleep. He woke the next morning to an empty bed, and Phoenix's spot had grown cold from his absence. I guess he's feeling better, Reed croaked, throwing the sheets off of his body and prowling around the room for clothes. As he tugged a shirt over his head, the bedroom door swung open, and the rich smells of a savory breakfast filled the room. MNF. Wrong direction. Take it all back off. Good morning, Phoenix, Reed replied. You're feeling better. Yes, sir. Thanks to your beyond excellent care and intense painkillers, I feel almost back to normal. Plus, it's New Year's Eve and I'm not lying in bed all day. A fine declaration, but if you try to do too much. If I try to do too much, I will take a short break. Look. I've been down for 2 days. I can't stay in bed any longer, unless you want me to lose my marbles. Phoenix placed a plate full of bacon, pancakes, and eggs on the dresser. I brought you breakfast, then we have to go downstairs to help get set up for tonight. We're doing fireworks for the children, and of course alcohol for the adults after they go to bed. Reed grunted. Yup. You eat. I'm going to get in the shower, Phoenix announced, sliding past Reed into the bathroom. Chapter 22. Phoenix. Reed was right. He should have taken it easy because after rushing around the kitchen with Reed's mother, helping set up tables and chairs outside with Reed's father, and assisting Finn and Brenda with some of the van build, his head was pounding. It was splitting open at the seams, and every little noise had him reeling, which meant he ended up back in bed before noon while the rest of them finished setting up for the evening. He popped 2 painkillers and covered his face with the blankets as he fought back his headache, dipping in and out of sleep as the medicine worked magic, and when he heard a soft knock at the door after sunset, he dragged the sheets back and turned his head to the side. Come in, he murmured. The door eased open and Reed poked his head in. How are you feeling? Phoenix smiled. Better now. You know you don't have to knock to come into your own room, silly. I didn't want to disturb you, he said simply, moving further inside the room and closing the door behind him. He brought the scent of the outside with him, sunlight and sweat, and it turned up the corners of Phoenix's lips. You're never disturbing me. Phoenix reached for him, and he closed the distance between their bodies, taking a seat on the side of the bed. Good to know. I'm sorry I couldn't help more with the festivities. Everything is going okay, right? Everything is done. Reed stroked the backs of his fingers along Phoenix's cheeks. We moved the animals to the back pasture, so the children could shoot fireworks at the front pasture and not scare them. I wanted to shoot fireworks too. It's not just for the kids. Reed smiled a little more. You wanted to shoot fireworks, Phoenix? Yeah. I've never done it before. You know, I lived in the city. They weren't allowed. I didn't know you could shoot them yourself until I was a full-grown adult. A couple weeks ago, then? Reed teased. Phoenix swatted at him. Yeah, I was this many years old when I realized you could shoot fireworks in the country. Anyway, I want to shoot them. They're loud. I'll be fine. Reed bit the inside of his cheek. I believe I have noise-softening headphones here somewhere. I used them to study when I was in high school. He dug around the room, opening drawer after drawer until he recovered an old, dusty pair of headphones. He brushed them off before offering them to Phoenix. If you insist on shooting fireworks, at least wear them. They will ruin my hair, but I guess if the man in charge is making me. I am not the man in charge. Technically you are, and since you're not so fond of Daddy, I figured I'd switch it up for a change. Phoenix took the headphones and slid them over his ears, adjusting the fit so they were snug around his head. How about Doctor? Can I call you Doctor? Not unless you want me to take your temperature. Phoenix's brows shot up, and he slid one of the headphones off his ear. Sorry. Come again? What did you say? I said, if you are going to call me Doctor, you will have to roll over so I can take your temperature. Phoenix's hand spasmed against the squishy ear covering, and he stared at Reed, unsure of his next move. His client was a tease, and he enjoyed it, but this time there was no tease in Reed's voice, and his deliberate words had Phoenix's body responding. He wet his lips, glancing down at his own cock before dragging his gaze back up to Reed. Right now. You will take my temperature right now. With a thermometer in your rectum, yes. Why does that still sound hot? Phoenix groaned. Reed shook his head. We have no time for games if you want to shoot fireworks. They will be starting shortly, so we should get downstairs. Tease. Excite me, then tell me we have to go play family time. If I recall correctly, you have admitted to enjoying all of the family time, so you can no longer protest. I do enjoy it. Your family is great, except right now I want something else, something you have yet to give me, something I know you want too. I am not hiding my desire for you, Reed remarked, cupping Phoenix's cheek in one hand and brushing his lips across the other man's. Phoenix let out a whimpering moan. Okay. His breath shivered in his throat, and he retreated, swinging his legs out of the bed and standing. He rested the headphones around his neck as he shoved his feet in a pair of shoes and threw on his jacket, leading them both downstairs where the rest of the family was already assembled and waiting. Aiden and Grace had divvied up the fireworks, giving a finite assortment to their 2 older children, while Brenda cradled the youngest child, who had a pair of child-sized headphones over her ears too. At least Phoenix wasn't alone. "Phoenix, have you ever shot fireworks before?" Reed's father asked, and Phoenix spun around on his heels, clasping his hands behind his back as he looked at the older man. He knew his face was still puffy from the incident. His eye and lip were still swollen. The stitches were healing, but the wound puckered as it did. He definitely wasn't the most attractive person on the planet at the moment, but also the man had seen the other side of Phoenix's life, the side he was usually much better at hiding. He doubted the man had forgotten the events of the other day, but Reed's father didn't look at him with disgust or disdain. It was the exact opposite. "You know, I haven't. Grew up in the city," he explained quickly, shrugging off any further discussion. "Ah, right. I've heard something about not being able to shoot them in the city. They call it a fire hazard or something." Tex chuckled. "Well, come over here then. Let me show you how it's done." "Me? Reed can show me, can't he?" "He could, but Pops is sentimental, and he wants to make you hold up a little streamer, because it's what he did with all of us when we were old enough to want to do it ourselves. It's a tradition." "Sure is, and Reed, you were scared to light your own fireworks until well into your teens." Reed crossed his arms. "And it's still not my thing." Phoenix's gaze ping-ponged back and forth as they bickered, before finally turning a manufactured smile to Tex. "I'm down, especially if it means you're calling me family. Let's do it." He rubbed his hands together as he bounded over to Tex, watching him as he dug through the collection of fireworks for the streamers. When Reed wandered off and it was just them, Tex turned a discerning gaze towards Phoenix. "How are you feeling?" He handed him an unassuming little tube with a string hanging off the end. "Reed's been taking real good care of me, but I didn't want to miss the last day of festivities before we have to go back to the city." Tex nodded. "It's not really a firework at all." He motioned to the streamer. "But it was always something the kids could do when they were really little." Reed hated the anticipation because there is a little kick once you pull it, like when you have to open canned biscuits. Phoenix chuckled and nodded. "Well, to be fair, I hate opening canned biscuits too. It's unnerving, waiting for the pop to happen." Tex quirked his lips into a smile and rubbed Phoenix's shoulder. "I'm glad you're healing up nicely." "Me too." He bit his lip before he turned back to the toy in his hands. "I want the full kid treatment, so how do I do this?" "You point it forward, away from everyone else, and you pull the string. I'd help you, but me helping you wouldn't promote your independence, now would it?" Phoenix groaned and dropped his head back on his shoulders. "Independence is overrated," he lamented, before righting his head on his shoulders again and gathering the streamer's drawstring. Everyone around them had started shooting the real fireworks. Little popping noises came from where Aiden and his family had gathered. Brenda and Finn had a few low-noise but brightly colored fireworks they were playing with, and Reed and his mother sat on the porch nursing a beer each. Tex rubbed Phoenix's back. "I'm glad I got the chance to meet you." Phoenix thumbed the drawstring, twisting it between his first finger and his thumb. "Does the sentimental conversation come with the streamer, or am I getting some sort of troubled youth discount?" "The conversation comes with the streamer," he laughed. "Cool. I didn't want any special treatment or anything." The headphones had been a smart investment, but even despite how muffled the noise was, Phoenix was jumpy. Fireworks sounded nothing like the more familiar pop-pop-pop of shots fired he had grown accustomed to in the city, but the lack of warning had him on edge. He wanted the sanctuary of Reed's arms. He wanted to be wrapped up in the other man's arms, breathing in his comforting scent. "The longer you take to pull it, the more anticipation there is, you know." "A metaphor for my relationship," Phoenix whispered. The longer it took for them to finally connect physically, the more anticipation there was. Reed had successfully kept him pleasured and on edge for nearly 2 weeks, and truth be told, this 2 weeks had been the longest stretch of time that Phoenix had been relatively celibate for his entire adult life. It had some definite pros, such as truly anticipating sex, wanting it instead of it being no more exciting than filing paperwork at an office. His skin hummed like a severed live wire, and his body betrayed him at even the smallest and slightest of touches. He knew when they finally connected, the results would be explosive, but because of all the waiting, he had become eager and anxious for it. Phoenix twined the string around his finger and pulled it. The streamer gave a little resistance, then exploded with green ribbons. Phoenix jumped, and his heart skipped a few beats before he smiled and laughed, both with relief and amusement. The breath he had been holding sailed out of his lungs, and his shoulders sagged. "Well?" Tex prompted. Phoenix studied the green ribbons resting on the paved sidewalk in front of the house. He was indifferent towards them, but his heart swelled in his chest. It may have been a silly ritual, just like opening presents in front of the family, but it was their ritual, and Phoenix was lucky enough to be able to participate. With most clients, he was nothing more than a bystander, a paper cutout of a boyfriend. He knew how to say the right things, how to respond appropriately, and then afterwards, he dutifully bent over and made sure his client had their money's worth. He had never complained, but Reed and Reed's family had turned all of his expectations sideways, from the instant acceptance to the Christmas gifts to their New Year's festivities. For once, he got to be himself. Happy, sad, quiet, or loud. He didn't have to entertain, to be the life of the event, or to pretend all was well all the time. For the first holiday in a long time, he was Phoenix. Just Phoenix. It was amazing, Phoenix blurted out as a rush of moisture coated his eyes. He squeezed his eyes shut, trapping his tears in his eyelashes as his head started to pound, and he gripped the porch railing for balance. "Whoa there. You okay?" "Yeah. A little dizzy is all. You know, from everything, hey." Phoenix rubbed his temple. Tex nodded. "Maybe you should go on and join Reed over there, and watch the rest of the night." "Good idea." He handed the streamer container to Tex and took a winding path towards the outdoor bench seat Reed was taking up residence on. He was still a little woozy as he slumped down next to the other man. Reed rubbed his shoulders. "How was it?" "It's a streamer, how is it supposed to be?" Phoenix arched an eyebrow. "I suppose shooting a streamer with my father could be awkward, you know." "Oh." Phoenix quirked his lips. "I mean, I do have a few clients his age, but no, it wasn't awkward at all. I mean, he's literally like a father figure to me, and I don't know, it was nice." Reed nodded. "Good. I'm glad." "Me too." He closed his eyes in Reed's arms, letting his guard completely down. For once in his life, he was safe. Every fiber of his body knew it, and his mind was quiet too. He relaxed against Reed, taking a tiny sip of his beer every so often, as they watched everyone enjoying their New Year's Eve. Aiden, Grace, and the children had gone through a half a box of fireworks already. Henry and Isla shrieked and giggled each time Aiden lit a firecracker, and the familiar popping sounds went off. To Grace's displeasure, Aiden let both children light a few of their own, which sent Isla running into her grandmother's arms, and Henry bounding around the front yard with a huge smile on his face. Finn and Brenda gave the rest of their fireworks to Aiden, and they retired to their camper van, climbing onto the roof of it in preparation to watch the finale. Tex and Jolene joined Reed and Phoenix on the porch, sitting on the other side. The older man rested a beer precariously on his knee, and the older woman sipped from a shallow glass of wine. The finale started at 9:30, and Aiden had choreographed it, where the event became increasingly more dramatic with each continued firework, until the light explosions were high in the sky, scattering in dozens of different colors. The children and Phoenix marveled at the blasts, and the sound of the explosions shook Phoenix to his core. He had never seen fireworks so close, but he was familiar with the sensation, the starbursts of light crackling and the heart-stopping boom from the chemical reaction. He had all of those sensations inside of him the first time his lips met Reed's, the first time their bodies slid across each other. He felt the pop-pop-pop of the little firecrackers each time his eyes met Reed's, each time he drowned in the other man's warm brown eyes. When the show was over, Aiden and Grace ushered the two children inside the house, and Reed's parents followed soon after, leaving Phoenix and Reed alone on the porch. Reed walked his fingers along Phoenix's spine. "Did you enjoy the show? I see why you guys brought the animals in. They would have been terrified, but I enjoyed it, yeah. It's definitely something I've never experienced before." "Oh. I mean, I've seen fireworks, but not so up close and personal, so the experience was different. Thrilling, exciting, and a little scary." Another euphemism for his relationship. Being with Reed was indeed thrilling, exciting, and a little scary. "Ah. Yeah. So, how do you think we should ring in the new year?" "Just how we are. I want to look into your eyes the moment the new year starts." A gentle smile touched Phoenix's face. "Really?" "Yes. Who else would I want to spend it with?" Phoenix gave an awkward shrug. "How long until midnight?" "An hour and a half." The conversation died there, and Phoenix rested his head and bulky body inside Reed's lean arms. He crossed one of his legs over the other man's and closed his eyes, listening to the pattern of Reed's breathing and the settling of the world around them. There was no better way to ring in the new year than where he was. If he hadn't been with Reed, he would have sat across from Danny, drinks in hand, throwing out silly plan after silly plan until they were too tipsy to remember any of their pipe dreams. It was always fun, but it never gave him a sense of security. It never grounded him, and none of their goals ever really came true. Or rather, neither of them worked towards those goals. This year was different. Wrapped in Reed's arms, he hadn't frivolously thrown out resolutions and pipe dreams. He didn't need to because for once he was fulfilled by the moment. Despite the past week, the year had ended on a high note. He didn't wish for better. Instead, he was already mourning the present. "Phoenix," Reed whispered, "it's almost midnight." "I'm awake," Phoenix replied, cracking his eyes open. He had reflexively huddled closer to Reed, and snow had started to fall from the sky. "How long do we have?" 2 minutes. Reed pulled out his cell phone and rested it on his thigh. "We can share my beer at the stroke of midnight." "Okay," Phoenix smirked. "But we can't drink at the same time." "Are you sure we can't?" The doctor gave Phoenix a devilish grin that lit a new round of fireworks inside Phoenix. His nerve endings popped all the way through his body, from the tips of his toes to the hair follicles on his head. "Well now, I don't think I am," Phoenix teased even as his voice betrayed his excitement. 1 minute. His cell phone showed a racing countdown now, and Phoenix watched as the numbers dwindled down. Seconds were infinitely longer, dragging as blood pooled between his thighs, waking up his cock. By the time the timer was in the 20s, Phoenix's cock was throbbing in his jeans. At the teens, the head of his cock was wet with pre-cum, his balls had tightened, and the weight of his arousal taunted him. 10. Finally. Phoenix's gaze stayed glued to the cell phone until it hit the 6. Then Reed touched his chin, drawing his attention from the countdown and locking eyes with him. Phoenix avoided his gaze at first, but when he surrendered to Reed, he groaned, and another bead of pre-cum worked out of his cock. The timer flashed when it reached 0. Reed brushed his fingers along Phoenix's lips. "Happy New Year's, Phoenix." "Happy New Year's." Phoenix kissed Reed's fingers as Reed brought his beer to his lips, taking a gulp into his mouth before pulling Phoenix into a kiss. The chilled beer gushed into his mouth and he groaned, eyes flying wide. The beer foamed and sloshed around in his mouth, ignored by both of their eager tongues, and Phoenix let the liquid slide down his throat. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed around it, and the beer and Reed's touch warmed him from the inside out. He was pliable in Reed's grip, surrendering in every way possible to the other man, and when the kiss ended, he shuddered at the loss. "Please more," Phoenix begged. "Don't." Reed stopped him with another kiss. When he retreated a second time, he whispered, "You'll get everything you want." Chapter 23. Phoenix. They were a tangle of limbs as Reed guided him backwards through the house, pushing him into the bed once they reached the bedroom. Reed kicked the door closed and wet his lips as he peered down at Phoenix. Phoenix swallowed around a tight knot in his throat. He had sex for a living. He knew all the tricks, but now he was a bundle of nerves as Reed studied him. This wasn't an exchange of goods and services. Reed didn't regard his body as something that could be bought or sold. He didn't look at him as if he were well-used livestock. Under Reed's gaze, he felt wanted and desired for more than he had to offer. Reed wasn't in a physical pursuit of pleasure. He demonstrated as much over the past week. This wasn't an opportunity for them to get their rocks off. This was something Reed wanted, and Phoenix so desperately wanted it too. Reed closed the distance between them again, trapping Phoenix's bulky body within the cage of his arms as he bent forward for another kiss. Between breathless kisses, they shed article after article of clothing. Phoenix's jacket and shirt came off first, and Reed tossed them across the room. The jacket landed in a heap on the floor while the shirt ringed the bedside lamp. Next, Phoenix pushed Reed's jacket off his shoulders and slid shaking hands under his shirt, cold fingers sliding over hot skin. Reed's breath hitched. Their lips found each other again. Reed ripped Phoenix's jeans open and yanked them down his hips until his cock sprang free and slapped his stomach, leaving a sticky stamp of pre-cum on his taut belly. Warm fingers wrapped around Phoenix's length, stroking him from base to tip, teasing his slit, and forcing a soft moan from him. His cheeks heated up as Reed issued him a harsh warning, and he bit his lip when Reed stroked him again, pressing a palm flat on his chest for purchase. Reed retreated for a few moments, giving Phoenix enough time to gulp deep breaths. "Condom," he breathed. "In my bag. Front pocket." He arched at his own words and the anticipation housed in them. And when Reed dropped a few gold-wrapped condoms on the bed beside them, Phoenix turned his face away and groaned again. Slick fingers teased his hole, but they were quickly replaced with Reed's cock, which had him arching all over again. His hollow belly tensed with sharp breaths as Reed pushed all the way in. He buried himself in Phoenix's ass until the points of his hips hit the back of Phoenix's thighs, until he was rooted, and then he rolled his hips. Phoenix moved with him as they practiced steps to their dance, and when their rhythm synced, their bodies moved faster. Phoenix's nails striped Reed's side, drawing him as close as possible. Reed's arms caged Phoenix's body, trapping him against the bed as he propelled them both to a climax. It happened quickly. Phoenix's pleasure ricocheted through him. His cock lifted away from his body, and pearly white, almost clear fluid dripped from him, painting a line from the head of his cock to his stomach. It bubbled with each of Reed's thrusts, and Phoenix's entire body was tight with pleasure. Each thrust took him higher and higher until he saw stars at the edge of his vision, until his gaze was laser-focused, and he fixed his attention on the sweat rolling down Reed's mahogany skin, getting lost in his hairline, matting down tiny coils. Beads of sweat coated Reed's shoulders and charted a path down his lean chest through curled hair, dividing itself smaller and smaller until there was nothing left. Phoenix followed the trail, and it led him to an uninhibited view of Reed's cock moving in and out of him. He panted, and another wave of pleasure rolled through him. More hot cum on his stomach. His eyes crossed and his stomach tightened. "Fuck," Phoenix choked out. Reed didn't stop. He dragged 2 orgasms from Phoenix, and his thrusts had barely slowed. Phoenix's bottom lip trembled. His toes curled, and he dug his heel into Reed's back. Reed's pleasured noises were low, rolling rumbles, starting from deep inside him and traveling out, and they increased as they continued, as Phoenix turned into a shivering, trembling mess as he pulled at that 3rd orgasm. "Oh fuck, Reed. Fuck." Phoenix stammered. "Please fuck." His cock lifted away from him again, and all his muscles tightened. "Oh God." Reed pulled everything he had from him, and when Phoenix was sure he was spent, Reed pinned him in place as he took his own pleasure. Patient with the buildup, until he bent forward with his orgasm, sweeping the tips of his locks along Phoenix's sensitive skin. "Fuck," Reed growled, fist balled in the sheets, chest heaving, hips moving mechanically. Phoenix propped himself up and found Reed's lips, hooking one arm around his shoulders. His fingers dented Reed's flesh, gripping him as his tongue passed across Reed's parted lips and explored the caverns of his mouth. He swallowed Reed's moans, kneading them like air. When the kiss ended, Phoenix licked his lips. "More," he whispered softly. Reed nodded in response as he slid out of him and removed the used condom, replacing it with a fresh one before turning Phoenix from his back to his stomach and dragging him to the edge of the bed. This position was familiar, and it hadn't been a favorite until now. Phoenix was exposed, vulnerable, but he trusted Reed with his body and his heart, and he knew Reed would take care of both. He skated one hand down Phoenix's spine from his shoulders, between the wings of his shoulder blades, and down to the dip of his lower back, before circling around and gripping him right at the cut where his hips met his torso, sending a shock of pleasure through him. "Damn daddy," Phoenix teased in a light, tense voice. "If you want a nickname, call me Doctor." Reed's voice was right next to his ear, those teasing locks ghosting along Phoenix's shoulder. Another shock of pleasure went through him. "Okay, Doctor." Fireworks exploded inside him as the word left his lips and as Reed's subtle grunt touched his ears. "Better." He kissed Phoenix's neck and slid his cock between Phoenix's firm ass cheeks. Phoenix bit his lip over a groan. "Is it cheesy if I say breed me? Or is it too on the nose considering the whole farm thing?" Reed rubbed his cock over Phoenix's hole, threatening to push in before retreating. He chuckled. "I suppose you would call this a live cover then." "A live cover?" "Yes?" Reed taunted him again, pushing the head of his cock into Phoenix before rearing his hips back. "It is when you turn a mare out in the stallion's pasture and let him do his business. Sometimes, if you want a little more control, you can do it in a shed with smart restraint." Phoenix groaned. Restraint? He had learned more than he'd ever wanted to know about horse breeding, but all the talk about live covering, restraints, turning mares and stallions out to pasture had him almost dripping pre-cum and full of embarrassment at the same time. Reed didn't flirt or tease much, but the matter-of-fact way he spoke of breeding was a turn-on in itself. He knew his business. Some weight the mare's back legs so she's less inclined to kick, or lift her left front leg for the same reason, but once she's mounted she accepts it. "Sounds like a woman of my own heart," Phoenix glanced back at Reed. "Once I'm mounted, I'm less inclined to kick too." Reed chuckled. "Good to know I won't have to pull out any restraints." Phoenix coughed and moaned. Another bead of pre-cum. No restraints necessary. I'll let you cover me anytime you want." "Good to know," Reed murmured and pushed his cock all the way inside Phoenix for an explosive round two. By the time Reed pulled out of him, Phoenix had jerked and fisted the sheets, painted them with cum, and buried his face in them too. Reed knew how to hit the right spots, how to bridge over his prostate again and again until he was weeping with pleasure. He knew how to make every nerve ending in Phoenix's body sing, and how to make him see fireworks behind his eyelids. After he'd dragged a number of orgasms from him, he cleaned them up and tucked them into bed, pulling Phoenix close to him once they were settled. "How are you feeling?" Reed asked, combing his fingers through Phoenix's damp hair. "Spent but happy," he whispered. He'd said the same phrase to many clients before, but this time he wasn't lying, and the truth of his words sprung tears to his eyes. He bit them back, curling closer to Reed as exhaustion took over his muscles. He slept soundly, and only woke the next morning because his bladder ached. When he had relieved himself, he crawled back in bed beside Reed. He smoothed stray locks away from his forehead and trailed the backs of his fingers down Reed's cheeks and along his jawline, gently rousing him from sleep. When Reed's eyes cracked open, Phoenix smiled. "Morning." Reed grunted. "So is that a no to an encore?" The other man knuckled his eyes before rolling over again, and Phoenix snuggled in behind him. "I enjoyed last night," Phoenix murmured, fitting his face in Reed's neck. Reed didn't reply right away. His body was rigid under Phoenix, but he finally turned his head and cut his dark brown eyes towards Phoenix. "Was it work?" "What?" Reed wet his lips. "Was last night a job to you?" "I'm not quite sure what you're asking me." "I am asking you," he started again, but this time he paused and shook his head. "Never mind." He wrestled his way out of Phoenix's arms. "I'm going to shower." Chapter 24. Read. Sex with Phoenix had been everything he had imagined. It had been sensual, romantic, and it had split him open and turned him inside out. His nerves were exposed, and he didn't like it. Reed ran his fingers through his locks as he escaped to the bathroom, needing the sanctuary, even as Phoenix moved after him. He swung the door closed, but Phoenix blocked it. His bulky body stood in the doorframe with his arms crossed and his attention fixed on Reed. "You're asking me what?" Reed turned on the shower water and tickled his fingers under it, waiting for it to warm. "Reed," Phoenix hissed. "You know this is why I try not to fall for my clients. They'll ruin a connection by assuming I'm just doing my job." Phoenix fully entered the room and weaseled his way around the toilet, shutting off the shower faucet with a flourish. "Just so you know, last night was amazing, and you're being a jerk right now. Try to wash it off in the shower because I want the Reed. I don't want this guy to come downstairs." Reed clenched his jaws. "Fine," he grunted. "Good," Phoenix shot back and stalked out of the room. The bathroom door closed. Then the bedroom door, and Reed was alone. He showered, dressed, and then moved downstairs, picking at a breakfast spread as his family talked around him. Brenda and Finn had become frantic with their van build as it had passed the first and they weren't finished, and Phoenix pacified them with a fluid promise. He wouldn't leave until the van build was done, which had Reed's eyebrows shooting up to his hairline. Phoenix chuckled. "It won't take more than a day or two. We can leave on the 3rd, unless you don't want to spend 2 more days with me away from our lives." He slid his hands down Reed's chest, quirking the corners of his full lips, and Reed's resolve melted under his gaze. "I'll call the hospital then," Reed murmured. "Perfect. Then we'll see you outside afterwards. We're going to need your hands." Phoenix's smile stretched a little wider before he turned away and followed Brenda and Finn into the front yard. Reed finished his breakfast, kissed and hugged his brother's family, promising to visit for Easter weekend and Memorial Day. Though when they asked for Phoenix's presence, Reed twitched. His smile faltered at the corners as he gave a non-committal answer, and he helped carry their belongings to their minivan, loading the trunk with suitcases and presents and giving the children one last hug and kiss before they pulled out of the driveway and disappeared down the dirt path. Aiden tapped the horn while they were still close enough for it to be heard, and Reed stood on the porch between his parents as he watched them go. The rest of the afternoon was spent on the van, and they made tremendous progress with 4 people working. They hung up the work for the day when Phoenix announced the perfect stopping point and marched inside, sitting around the table for a classic New Year's meal. His mother placed a plate of greens, black-eyed peas, pork, and cornbread in front of everyone. "For good luck this year." She smiled, sitting down next to her husband. "For good luck." Phoenix arched an eyebrow. "Oh yes. Don't you know? Greens symbolize money, black-eyed peas are for prosperity, pork is to have a little something luxurious, and what is a dinner without cornbread?" "Ah." Phoenix spread the greens around in his plate before he mixed them with the peas and spooned them into his mouth. "I'd never pass up a chance to eat your cornbread, Ms. McAllister." Phoenix winked. "But I've never heard of the rest." "It's because you're from the city, I bet." "Probably. I guess we all can't be perfect, huh?" Everyone chuckled except Reed, who watched Phoenix eat, and then retired upstairs with him for the night. There was no encore of the previous night though, because both men were exhausted, and they were asleep as soon as they hit the pillows. The next day was a repeat of the previous day, and by the end of it, they were 90% complete with the van build. Brenda and Finn promised they could finish it later, but Phoenix was unsatisfied, so they slept one more night in Reed's little bedroom, spent the bulk of the morning reviewing and testing the strength of the build, and the evening driving. It was hell snaking away from Reed's parents' house. Jolene had packed weeks of leftovers for them, made them promise to call as soon as they arrived home. Standing in the doorway as Reed and Phoenix packed the vehicle, Tex was far less emotional about their departure. He was used to seeing his son leave, so he easily administered a hug and kiss to Reed. He dragged Phoenix into a hug as well, squeezing him close like he would one of his own, and reminding him to follow up with the legal actions against his mother when he got back into town. Phoenix made a wide-eyed promise, and Tex narrowed his eyes, demanding a more serious promise, which Phoenix made as well. The woman had been arrested locally, but whether or not charges would be filed was up to the city authorities and Phoenix. After another round of hugs, the two managed to sneak away, and unlike the way down, Reed took the driver's seat and Phoenix sat in the passenger side, staring out the window as they drove away from the farm. He was quiet until they were 30 minutes outside the city, and then he turned to Reed. "I had fun," Phoenix confessed. "Your family was amazing, and they accepted me as their own." "Why wouldn't they accept you as their own?" Phoenix shrugged. "I am the boyfriend of yours they never met. They could have given a little pushback at least, but it's also all about how you set it up. Anyway, you set it up smoothly, no questions, so they didn't ask any either." "Indeed." "Yeah." Phoenix fell silent for a few moments. "Do you need directions to my place?" "No. I remember." "Cool." Now he was out of words, and Reed was grateful to be left to his own thoughts, even though they troubled him. The truth he hated to admit to himself was he wasn't ready for them to go back to their old lives. He wasn't ready to go back to work and resume coming home to an empty house. He wasn't ready for Phoenix to resume taking clients. In fact, he didn't want Phoenix taking any more clients at all. And he knew how it sounded. He wanted to fall back in bed with the other man, wake up to his soothing green eyes, and enjoy the winter sunrise until their stomachs were tight with hunger and their lips parched for thirst. His stomach flip-flopped as he turned into Phoenix's neighborhood and pulled into the driveway in front of his place, turning off the vehicle and staring at what officially marked the end of their 2-week holiday. His stomach ached. "Well," Reed said. His voice was foreign to him, too. It was too high at the beginning, with an unfamiliar dip towards the end. His voice hadn't cracked since he was a gangly teenager. "Well," Phoenix repeated, unbuckling his seatbelt, "do you want to come in?" The tension washed out of him at Phoenix's request. "Please," he mumbled, and climbed out of his sports car, following Phoenix up the driveway and rocking on his heels as the other man unlocked the door and swung it open. He had seen peeks of Phoenix's place before, mostly through photos and what he had seen from the doorway when he had picked him up, but stepping inside was something different. They hadn't decorated for Christmas at all, which didn't surprise Reed, but the house was cozy in a way his place wasn't. The walls had been painted a warm shade of gray, and it was accented by yellow lights and dark furniture. It was cozy. A little sanctuary. An oasis in the desert, just like Phoenix. "I can show you my room if you want," Phoenix motioned down a narrow hallway. "Nah. Not so fast there," a female voice called from the kitchen, and the owner of the voice bounded into the living room. Her flowing shorts and barely there top rode up at her movements, showing more peachy skin than she was hiding. She licked a wooden spoon and then pointed it at Phoenix. "You can't bring boys home and not introduce me to them. What do you think this is? A hotel?" "Danny." Phoenix laughed. "This is he bit his lip. "Well, he was my client." "Oh, right. Also, I mean, sweetie, I don't mean to be this way, but what happened to your face? You look like you got in a fight with a brick and lost." Phoenix forced a laugh here. "If by brick you mean my mom, then yup." "Brick? What?" She blanched, eyes growing wide. "She found you." "How?" "Like, didn't you guys go to bumfuck nowhere? You need to get a new phone, and you cannot answer her calls, like ever." "Phoenix." "Sorry," Phoenix mouthed to Reed before he looked back at his best friend. I know. I'll deal with it all tomorrow. Tonight, I really want to." "Fuck your friend there in your bedroom." "Should I go out?" "No, Danny, now you're being embarrassing." Phoenix scrubbed reddening cheeks. "If you're done with your interrogation though, I would like to go to my room." "I'm done interrogating you, sure, but I haven't asked this guy any questions, so I guess I'll start now." "Danny?" "What? You think I'm letting just any old man spend the night in your bedroom?" "I didn't say anything about spending the night." Phoenix's cheeks grew steadily redder, and Reed's lips tugged into a little smile. "Yeah, okay, so anyway, Danny looked at Reed. You're a doctor, huh? Yes, ma'am, Reed replied, a smile still turning the corners of his lips up. Smart move. So, in a perfect world, what would be your intentions with my best friend? If you could have anything you wanted, I mean? Danny, you really are embarrassing me. Then you really can walk away. Why don't you go make sure all your sex toys are stashed away or something while I talk to this guy and make sure you haven't fallen for a serial killer? I've seen the movies. You are ridiculous, but fine. I'm going to go tidy up my room then. He glanced at Reed. Please don't run away. I promise she means well. He squeezed Reed's shoulder. I'm not going anywhere. I will see you in a moment. Reed touched the small of Phoenix's back before the escort peeled away and walked backwards towards the hallway, turning and continuing until he was out of sight. Seriously, Danny drew Reed's attention again. If you could have what you wanted with him, what would it be? A relationship, I suppose, but more so I would enjoy seeing him happy. Perhaps returning to architecture school, or even if he wished to continue being an escort, I can accept it as long as I was privy to his smiling face every evening. So you understand being an escort isn't all about sex then? I understand this. Good. Well, listen here. She stepped closer to Reed. He towered over her, but she puffed her little chest out and propped her hands on her hips. Phoenix is my best friend, but more than that, he's my brother, and he means the world to me. If you think you're going to come in here and get the milk for free because you batted your pretty eyelashes and brought good dick, well, it won't be the case. He's been used and hurt by enough people, and I won't let it happen again. Reed pressed his lips together, staring at Danny before tipping his head in a nod. I have no intentions of hurting him. Aha. We'll see if you're honest or not. She folded her arms across her chest. Well, go on then. His door is down the hallway, second door on the left. Reed nodded again. Thank you. Oh, don't thank me yet, she shot back, standing in the door of the kitchen as Reed made his way down the hall. When he reached Phoenix's room, he knocked and waited. Danny, Phoenix started, I swear if you ran him away the door yanked open and the rest of Phoenix's words died. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought. You thought she had run me away? The apples of Phoenix's cheeks darkened. I was worried about it, yeah. But you're here, so I guess her warning wasn't so scary. It was endearing. She cares a lot about you. She does. She's honestly my only family, really. I mean, I can't pick my blood, but I can pick my family, you know? Indeed, Reed stepped inside the room and closed the door behind him. So this is my room. It's where all the action goes down. Phoenix exhaled in a light chuckle. I bet. Reed shed his winter jacket, draping it over the corner of the bed, and then he peeled his shirt off next. Phoenix bit his lip over a moan. What are you doing? Getting comfortable. You wanted me to stay the night, didn't you? Yes, but don't you have to work in the morning? I do, but tonight isn't tomorrow morning. Tonight is the last night of our vacation, and I'd like to enjoy it. How would you like to enjoy it? Phoenix implored, eyes dancing as Reed continued stripping. I can think of several ways, he whispered, unbuckling his jeans and sliding them off his hips. He was already excited. His cock already tented his briefs. Do they all involve me naked too? Oh yes. Reed chuckled, closing the distance between them and pulling Phoenix into a kiss. Chapter 25. Reed. He left Phoenix's place before the sun rose in the sky, and he stopped by his house for a shower and a change of clothes before he drove himself to work. He had never been one for vacations, but he couldn't deny how refreshed he was, and he didn't drag his feet as he entered the sliding glass doors into the hospital, strolled up to the pediatric floor, and found his desk under a mountain of paperwork. He opened his new coffee mug and placed it on the corner of his desk. Paperwork consumed him for the first 2 hours of his shift, and patience filled the afternoon. The entire first week back became an unending blur of paperwork and patience until he collapsed at his desk on Friday evening, sipping from the mug Phoenix had bought him, letting the still hot coffee wash down his throat. Then he dropped his head back on the headrest and closed his eyes. He already missed Phoenix. The smell of his husky natural cologne had evaporated from the passenger seat and his clothes, but he still caught the scent when he wasn't expecting it, and each time he did, his heart clenched in his chest. It had been a week since he'd talked to the other man, and he had promised he would contact, but away from him, it was easier not to. Their holiday had been business for Phoenix and convenience for Reed. Nothing more. They had both been lured into an odd honeymoon stage by proximity. Surely Phoenix was over it. He'd come to his senses. However, Reed hadn't. His body craved Phoenix's warm body against him. He longed to see Phoenix's lopsided grin and his pleasure-drunk smile. As he finished his coffee, the door to his office opened, and his colleague poked his head in. "I'm McAllister. How was your vacation?" "Peterson." Reed placed his coffee mug on the charging saucer and pushed it away. "Not bad, not bad. I am surprised at how refreshing it was, but I am glad to be back." "We're glad to have you back. Things have been crazy round here since you've been gone. Anyway, how'd it go with the guy?" The one you hired. You did go through with it, didn't you?" "Oh yes. I did. He was fantastic, yes. Very good at pretending to be my partner." Reed fixed his attention on the coffee mug, and Peterson followed his gaze curiously. "Yeah?" "Yes," Reed murmured, picking at his nail beds. "At any rate, it's over now, so it is time to get back to more important things." The other man narrowed his eyes. "Aha." He picked up the coffee mug. "Is this one of those temperature-controlled things?" "Yes. He purchased it for me for Christmas." "Wait. Your escort bought you a Christmas gift. Now I understand why you've had the long face all week." "What do you mean?" "You fell for him. Look man, it happens to the best of us. They have plenty of songs all about falling in love with strippers and everything. It's easy to fall for someone who's paid to be intimate with you." "Oh no. We didn't." "You didn't sleep with him?" "No," Reed pinched his eyebrows together. "I did sleep with him, but it wasn't part of our terms." "Does he know it?" "Yes, he knows," Reed snapped. "I am sorry. I just never thought I would be in this position." "Which position?" "The position of a foolish man who fell in love with someone pretending to be their partner. This position. But alas, I am here." "Okay, so what do you plan to do about it?" Peterson put the mug back down and leaned against Reed's desk. "Is there anything I can do?" "Don't know. I mean, there's only one real way to find out. Either you buck up and say something to him about how you're feeling, or you let it go and stop moping around here." His colleague paused for a beat and then snapped his fingers. "Speaking of moving on, I actually have just the thing. You got me into this mess as it is." "I didn't get you into this mess. It's not my fault you fell for the escort. But seriously, hear me out. My ex-wife has been trying to set her gay best friend up, and I was wondering if you'd be interested in a blind date." "No." "Hey, I said hear me out. I don't know what else there is for you to say." "Well," Peterson drawled, "I was going to tell you about him. He's smart, funny, established." "What's his career?" Reed organized the paperwork on his desk. "Nuclear engineer. Like I said, he's pretty smart. Anyway, if you're interested, I can get you set up with him either tonight or tomorrow night, whichever is more convenient for you." Reed groaned. "You know what? Fine. Let me know which day you settle on. I'm available for either." He gathered his paperwork in his hands and breezed past Peterson. The blind date idea was stupid, but maybe the other man was right. Maybe Reed needed to get himself back in the game, so he could forget all about Phoenix, their 14 days of bliss, and the way Phoenix's lips and body felt against him. Maybe it was time to forget about Phoenix. By the time he reached his place, Peterson had texted him with information. The date was in 4 hours, and the location was downtown at a local high-end sushi bar. Reed arrived with 20 minutes to spare and relaxed inside a booth as he waited. His colleague had given him a vague description of the other man, but brown hair and brown eyes fit the bulk of the men walking into the restaurant. Luckily, few men walked in alone, so when his blind date stepped inside the restaurant, it was quickly obvious. Reed stood up as the other man approached, drinking in his lank brown hair and dark brown eyes. The other man was half the size of Phoenix and lacked the same playful aura. "You must be Reed McAllister." He extended his hand. "I'm Simon." "Hello, Simon." He gave a firm handshake before taking his seat again. "So, I guess I should ask, what made you agree to the blind date?" His voice didn't appeal to Reed either. It was nothing like Phoenix's rolling tones. There was no sultry bedroom hint, no playful promise of a good time. His tone was dry, even boring. "It was on a whim, I suppose." Reed studied the menu, tracing his fingers along the edges as his mind drifted. He could say more, but the question itself had seemed obligatory, and his answer was forced. The truth he couldn't admit. "Taking chances? I like a guy who takes chances." Simon smiled. It was a nice smile. Honest and sweet, but it wasn't Phoenix's smile. "Oh, I do not take so many chances." Reed chuckled and shook his head. "I wish I took more of them," he admitted, turning over his menu. He hadn't made a decision, but his appetite had disappeared. What he craved wasn't on the menu, and it wasn't something he could rush around and find either. He knew how it felt to be whole, and he had lost it. He had felt whole beside Phoenix from the first time they were trapped under the mistletoe, until the last night he had spent in Phoenix's bed with Phoenix's arms around him. He had felt whole with Phoenix's sweaty body pressed against his equally sweaty body, and he wasn't confident he could find that type of wholeness with anyone else. There was nothing at all wrong with Simon, and their conversation improved as the other man relaxed in front of him, but their continued conversation cemented the truth for Reed. He loved Phoenix. He loved everything about the escort, from the haphazard way his curls fell around his face, to the constant sparkle in his eyes, to the way he turned everything into an innuendo. He adored Phoenix's playful nature, and he needed it in his life. By the time the date was over, Reed had worked himself up to confronting Phoenix as many times as he'd talked himself out of it, and he walked Simon to his vehicle. They hugged goodnight, and Reed meandered to his car, collapsing into the driver's seat. He fisted the steering wheel as he pulled out his cell phone and found his way back to the site where he'd found Phoenix's profile. His profile was still up, but he had added fresh pictures for the new year. The pictures were a mix of sultry and sweet, and Reed scrolled back and forth through him as he worked up the courage to call. But was calling enough? Reed gnawed his bottom lip, but before he pressed the call button for Phoenix's cell phone, his cell phone started ringing, and he put it to his ear. "McAllister. We've got a patient." It was a nurse, and Reed rolled his head over his shoulders as she continued firing information at him. The bulk of her explanation was she needed him at the hospital right away, and because he was the on-call doctor, he went to the hospital. One patient turned into 5, which turned into a bleary-eyed weekend, which bled into the next Monday, and Monday evening, when he fell into his empty bed, he knew what he wanted to do. Something big. Phoenix had been the one to make grand gestures. He had swung in to see the giant ball of yarn, he had put together the perfect Christmas gift, and he had helped Reed's sister build the full interior of a van. He had put himself out there. Reed hadn't. He canceled his appointments for Tuesday before he fell into a heavy sleep, and when he woke, he sucked in his breath as his nerves attacked him before he pushed himself up. His nerves were knotted and raw. He had never put himself out there, not the way he was planning to. He was conservative. He took the shore routes. He never took action without knowing a reasonable outcome. It was the way of medicine. Experimental drugs and methods sounded exciting on paper, but a successful and smart doctor was logical and conservative. Both came naturally to Reed, but it was his comfort zone, and his comfort zone was the problem. He made quick work of his morning routine, and then made a series of reservations. First he called the florist, then he called his favorite lunch restaurant. Once reservations were made there, he called a bed and breakfast 2 hours away from the city and paid in advance for a luxury suite. He didn't make more reservations, but he researched the town until his floral arrangement was ready, and with a pounding heart, he got into his vehicle. By the time he got to the florist, his sweating palms had soiled his leather steering wheel, and he was dizzy with a mix of excitement and anxiety. He had requested something suitable for a man, but the florist had veered off into a series of other questions. How much did he care about the person in question? What was his budget? What did he want to say? She fired them off so quickly he had no chance but to answer honestly, and he was glad he did. She placed a colorful and sweet-smelling arrangement in front of him. "You said he was bright and fun," she explained, pushing frizzy red hair from her face as she braced herself on the counter. "So what do you think?" "It's perfect." Reed squeezed the smooth flower petals in his fingers, stroking the velvety flesh. "Good. Well, listen, when it comes time for you to start picking arrangements for the wedding, keep me in mind. I have budget-friendly and zero-waste options too." "Thank you." Reed's cheeks burned, but he exchanged a couple crisp dollars for the arrangement, tucked in the back seat, and drove to Phoenix's place. His heartbeat had steadied, but as soon as he pulled into the driveway, it was pounding again, thudding against his ribcage as he removed his seatbelt, picked up the arrangement, which had looked gorgeous in the store but now felt over the top. Part of him was desperate to flee, but his legs carried him up the stairs. His fingers pressed the doorbell. It sounded through Phoenix's apartment, and he heard shuffling through the house. "I got it," Danny yelled right as the lock disengaged and the door swung open. If Reed had been interested in women, Danny would have pulled his attention. She hadn't been unattractive previously, but she was dolled up now. Her hair bounced on her shoulders, and she had accented her bright eyes. "And it's for you." "Me?" Phoenix called back. "Oh yeah. Definitely for you." She looked back at Reed. "Wait here." She stepped aside, leaving Reed just beyond the door threshold as Phoenix wandered towards the front of the house, raking fingers through gelled hair and adjusting the lapels of a skinny-fit suit. When he looked up, when his eyes landed on Reed, he froze in his spot. Chapter 26. Phoenix. The morning after another mind-blowing night with Reed, Phoenix watched him move around the room in the dark, stepping into his jeans, tugging on his shirt and jacket, lacing up his shoes. He threw a glance over his shoulder at Phoenix, but he didn't offer anything more, and he slipped out with a murmured promise to call. Phoenix didn't believe it, so he wasn't surprised when several days went by with no news from Reed. He knew he was fine though. He may have called the hospital to check on him, heard the rolling baritone notes of his voice, and hung up without saying anything. It was childish, sure, but he had to know, and he kept it his own little secret. Even from Danny. His face healed just fine, and the stitches dissolved, leaving the smallest of scars over his eyebrow, which new potential clients found rugged and mysterious, and he found their delight at it amusing. Phoenix had been glad to get back to work, but he hadn't been ready to lie down with clients immediately, and he discovered it the hard way. He discovered it while pinned under an old, regular client. The man's round belly pressed Phoenix into the bed, the smell of liquor on his breath sent an uneasy trill down Phoenix's spine, and the tickle of a 5 o'clock shadow scratched his skin rather than caressed it. He tried to shut himself off to follow through, but panic set into his bones, and he called the session off, gave the client back his money, and sat in the shower until Danny showed up. When she arrived, she wiggled her way into the shower with him, and they both sat in the stream of hot water until it was ice cold. He had taken a few non-sexual clients otherwise, and had attended a charity event and a company party on the arm of 2 different men. The pretending was easy. He plastered on a smile as they led him around the room, locking himself and his sadness away as he performed for his client, but as soon as the suit was off, as soon as he was back in his own space, his eyes dimmed and his lips curved downwards. He had put to rest the idea that Reed would call, But it didn't make the truth any easier to stomach. The world around him was dimmer, and the things he used to enjoy were no longer fun. Occasionally, he pulled out the architecture building block set, but he mostly traced the edges of the box and replayed a memory of his first real Christmas morning. His lips buzzed with the memory of Reed's lips over him, and his skin grew warm despite the chilly temperatures. His body hadn't forgotten, and yet he wished it would. He cleared his weekend schedule of clients and filled it instead with moping around their apartment. Reed had refused the refund Phoenix had offered, and a few other client payments had come through, so with a fat bank account, he scrolled through available housing in cities miles from where they were. Maybe what he needed was a change. Maybe he needed to get away, far away, and go somewhere without a Reed McAllister working at the local children's hospital, without a host of painful memories. There were plenty of other cities, after all. Larger ones with a more robust clientele. Places where Phoenix could command a higher price with his sweet country boy accent and southern charm. He scrolled through the photos of a duplex in a city 4 hours to the north of them as Danny pounded on his bedroom door. "All right. You've been locked in there all weekend and Monday, which is usually your favorite day of the week, so now I know something's wrong with you." Phoenix didn't reply. She swung the door open, unbothered by his nakedness sprawled across his bed. "I am staging an intervention," she announced, folding her arms as she looked over Phoenix's body. "Get your pretty self up and dressed. We're going out." "To where?" "We're going out on a friend date. We're going to some restaurant opening downtown, and then we're going to an early screening of this new horror movie or whatever, and then I'm taking you out for all the ice cream you can eat." "Danny?" No. Don't Danny me. You've been in this room for days, and it's not okay. Your body odor is starting to seep from under the door threshold, so it's time for you to get yourself up and dressed. Put on your best sexy, you'll be my date tonight, and you know how I prefer a put-together man. "Danny? I'm really not feeling up to it. I just want to." "Nope. No buts. Get your tight ass out of bed and in the shower and be ready to go in 30 minutes. Phoenix scowled as he dragged himself out of bed. His best friend hadn't been lying about a single thing, and he needed the tough love even if he didn't appreciate it at the moment. He grumbled as he dug around his closet before approaching his bathroom door, standing just inside it, warm feet heating the cold tile floor. "Satisfied?" "I will be when you're dressed and ready to go," she retorted, firmness still in her tone. He wasn't off the hook. Not this time. With resignation, he stepped further into the bathroom and closed the door. His shower was quick and utilitarian, and he dressed in a slim-fit, camel-colored suit, Danny's favorite. As he towel-dried his hair, the doorbell cut through the pleasant silence in their apartment, and he poked his head out of his room. Danny shuffled down the hall. "I got it," she yelled. Her curls swung behind her. She flipped the bolt lock and the door cracked open. "And it's for you." "Me?" Phoenix frowned, stepping out of his bedroom after he slipped casual loafers on his feet. "Oh yeah. Definitely for you." She murmured something else, but Phoenix couldn't make it out, and he rolled his eyes with another sigh. He gelled his hands and slipped them through his hair as he moved out of his room, closing the door behind him and starting down the hallway. When he reached the edge of it, he glanced towards the front door and stopped cold in his tracks. Danny was as gleeful as a young kitten pleased with her discovery, and she crossed her legs over each other, balancing her slight weight as she hung on the door. "Told you it's for you," she teased. Phoenix had lost his words. At first he only registered Reed's warm brown eyes and perpetual frown, but as he adjusted, he noticed everything else. Reed's clothes were casual, meaning he likely hadn't been to work, especially given how early in the day it was, and he had a bouquet of flowers. Bright and colorful ones. Phoenix's lips lifted slightly at the corners, and he took 2 wary steps forward. "These are for you," Reed croaked, thrusting the flowers forward. "I figured," Phoenix whispered, closing more of the distance between them. He paused in the middle of the living room, using their old couch to support his weight, and Reed ventured further inside. The closer he came, the easier it was to smell the sweet fragrance wafting off the flowers and mingling with his soapy cologne-free scent. He wanted to fall into Reed's arms, his body hummed with anticipation, but he didn't move. His mind was scorned and unwilling to forgive so hastily. Reed cleared his throat. "I apologize for not calling. I wasn't sure how best to proceed." Phoenix bit his bottom lip, wincing at Reed's words and the hidden meaning in them. The doctor spoke well, but it was easy to read between the lines. Reed said he hadn't known how to proceed, but what he meant was he had no idea how to approach a relationship with a sex worker, and Phoenix wasn't sure he could fault him on it. "Okay. What I mean to say is," the doctor puffed out his chest and rolled his shoulders back, "I care about you, more than I have anyone else in my life aside from my family, and I do not think it is coincidental or based on our arrangement." Phoenix fixed his swimming eyes on a snagged thread of their carpet, in desperate need of fixing, but one he was grateful for at the moment. His thoughts raced, and everything floated around him. His heart had already started, and then stopped again, but all he could do in response was bow his head in a nod. "I do not know what is proper or acceptable, but I know I don't want to restart my life without you. The 2 weeks you spent with my family, the 2 weeks we spent side by side as a team, made me thirst for companionship, but not just any companionship, it had me envisioning a future with you at my side." Reed placed the flowers down on the coffee table. "I want to one day open my own practice, and I saw you by my side, cutting the ribbon. I envisioned you returning to architecture school and graduating, and I saw myself in the audience, cheering as you walked across the stage." Phoenix closed his eyes. The anger and the sadness that had built up inside him started to dissipate with Reed's words. The not calling wasn't okay, but Reed had his reasons, and his words were slowly making up for his mistake. "I envision beach vacations, perhaps a wedding, a house, and a dog, and perhaps I am being too forward, but I want you to understand." "I understand," Phoenix glanced up, meeting Reed's gaze. "I understand what you're saying." Reed nodded. "If you would be willing, I set up a date for the rest of today and into tomorrow, and I would love it if I could more formally take you out." He sucked in his breath as his heart swelled in his chest. "I have a thing with Danny." "No, he doesn't," Danny cut in. "He doesn't have anything with me at all. He's completely available to go on a date with you. I mean, he's available if he wants to go." She arched an eyebrow at Phoenix. Out of all the times he'd talked out of his ass, at this moment, he was silent. His heart had swelled so much in his chest that it had blocked his airway, lodged in his throat, and worked tears to his eyes. He sucked in a shaky breath before he closed the last bit of distance between them, placed a hand on the back of Reed's neck, and pulled him into a kiss. He didn't need mistletoe, or an audience expecting a boyfriend performance to kiss the man he had fallen in love with. Not this time. This time it was honest and uncomplicated, and as he meshed his lips with Reed's, as he caressed Reed's tongue with his, he poured everything he couldn't say into it. Epilogue. 9 months later. The late summer heat melted the ice in his coffee only minutes after he'd sat down across from his best friend. He stirred the sweating drink as she rambled about her work and her clients. It was a life he'd left 6 months ago when he had enrolled in university again, when he and Reed had taken their relationship to the next level and he had moved in with the other man. He missed it though, some aspects of it, but with Reed he had never smiled so much in his life. He had not only gotten back in school, but Reed's connections had landed him a low-key internship with a local architect, and he spent his days doing the thing he loved and his nights curled up against the man he loved. "Okay, I'm rambling and you've got a glazed expression on your face," Danny chuckled. "I'm guessing you and Reed are doing well?" "We're doing pretty well, yeah. His mother wants us to visit again, but I won't be able to go out of town at all while the semester is in progress." "Aha. I'm not talking about his mom or your school. I'm talking about just you and him. I want to know when I can start looking for the perfect bridesmaid dress. Or groomsmaid dress, I should say." Phoenix chuckled, cheeks burning. I'm not sure if he's into marriage, honestly. We haven't talked about it. Maybe you should. Even if it's something small. Maybe. Weddings aren't a big deal. Frankly, I don't really care if I have one. What's important to me is that he's committed to me. Nothing more or less. Fair enough. Danny shrugged, taking a sip of her coffee. But I still think y'all would look cute together, saying vows and cutting into a triple-tiered white cake. Fantastic, sweetie, and if he's interested, I'll let you know. You won't. She exhaled in another full-bellied laugh. But seriously, it's good to see you like this. I'm glad you're happy. She squeezed his hand. Thanks. I know it's going to sound lame, but I didn't really think I could be this happy, not with someone besides you, of course. He winked. But you know what I mean. I do, she started, but the musical chime of her cell phone cut through her words and she glanced at the screen. Her brows knit as she picked her cell phone up. Okay. She flicked her gaze back to Phoenix. I don't mean to cut this short, but I am apparently late for a meeting with a client. Danny, you have to be more organized. She groaned, swirling her iced coffee and slurping down the last bit as she hopped to her feet. I know. I'm working on it. Walk with me to my car. Aha. Phoenix stood after her, grabbing his half-full drink as they stepped away from the outdoor seating area and entered the parking lot. Is this a new client, or is it someone who's already used to how scattered you are? Danny tipped her head to the side, drumming her chin for a moment. A little of both. An older client, but I haven't forgotten any of his appointments before. He's sweet with a huge cock. He's very hard to forget. Her eyes glittered. MNF. Phoenix groaned. You know, the only thing I miss about it is experiencing different partners. There's something exciting about getting a new client and figuring out how they like to be pleasured. Right? I think it's the part most people don't understand. She unlocked her car and then turned to Phoenix, kissing his cheek. Be good, okay? I'll see you next week for our date. I wouldn't miss it for the world, he said with a smile, holding the door open for Danny and then closing it behind her. He stepped away from her car and tucked one hand in his pocket as he watched her reverse out of the parking space and exit the parking lot. When she was gone, he meandered back to his vehicle, climbed in, and left as well. They had purchased a house on the west side of town, closer to Reed's job and the local university. While Danny lived in the other side, closer to the bustling nightlife and the young professionals, Phoenix had a 45-minute drive ahead of him, and he settled into it with audio textbooks and his mostly melted coffee, sipping it sporadically as he absorbed information. 30 minutes later, he exited the highway, turning onto city roads. As he turned into their neighborhood, he caught a glimpse of a little dog out of the corner of his eyes. It had limped its way to the stop sign and collapsed there with its tongue lolling out of its mouth. Phoenix wasn't a dog person, not by a long shot, but this little mottle-haired creature had him rolling to a stop, and his heart turned over. He wasn't a dog person, but this dog was supposed to be his. It was meant to be his anyway, and he turned off his vehicle, climbed out, and approached it. When he reached the sidewalk, he crouched to his knees, prepared to coax it over, but as soon as he lowered himself, the dog ambled in his direction. It flopped right into Phoenix's arms. Well, okay, Phoenix ran his fingers through the dog's matted hair, teasing his propped-up ears. So, I guess you're coming home with me then, huh? The dog licked Phoenix's chin. Well, great. He pet the dog with a little more confidence now, soothing both of their nerves as he held it against himself. I don't know if your other daddy wants dogs, but we're just going to have to surprise him, I guess. After a little more soothing, Phoenix carried the dog back to his car, driving it the short way to the house and then leading him inside. Once the dog had been bathed and dried, he inspected the limping leg, which had been the result of an old injury. The stump was no longer painful to the dog. Instead, just like its wild black and blue hair, it gave the dog character. You're something, Phoenix murmured as he used his own hairbrush to groom the dog, and once the dog was brushed and dry, Phoenix collapsed on the couch. The dog darted around the house, hobbling on its 3 legs with its ears and tail flopping, and when it had worn out its energy, it jumped onto the couch beside Phoenix. "Daddy probably isn't going to like you up here," Phoenix murmured, sleep heavy in his voice, but rather than push the dog off, he pulled it closer, drifting into a nap with the dog nestled in his arms, and neither of them woke again until the front door opened and Reed's sneakered feet squeaked against the hardwood floor. "I'm home," Reed called, towing his shoes off by the door. Phoenix groaned, knuckling his eyes, but the little dog perked up from under Phoenix's arm. It yapped. "Shish," Phoenix groaned again. "What was that?" Reed turned the corner into the living room, smiling as his gaze rested on Phoenix, but the expression quickly evaporated when his gaze traveled down. "What is that?" Phoenix rubbed his hands down his face. "It's a dog." "I'm aware, but why is it in the house?" "Because I found it, and I brought it home." Phoenix paused. "Actually, we found each other, me and the dog." "You found each other?" Reed arched a solitary eyebrow. The dog yapped again, scooting back in Phoenix's arms as Reed approached with a frown. "You're scaring him, and yes, I did. I saw him at the stop sign into the neighborhood." "How did he find you?" "When I got out to see if I could find his owner or, I don't know, anything, he basically jumped into my arms and gave me a kiss." "It's a dog," Reed repeated. "And you had plenty growing up." "They worked. There's nothing a 20-pound yappy thing can do." "Lies?" Phoenix stood up, keeping the little dog in his arms, and approached Reed. He kissed his cheek. "He's a companion. He's good at companionship." "How so?" Reed returned the kiss. "He can keep me company when you work long nights, and he can keep you company when I have a lot of studying to do." Reed's skepticism grew, and the dog stretched its neck and licked the doctor's nose. "I guess. And you knew this was your dog, Hal?" "Our dog, and I knew because as soon as I saw him, my heart turned over and fireworks set off inside me." "Fireworks?" Phoenix nodded, setting the dog down on his 3 legs before giving all his attention to Reed. "Fireworks just like the first time I saw you in the coffee shop, and again like the first time we connected. Do you remember?" "I could never forget." Reed brought his hands to Phoenix's side, stealing a gentle kiss. "You want this dog?" "I do." "Then I guess we have a dog now." Phoenix smiled. "I guess we do." Reed glanced down at the dog, who had easily camped out beside Phoenix's feet. He brought his attention back up to Phoenix, shook his head, and then touched Phoenix's chin. "I love you." "For bringing home a dog?" "No, for always being a breath of fresh air and for being full of compassion, among other things." Phoenix grinned. "Good. I love you too. For too many reasons to count." "Good," Reed teased as he drew him into a gentle kiss.